Department of Humanities. I repeat, today is more or less the same introduction of yesterday afternoon. Welcome to all the participants. We are very, very delighted to have this impressive international audience here at Palazzo San Tommaso. Palazzo San Tommaso is just the physical location of the Department of Humanities of Pavia University. I think this is an extraordinary occasion to reactivate the physical in presence discussion and communication among an international audience of scholars. In this sense, I very many thanks to Lorenzo D'Alfonso for his very remarkable organization of this event. So I am certain about the very brilliant results of these 2 days of discussion and comparison between evidence from archaeology, epigraphy, reading of sources about Phrygia between West and East. Good work. Thank you to all.
So give me one more moment to figure out why it's not showing us the appropriate speaker. Let's see, okay. For now, let's do that. We'll get this sorted out. So I have to give you the other introductions as soon as I can get out of this full screen. Sure, we can stop screen sharing. Okay. Nope, still. I don't know why it is doing this. Okay, easy way. I will make him rejoin. No. Translation here. No. Yeah, I kicked them out. He can come back in. That way we can reset it this way. What is this?
Okay. No,
This one?
no, it's
Okay. Okay. All right. So welcome to the first full day of presentations for the conference Phrygia Between the East and the West. This conference aims to bridge scholarship from East and West, both in the sense of those sharing their work, with presenters coming from across 3 continents, and also in the sense of bridging disciplinary, geographical, and chronological divides that often seem to fragment Phrygian studies. I'm happy to say that our first presentation last night did just that, with Professor Harari providing an insightful reconstruction of possible Phrygian, Etruscan networks of exchange and processes of artistic influence and adaptation, starting us off on quite a high note. Now, in the last 2 decades, beginning with the first suggestions of redating the Gordian stratigraphy, several significant advances have been made towards our understanding of the Phrygian people, their polity, and their material culture and textual remains that they and their neighbors left behind. Since these developments will be the topic of many of our papers, I will just quickly mention the ongoing excavations and research at Gordian and Kerkenesta, a recent reevaluation of the Midas monument, advances in the understanding of the Phrygian script and language, and the discovery and reevaluation of the not too distant Turkmen Karahuyuk I and Topada inscriptions. And I'll leave the details to our speakers. Recent years have also seen an increase in scholarly interests in the field, resulting in conferences such as Phrygia in Antiquity at Anatolia University in Turkey in 2015, and the World of Phrygian Gordian accompanying the exhibit The Golden Age of Midas at Penn Museum in the US in 2016, and not to mention several significant publications. However, it has been more than 25 years since the conference Phrygia Phrygio took place in Rome in 1995, and we thought that it was time for the Phrygians to return to Italy. With that in mind, we have aimed to provide a venue where classicists, archaeologists, Near Eastern historians, and those stuck in the middle can come together to reevaluate the Phrygian polity and culture once again, both in local and regional contexts, and from the origin of the group and its identity to its reception in later times. There are four main themes under which our papers fall. However, as you will surely notice, many topics bridge multiple themes, and we hope you can forgive us for using those overlaps to balance the program. Our first session today is concerned with power and identity in Phrygia. We open with presentations on the emergence and rise of Phrygian polity and the formation of a Phrygian identity between the Aegean and Near Eastern worlds. The Phrygian polity's shifting positionality between East and West will be considered as a reflection of changing political identity around the 8th century, during which time Phrygia grounded itself in the West in opposition to the Assyrian Empire. The traditional narrative of an early Iron Age Balkan migration will be challenged, particularly as it pertains to Phrygian identity formation. The distinctly local character of this process will be emphasized from a place-based approach to urban archaeological remains, while a philological approach will illustrate the political motivations behind the construction of such narratives in the ancient Greek historical context. The Phrygian polity itself will be examined from the archaeological and epigraphic evidence of Gordian and Midas city, in particular with an aim to emphasize the connection between cult and politics in the expressions of Phrygian kingship during the reign of Midas. Evidence from Phrygian period Gordian will, unsurprisingly, be central to several papers in this session, with case studies featuring certain classes of materials as proxies for Phrygian lifeways, ranging from foodways to elite consumption and transmission practices to burial traditions, and for group identities reflected in these social practices. These studies aim not only to define a Phrygian identity, but also to position it between Eastern and Western neighbors. From identity, we move to papers that evaluate exchange and interaction between the Phrygian highlands and the lands to the east, south, and west in particular. To begin with, we turn our attention to the interface between Phrygia and Urartu, with 3 papers discussing the relations between the 2 Iron Age kingdoms. Recent results from the excavations of the Urartian city of Ayanus will be highlighted in one paper, and certain shared ceramic wares, metal objects, and stone artifacts and architecture will be examined as material traces of the relationship between Phrygian and Urartian communities. Beyond this eastern connection, we will also receive a look at the diffusion of Phrygian greywares into southern Cappadocia, with evidence from the recent excavations at Knicknicknidae, as well as an early connection with Lydia and Phrygia, based on the new evidence from Sardis, which suggests that the Western Anatolian polity coexisted with Phrygia already in the 9th century and bore closer ties with the central Anatolia than with the Aegean at that time. The session concludes with an examination of local and Assyrian evidence for the organization of Phrygian political power, determining that the polity shifted between centralized and decentralized states. Our third session, beginning tomorrow morning, shifts focus to papers that feature monumental, figural, and textual expressions of Phrygian and neighboring cultures. The Western component of Phrygian cultural identity, in combination with local and Eastern influences, will be described as resulting in a Phrygian middle ground. The role of certain landscape monuments from South Central Anatolia, the Phrygian highlands, and the Aegean coast will be evaluated as cultural interfaces between Phrygia and the Syro-Anatolian region on the one hand, and intersections of royal and divine power in the West on the other. The transmission of certain avian imagery will be considered in association with Central Anatolian religion, highlighting the prominent connection of the symbol with Phrygian Matar and its distribution throughout the region. The complex script environment of Iron Age Anatolia is central to several other papers. The use of script as an identity marker will be examined through the juxtaposition of hieroglyphic and alphabetic systems in Central Anatolia, and the emergence or continuity of the Anatolian hieroglyphic script will be called into question based on recent epigraphic finds. The early development of Greek and Phrygian writing systems will also be placed in the context of a process of script adoption and adaptation for use with different languages, with support from processual comparenda from Iran and sub-Saharan Africa. Our final session is concerned with memory and reception in the Greco-Roman world, as well as connections between Phrygia and the West more broadly. Phrygian names in the Homeric epics, paralleled by those in graffiti at Gordian, it will be argued, may suggest that the Homeric understanding of the Phrygians was rooted in the historical realities of the Middle Phrygian kingdom. Archaeological approaches to Phrygian interaction with the West and Western populations include a comparison of Middle Phrygian period temple model with actual temple architecture in Western Anatolia, suggesting cultural relations throughout the region, and an evaluation of material and epigraphic connections between Phrygia and the Black Sea region, suggesting that it served as a middle ground of Phrygians and Greek colonists. The legacy of Phrygian culture in Western Anatolia will also be evaluated through the archaeological evidence from mid-first millennium BCE Hierapolis. The transmission and development of the cult of Meter Kubele will be examined in both the West Anatolian and Roman cultic contexts, with an emphasis on landscape and environmental impact on the one hand, and on commensality on the other. Our final paper brings the concept of memory to the forefront, aiming to analyze the shifting geography of Phrygian memoryscapes in Greco-Roman times, and to understand the political and cultural motivations behind diachronic variations and local memories of a Phrygian past. Today, we will also have the opportunity to see the work of several other scholars during our poster session, which will take place during our tea break this afternoon. Poster topics include a similar variety as in the paper sessions, with many of them also extending beyond the limits of Phrygia and its immediate chronological and geographical neighbors. Several posters provide distinct material studies ranging from architectural technologies and tablewares to faunal remains and their economic correspondences. Like the title of our conference, these studies look both east and west, evaluating evidence of both cultural and political exchanges with neighboring communities. Several posters reflect specifically on the topic of identity at various periods, while others target themes of exchange, display, and identity in post-Phrygian periods. In all, the session projects to be an invaluable contribution to our event. Now, before we jump into today's program, I have a few administrative notes for the event. First, everyone must wear a mask at all times while indoors, unless speaking at the microphone or actively eating or drinking. Please keep your presentations within the time limits of 25 minutes, allowing for 5 minutes of discussion. Since we're streaming to a remote audience, hopefully, we must be strict with the starting times of each paper as best we can, and we'll accommodate for the delay today. And chairs are asked to monitor and enforce the schedule. I also ask the presenters do not close any windows on the main computer, especially Zoom. I can help to transition from one presentation to another. That way we don't lose the stream in the middle. With that in mind, please make sure that we have your presentations on the computer before your session. During coffee breaks, we can receive more of them and make sure that they're loaded on the screen. During discussion periods following each paper, audience members watching on YouTube or Facebook can submit questions in the various chat functions, and I'll ask them for the room whenever possible. Please take a moment to silence any electronic devices during presentations as a courtesy to all the speakers who have worked very hard on their papers. There's always one ringtone that goes off, and you're all encouraged to stare with disapproving eyes when it does. Each session will have between 3 and 4 papers with coffee, lunch, and tea breaks between them. And as a reminder, the lunch break is a time to explore Pavia and find something to eat or enjoy some fresh air. And you can feel free to bother the local organizers for suggestions. Don't forget also that tonight we will have the full group dinner for all participants that RSVP'd. And lastly, this conference could not have happened without the tireless efforts of my co-organizers, but all errors, miscommunications, or organizational flaws are, of course, the fault of Lorenzo, so any complaints should go directly to him. With that, I will return to monitoring, making sure this live stream is functioning properly, and hand over the microphone and the seat to our first chair and presenter. And we are somehow actually right on time. Here.
Yes, microphone. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, welcome to again our conference. We are very happy to be together for this kindly and very nice organization. Thank you for every person and institution who show efforts to.
I know they don't hear. Maybe the microphone.
Okay, excuse me, sorry. Welcome again, everybody. And let's start our first section of the...
I don't know how that works.
It doesn't work?
Is that one? Because this one, I don't think it's connected with that one.
Let's see. Is this louder?
Yes, it's this one.
It's okay. Hi, everybody. Good morning, everyone. And it's a very nice organization, and I would like to thank to everybody who wants to afford perform this organization in. And I would like to start the first section of the symposium. And I would like to introduce my dear friends and dear colleagues, Lorenzo de Alfonso, the first speakers. And it's title of the presentation, Between the East and the West, Formation and Apogee of the Phrygian Kingdom. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, to be here. And I will have more thanking words, but I just want to start our academic meeting as fast as possible. So, dear colleagues, the definition of contrastive identities that we define as the East and the West was constructed by the Greeks at the time of the Persian and expansionistic war towards the Aegean at the turn of the 6th century BC. This identity was so deeply felt and radically oppositional on the Greek side, also because on the Greek side, it was the strongest element fostering the cohesive action of a large number of heterogeneous polis into a political unit. The result of the Persian Wars allowed the discourse to crystallize beyond the event itself and beyond the objective political division existing before and after the event in Greece, and even to dictate for millennia to come the example for an opposition that was, and still in moments of political tension, is represented as a contrast of civilizations. While several Greek historians have contributed to the construction of two opposing worldviews, Herodotus represents the first and most influential historian in defining this contrastive border. Jonathan Hall has interpreted the logoi of Herodotus on the Eastern people and polities and Eastern polities in the venue that you can read here. So I quote, "The only way in which cultural heterogeneity could appear more uniform was by contrasting it with practices that were even more heterogeneous. And this is precisely what Herodotus achieved through the barbarian excursus." Modern Greek historians agree that before the 5th century, there was a much lesser degree of cohesive identity in mainland Greece, the islands, and the eastern Aegean coast. The Archaic period, the time span between, say, 800 to 500 BCE, are indeed considered a period in which polis all around the Mediterranean more strongly and directly interacted and entangled with people and entities which later on remained outside the Hellenic curtain. The 1947 volume, Tra Oriente e Occidente, by Santo Mazzarino, echoed by the title on this conference, has been the first mature, cohesive attempt to explore the entanglement between the rising world of the polis in the Aegean, the multifaceted political landscape of Anatolia, and the broad Eastern Mediterranean. While his conclusions on the single context of interactions aren't today useful, the methodology and the idea that the comprehension of this early portion of the first millennium BCE requires contextual competence and passion for both the East and the West remains today unmatched, to my knowledge, if not in the thesis recently discussed by Marco Santini at Princeton, and we'll hear Marco is here with us today. Back to the nature of the relations between the Aegean and Western Anatolian and Homer. Ancient and modern scholars offers the impression of an interconnected world sharing cults, myths, ethos, and customs. The Trojan War is arguably the war of a coalition of Western leaders opposed to Anatolian rulers and peoples. The main political border in the Iliad, however, is not the one dividing the two sides fighting at Troy, but the one encompassing those people and political entities that are excluded from the fight, that remain beyond the Iliad's cone of light. Phrygia's earliest textual occurrences are indeed within this cone of light, and Phrygians are mentioned as part of the Anatolian coalition supporting King Priam. By contrast, we register the complete absence of even the mention of the post-Hittite, Neo-Hittite, Syro-Hittite war, let alone the Hittite Empire in the Homeric tradition. The Homeric cycles inherited elaborate Anatolian material stemming from the Hittite and in some cases even post-Hittite tradition. And Hittitologists have shown evidence of legacy of the Hittite legal, mythological, and ritualistic tradition in the Iliad and in the Odyssey. Recently, in her 2016 book, From Hittite to Homer, the Anatolian background of ancient Greek epic, Mary Bakhvarova has even hinted at the existence of an Anatolian early version of the Iliad that may have circulated orally for some 300 years before being reorganized in an East Greek context during the Homeric age. By the way, she imagines a significant agentive role for Midas Phrygia in the passage between the two. This notwithstanding, none of the relevant deeds and the main characters implied, and of monuments and secular or sacred places of the world beyond Phrygia is present in Homer at all. While several relics of the Mycenaean words are defining the cycles, and the Iliad in particular, their late Bronze Age counterpart, the Hittite Empire, but also the post-Hittite place name and ethnica and personalities are completely excluded from the Homeric cycle, and later on from the Greek and Greco-Roman tradition. For the Homeric cycle, the eastern frontier in Inner Anatolia was the eastern fringe of the Phrygian world. What I would like to suggest today is that the development of Phrygia into a major polity from the 9th to the 8th century BCE has had a determinant role in the definition of this eastern frontier. In particular, I argue that there are clues in support of the hypothesis that from the late 9th century onwards, and even more strongly with the reign of King Midas, the rulers of Phrygia identified themselves as part of the Western world defined by the Homeric epos. Most, not all, of the clues that I bring to your attention are concerned with the development of monumentality and complexity in social organization and as evident starting with the 10th century at the site of Yassıhuyuk, Gordian. The site characterized during the late 9th century and the 8th century by growing monumentality, also recognizable in the landscape of tumuli around it. The site was the capital of Phrygia, even though the question of whether, how, and when the site was named Gordion and became the capital, or even only the main center of Phrygia, has not been the object of extensive treatment. In a paper that has been recently accepted for publication and will appear this year, Mary Foy and Lisa Kilofer have shown that already during level 7a, dated circa 1850 BC, Yassıhuyuk was provided with a 2.5 meter thick fortification wall beneath the level 6b deposits, running parallels to the level 6b fortifications and consisting of rubble masonry and sandstone facing blocks. While monumentality and hierarchy not yet match the occupation phase, together with the existence of a fully developed specialized ceramic wheel production in this phase, they imply a growing degree of complexity already in this early time. Monumentality characterizes Yassıhuyuk for the first time in level 6b. So once again, 850 BC, more or less. The introduction of the megaron as a main monumental building in urban setting has been understood as the adoption of a Western element at the site. Similarly, similar interpretation applies to the adoption of an alphabetic script for writing Phrygian. With the new chronology, presence of a fragmentary inscription in the destruction level, and even in an early deposit in Megaron 10 in level 6b, has shown that the Phrygian alphabet was already developed and in use in the second half of the 9th century BCE. The traditional view of a derivation of the Phrygian alphabet from the Greek one has been recently reconsidered. Whether derived by contact with Phoenician alphabets or with the Greek one, the adoption implies participation in the Aegean and Mediterranean networks. The construction of powerful monumental defensive walls of the citadel of Yassıhuyuk are equally difficult to assign to a specific tradition. In sites of south-central Anatolia, citadel fortification walls dating to the 9th century have been uncovered, but their construction techniques as well as their visual impact are profoundly different from the one at Gordian. Defensive walls adopting ashlar are present, of course, in Urartu and south of the towers in the Syritite and Assyrian urban centers, but a clear model of inspiration for technique and visual impact seems lacking. From early on, Kenneth Sams and Oscar Muscarella underscored that a group of figurative orchestra linked level 6b with the post-Hittite Eastern tradition. Two of them present unmistakable stylistic or figurative motifs that are part of this post-Hittite tradition. In his detailed analysis, Kenneth Sams had suggested parallels with the monuments from northern Syria. But this suggestion might need reconsideration, since parallel may exist directly on the plateau without reconstructing direct contacts with North Syria, which in the mid-9th century would find little evidence in level 6b at Yassihuyuk, as well as in the rest of the plateau. In spite of the results of excavations at Uyukaya, Kamankale-Huyuk, Ovauren, Nidekenuk-Huyuk, Kara-Huyuk, Elbistan, and possibly Porsuk, Zeive-Huyuk, scholarship on Central Anatolia is still reluctant to move away from the reconstruction offered in the second half of the 20th century by prominent scholars such as Ekrem Akurgal or Kurt Bittel, who imagined a 400 years complete absence of political complexity on the plateau before the Assyrian campaigns. Accordingly, for a lot of time, it was thought that there would be no figurative monuments in the plateau predating the 8th century. The existence of evidence of political complexity at the aforementioned site, as well as the very same evidence from level 6b at Gordian, has pushed us to reconsider this view. At a careful scrutiny, some monuments indeed may date to the 10th to 9th century and be ascribed to the post-Hittite canton states that formed in this period, offering parallels to the orthostats from Yassihuyuk. This is supported by yet another element of clear interconnection with the post-Hittite world east of Phrygia, namely the import in Yassihuyuk of the Alisher IV ceramic set. This is a subset of the dark monochrome geometric painted ware spread east of the Halis, characterized by the presence of metopes with silhouette stags or male wild goat and concentric circles as filling motifs. The shapes of this subset on the one hand and its very limited occurrence within the Iron Age ceramic assemblage at each site, let us suggest that the subset represents evidence of an exclusive ritual of wine drinking with a meaningful impact in elite definition in post-Hittite Central Anatolia. We have shown that the spread of this set within Central Anatolia dates to the 10th to 9th century BCE and not to the 8th century as it was traditionally considered. The very limited collection of individuals belonging to Alisher IV drinking set at Yassihuyuk also implies that the set was appreciated at an exoticum. No evidence of drinking sets or any other ceramic sets associated with northern Syria is known to my knowledge at the site, and this reinforced the hypothesis that the early contacts, that the only contact with the post-Hittite world are in Central Anatolia, at least for the 9th century. It is in this context in which the archaeological evidence let us understand the new born power at Yassihuyuk, strongly defined within its Anatolian context, that evidence of conflicts within Central Anatolia find, and this is my opinion, their best seats am Leben. Indeed, the analysis of the content of Anatolian hieroglyphic inscriptions have recently brought to the attention of the scholarly community deeds implying conflicts between coalitions of rulers of the post-Hittite canton states and coalition of rulers from the West. In 2019, I published a new edition of the well-known Anatolian hieroglyphic rock inscription named Tobada, from the former name of the village in the Nevşehir province, where the inscribed rocky outcrop is located. Among other issues, the article suggests that the inscription was not concerned with a minor confrontation with between petty canton states, but reported deeds of war between an alliance of post-Hittite rulers on the east under the aegis of a leader naming himself Great King Hero and a coalition of 8 kings united under a major leader named the Man of Prisunda. I suggested that the place name Prisunta might be connected with the toponym Phrygia. 1 year after that, Petra Gödegebuehre and others published a new Anatolian hieroglyphic inscription from the site of Turkmen Karagöyük in the southern Konya plain. The inscription presents a very in a very concise form the victory obtained by a post-Hittite ruler named Hartapu bearing the title of a great king and hero over the land of Mushka. Several inscriptions of a great king Hartapu were already known from the neighboring peaks of Kizilday and Karadak and generally dated to the 13th or to the 12th century BCE. The authors of the edition of the inscription have suggested that all inscriptions should be in fact dated later and ascribed to the 8th century, either earlier or later, showing a deliberate choice of archaizing. While this reconstruction is with the current knowledge and evidence consistent and possible, and has been explored in detail in a paper that Michele and James have impressed for AOF, and this is the occasion to thank them for sharing this. In this paper, I am exploring the other option, so the one considering the two, an archaic Hartapu and a more recent one. Hawkins and Whedon have recently defined the inscription a pastiche. It implies that the text is a composite bringing together in a sort of experimental way earlier materials with new one, with celebrative scope of the earlier works together with the new ones. The text would in particular include or refer or echo the success of an early great king Hartapu over the land of Mushka, which took place earlier, possibly in the 12th century. The idea that the whole group of Artapus rock-cut monuments consistent of original monuments of the Hittite or immediately post-Hittite period and new monuments associated with them as a claim of the legacy of the early political experience was laid down by David Hawkins back in 1992, well before the inscription of Turkmen Karagöyük was found. Now, agreeing on the definition of pastiche for Turkmen Karagöyük, one provided by Hawkins and Whedon, I cannot subscribe their interpretation of the text as a series of unrelated excerpta, which is more consistent with coping of portions of inscriptions during the training that we normally see, for example, in Old Babylonian schooling cuneiform tablets. More coherent with that than with a new monumental text resulting from the synthesis of others, that is a pastiche. Even if built on passages from different inscriptions, Turkmen Karagöyük 1 must be read as one and coherent, even if based on references and excerpta from other earlier texts. Here on the screen, you had my transcription of my translation, of at least the first 2 lines of the inscription. Now, leaving aside the redactional history of Turkmen Karagöyük, both Hawkins and Whedon and Massa and Osborne in press have underscored the likelihood of the relation between the deeds that the 2 texts refer to. In fact, one should underscore that the paleography and mise-en-page of Turkmen Karagöyük, except for the first part, for the and some inscription of the article group and Topada and its group share is otherwise not shared by any other Iron Age group of Anatolian hieroglyphic inscription on the plateau. The interpretation of Hawkins and Whedon and Mason Osborne give consider that Turkmen Karakoyuk had been drafted by the enemy of great King Wasusarma in the Topada inscription. I think this reconstruction is difficult to accept because, again, it requires to disentangle the information offered in line 1 and line 2 of Turkmen Karakoyuk 1. In my opinion, the 13 kings defeated by Hartepu in Turkmen Karakoyuk inscription must be 13 kings of Musaka. It makes historically otherwise no sense to mention random 13 enemy kings and 10 fortresses of unclear affiliation as the main deed in a celebratory inscription. So this king must be the king of Mushka, and at that point, one of them, following the previous hypothesis, should be Wasusarma. This is impossible, and it would be contrary to all information we have from the Assyrian sources, who clearly associates the house of Tuwati with the toponym Tabal from the mid-9th century onward, and they clearly contrast it with Mushki from at least 725. There is another, simpler way in which the events narrated in the two inscriptions might be related. In Topada, Wasusarma, son of Tuwati, is a great king bearing a Luvian name and traditionally Hittite titles, using the Luvian language and the symbol of powers associated with the legacy of the Hittite Empire. Equally, Hartepus likely bears Luvian name, same titles, same symbol of powers, and he narrates a war against the land of Mushka, whereas Wasusarma, as we have seen, fights against Brisunda. The simplest way to interpret the text is that they refer to a clash between post-Hittite kings from south-central Anatolia, so corresponding to Assyrian Tabal, and rulers presented in one text as a bunch of 8 kings under the aegis of an unnamed man of Brisunda, and another as 13 kings of the land of Mushka. So the transition from level 6 to level 5 at Yassihuyuk is marked by strong continuity in urban plan architecture and much of the elements that I have just mentioned. However, one element may be indicative of a distancing from the interaction with the post-Hittite Canton states west of the Halys. That is the dismisses of the orthostats. The finding context of these they're mostly from secondary context, requires some caution, but it seems clear that none of them was used by the destruction level onwards. Since figurative orthostats represents one of the most visible evidence of political ideology, the sudden withdrawal from their use can be read as a decision of no longer ascribing strong meaning to the post-Hittite tradition of symbol of power and eventually distancing from it. A second element that I read as the claim of a new frontier with the East is not seen at Gordion itself, but is strongly visible at Midas Shehri and at other landscape monuments around Phrygia. Last year, Brian Rose in Hesperia has offered new elements in support of a late 8th century dating of the Midas monument, placing it indeed in the time of King Mida of Mushki.
Excuse me,
Following-
Lorenzo.
Yeah.
Time.
Okay.
Please be quick.
Yes, I'll try to
Thank you.
go as fast as possible. I am sorry. Following Following his reconstruction, the monument must be cited by the earliest monumental inscription in alphabetic Phrygian. Now, just cutting brutally, my reasoning here is that I would like to associate the monumental use of Phrygian to the monumental use of cuneiform in Urartu and Assyria, being this the period in which the contact becomes more broader. So we know of contacts with Urartu and Assyria. The second point that I want to make is that very famously in this inscription, Mita is referred to as Vanax and Laketes, and instead of interpreting this as inherited terminology in Phrygian, I suggest that this is the result, that this might be the result of the deliberate choice by Midas to join the Homeric cycles by adopting these titles. A deliberate choice to join the Aegean and North Mediterranean way of defining elites should be the motor beyond the selection of this title. I just come to my conclusions. The border between the East and the West is a political construct generated by communities and above all their representative in the process of defining their identities and allegiances in the light of possible upcoming conflict. From Herodotus onward, the geographic location of this border has been placed on the western coast of Anatolia and linked with the Trojan War first and the early 5th century Persian wars for independence and freedom second. Scholars have claimed that the geography emerging in the 5th century is not consistent with the Homeric Roman geography, which represents the two opposing fronts in the Trojan War as belonging to a very much intertwined, united world. In this paper, I have tried to collect some clues to show that an earlier political border between the East and the West might have existed and again was deliberately generated by ruling elites of the second half of the 8th century of the Aegean and the Northern Mediterranean, separating themselves from the Eastern political entities through the claim of ancestorships in the Homeric epic cycle. The latter played a central component defining elite identity in the context of exclusive rituals of banqueting and gathering. While Phrygia Mushki from early on in the 9th century was characterized by its eastern border with the post-Hittite polities, the political change produced by the persona of King Midas of Mushki produced a crystallization of that border in a frontier that divided for centuries to come the tradition of Phrygia and the West from the one of post-Hittite world and the East. From the perspective of those like me interested in the memory of the Hittite and post-Hittite Anatolia, these frontiers would offer eventually an explanation of why terminology, mythology, and onomastics, and some background elements of that tradition were received in Western Anatolia, but absolutely nothing related to the political experience of the Hittite and post-Hittite world reached the Homeric cycles and ultimately the later Greco-Roman tradition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It works?
I close it.
Okay. Thank you, Lorenzo. It's very interesting presentation and a new overview of the formation of the Phrygian kingdom. It's very interesting. I am sure there should be a question, but what will we do now? Question before and end of the section?
I think it might be better.
Yeah.
So I apologize.
End of the section is better.
Yes.
Okay.
And,
Okay, thank you very much. We will continue and with dear Kate Morgan. She will give a presentation titled of Separating Fact from the Fiction in the Phrygian Migration. Please, Kate. It works.
Hi, thank you so much for that, Lorenzo. And I do have a question, and I was, well, I was already. I'll keep an eye on the time here. I was already very curious about how our paper, how the three papers in this, the beginning of in this session, we're going to interact. Sorry, I just want to try to keep an eye on it. So I think that we'll see that there's some overlap. We may disagree on certain points, but I agree certainly that we should be thinking about Phrygian identity as very much a local Anatolian, or we need to be thinking more about the local Anatolian development of Phrygian identity, and that's something that I'll be discussing a little bit today. So thank you all very much for your attention, and to the organizers for putting this conference together. I know how much work it is, and I really think it's an honor to be among the distinguished speakers who are here and people I've learned so much from. So I'm really looking forward to all of these talks. So this paper takes its name from two articles published in the journal Hesperia. Probably many of the people in the audience are familiar with them. And they compare traditional historical literary accounts of migrations to archaeological evidence for the large-scale movement of peoples in the early Iron Age Aegean. And those papers concluded, among many other things, that the sort of basic gist, grand idea is that the textual sources tend to overstate the significance of those migrations, at least as far as can be argued by the archaeological record. McSweeney's more recent article in 2017 ended explicitly on a call to bring into sharper focus the complex patterns of mobility and local settlement that contributed to the foundation of Ionian cities. And so today I want to respond to that call, to begin to respond to that call by revisiting and reframing some of the evidence we have for the Phrygian migration and for early state formation in Phrygia in its architectural context at Gordian in a way that highlights that complexity, because I think that doing so yields fresh insight into the Phrygians and into their presumed capital at Gordian. Obviously, also everyone in the room is probably familiar with this map, but I was taught you always start a presentation with a map. So we'll be talking about Gordian in the center of central Anatolia here. I'm sure you all know where it is. And I'll make some reference to Zinjirli, which is down here in the southeast, which is a place I've spent just an enormous amount of time in the past decade or so of my life. So in addition to this sort of link at the migration papers I just mentioned, this paper is really maybe more, the more germane comparison is to a paper that Mary Boyd and Bob Henriksen presented at a conference very similar to this one, again, about a quarter century ago. It was entitled Anatolia Between the Near East and Europe. It was organized by Ian Hodder, and that paper was entitled Formation of the Phrygian State, the Early Iron Age at Gordian. And in that paper, they asked two specific questions with the goal of understanding the formation of the Phrygian state. The first, is there archaeological evidence to support or deny Herodotus's claim that the ancestors of the Phrygian rulers at Gordian migrated into central Anatolia from Thrace? And second, what material evidence exists for the development of a powerful elite at Gordian during the first millennium BC? And what I want to call attention to here, without targeting Bob and Mary, because I think that they've done immensely important work, and I'll talk about some of it today. But I think that the framing of this issue, of the issue of the formation of the Phrygian state as related to the migration of a certain specific ethnic group from Thrace to Gordian, implicitly sets up a causal relationship between those two things that warrants, I think, closer scrutiny. And what lies behind it is a fairly straightforward model, both for migration as the explanation for culture change, but also that assumes that ethnicity maps onto political identity in an uncomplicated way. And that's been sort of an excuse for us to not think too much about the sort of development of political identity at Gordian as a local phenomenon. And as I want to repeat, I really don't fault Voigt and Henriksen for this. We'll see their own analysis of the early Iron Age at Gordian is in fact much more nuanced, but this has become, I think, the dominant narrative. It's a very appealing narrative of a powerful Phrygian state based at Gordian, founded by migrants from Thrace that came in the sort of wake of the movements of peoples that characterize the transition from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age, or that's how we've seen it until very recently. Now, of course, very recently, those kinds of narratives in other places have come under intense scrutiny. And I include Guy Middleton here because I just think that he knows how to turn a phrase. In the wake of the collapsed Hittite Empire, he points out, Anatolia did not suddenly become an empty land conducive to the movement of thousands of refugees across it. It was still peopled by peopled with kingdoms and tribes with their own complex histories. More generally, the phenomenon of movement has been recently discussed by Kotsunas and Mokrashova, and they remind us that movement is in fact a constant of the human experience. It is a complicated and diverse phenomenon, right? So seeing migration as the exception rather than the rule may be sort of incorrect, maybe narratively appealing, but not particularly realistic related to people's lived experience. And so the question that we need to ask is not whether people move, because movement is a vehicle for connections and interaction. We know those things were happening. The crux is in the character and context of the movement of peoples that we see. And so that's what we're going to look at more closely at Gordian. So what I hope to establish today is that the archaeological evidence points toward a more complex cultural environment at Gordian in the early Iron Age, and that the political complexity that we see over the 6B, over the period, period 6 that Lorenzo was just discussing, political complexity arises out of that complex milieu rather than as a result of migration as a sort of simple import of new peoples. And that furthermore, that complexity, that sort of political identity that emerges doesn't really rely, at least in the early period, on ethnic markers or signaling, at least not in its initial stages. And I would agree with Lorenzo that probably somewhat later, and maybe in the second half of the 8th century, that situation changes. I absolutely think that's the case. But so I hope to demonstrate that by recognizing these two things, by getting rid of this sort of red herring of the Phrygian migration, we can come to a better appreciation of how the Phrygian state was formed and constituted in terms of its socio-material landscape, which is what we have such extraordinary evidence for at Gordian. So I will briefly review the evidence for the Phrygian migration, which I think everyone is probably pretty familiar with here as well, and Thracian connections at Gordian. And then I'll discuss some of the limitations of this evidence and suggest some alternatives, particularly with reference to the Syro-Hittite states. I had also hoped to talk about polis identity in archaic Greece, but I'm definitely not going to have time to do that today, and I'm hoping that someone else will discuss that in this conference, or save it for the publication. And then I'll just conclude with some implications and directions of this analysis. But I also want to just put in the caveat that what I'm presenting is the synthesis of the work of many people, including Mary Voigt, Ken Sams, Lynn Roller, my colleague Virginia Herman at Zingerli, among many others. So any mistakes are, of course, my own, but I stand on the shoulders of giants. So without further ado, let's get to it. And I just include this here, Phrygian, the mysterious civilization of the Phrygians. It's a little bit funny that we hold this civilization to be mysterious because archaeologically speaking, the Gordian destruction level is actually probably the largest and best preserved context in all of Iron Age Anatolia, and it's one of the more recently and better excavated. So calling it mysterious really reflects this historical bias that we have. It also makes it a little bit sexy. But this was already fairly explicit, I think, in the first publication of material from Gordian by Alfred Carta in 1904, who lamented, he said that he referred to the Phrygians as a people who had come in contact with the Greeks, and then who lamented that by the time they came into that contact, Phrygia was already beyond its heyday, so we can only know it through the dense veil of legend. And so that's what we're getting from the historical sources, this sort of dense veil of legend. The information, of course, about the Phrygian migration is pretty basic. Herodotus tells us that they used to live in Europe as neighbors to the Macedonians. They crossed over into Asia and changed their name to Phrygians. We heard a little bit about this by Lorenzo as well. Now this sort of connection between Phrygia and Macedonia, or Phrygia, the sort of European origins of the Phrygians, is mostly corroborated by linguistic similarities between Phrygian and Greek that I think are generally accepted. And I'm sure others in this room are more qualified to say more about that, Petra, than me. But notably, Phrygian is quite different from Luwian and Hittite, so clearly intrusive to Anatolia. We see a similar narrative. The other big person who discusses this Phrygian migration is Strabo in the Roman period, right around the turn of the millennium, right around 0 AD, for a quick reference. But Strabo tells us that the Phrygians crossed over from Thrace, and he tells us that this happened after the Trojan War. So again, in this sort of Bronze Iron transition context, they came from the left-hand side of the Pontus. Now, Strabo also acknowledges quite a bit of noise in his sources, right? He says there's a confusion of tribes over in Anatolia, and that, so after the Trojan War, the migrations of Greeks, Tyrians, Cimmerians, Lydians, Persians, Macedonians, Galatians, they disturbed and confused everything. And moreover, the disagreements of the historians are a problem. So the historians don't actually tell us really very clearly what was going on, the sort of content of this, more about the content of this migration. So Strabo, I think, interestingly emphasizes this cultural or ethnic diversity of Anatolia in his period, and I think that that's been sort of a persistent, that certainly continues into the present day, and I think that's persistent in the character of Anatolia and something we should really be expecting at Gordian. But all of this sort of migration narrative, it has been roughly corroborated by the archaeological evidence, maybe better at Gordian than other places. Although the archaeological picture is significantly more complicated. So the primary evidence for Phrygian migration at Gordian archaeological evidence is the presence of a dark, low-fired, varnished, handmade pottery that is uncreatively christened early Iron Age handmade ware. So that's DIAH. And that is held to have links to both Thrace and Northwest Anatolia. And the big people who discuss it are Ken Sams in his pottery volume, and then Voigt and Henriksen in better archaeological context in their Yasahu stratigraphic sounding, primarily done between 1988 and 1989. So just to contextualize this a little bit, the major contexts where we see that in the Citadel Mound are underneath the first floor of the early Phrygian building. That's the EPB1 layer. That's the context that Sams discusses it in primarily. Whereas Mary's, her YHSS stratigraphic sounding was right in the center of the mound, as you see here. What you're looking at sort of behind, and let me just, if you see what you're looking at here is the early Phrygian gate, right? So we're standing sort of up here looking down at the early Phrygian gate. You can see that her sounding was quite sort of limited in scope, and it was underneath the courtyard of the underneath the early Phrygian destruction level outer court. So all sort of prior to the destruction level at Gordian. Now, what the ceramicists basically say about this, Henriksen agreed that early Iron Age handmade ware had parallels to material in Northwest Anatolia, Thrace, and the Balkans. Ken was not quite so sold on the sort of direct relationship between Thrace and particularly Northwest Anatolia and the wares that we're seeing there, and the wares that we're seeing at Gordian. He also suggested that we might be seeing, there may have been aspects of the local late Bronze Age tradition that were present in the early Iron Age handmade corpus at Gordian, but he also generally sort of agreed in a sort of family relationship to Thracian handmade ware. This was not strictly a pots for equals peoples argument, though. So we see the arrival of this early ware in context really right after the late Bronze Age layers at Gordian. And Voigt in particular argued strongly that every aspect of material culture changes with this late Bronze, early Iron Age transition. So house plan, construction techniques, the way people dug their storage pits and made their pots. And what you so you're seeing this sort of context, the YHSS 7, that early Iron Age archaeological context in which some of this pottery was found in use in situ. But so that's very clear, right? The sort of changes in a range of practices really strongly suggest the migration. The issue with that is that, and we also have, she is presenting this 2019 paper, clear dates for this, again, to right after, to sort of 1150 to 1050, right where we would expect them in the time of this, at the sort of in the wake of the collapse of the Bronze Age, right? So we have archaeological evidence for changes, we have information, historical information that tells us people are coming from Thrace, and we have it right in the time period we expect. So this is very strong evidence for migration. What's a little bit less clear, though, is how this relates to the formation of the Phrygian state, which I'll turn to in a minute, because between the 7B period, where we have this migration, and the 6 period, where we're getting sort of the rise of political complexity at Gordian, we have, in fact, according to this paper, a very long interregnum of at least a century and a half of this early Iron Age 7A period. And in the 7A period, we have continued habitation on this sort of small scale in the same place, in the same sort of general area as we had in the YHSS 7B period, the period of the migration. We have general similarities in architecture and maybe even continued use of some of the pits that they were using in 7B, but we have the introduction of yet another quite different ceramic ware, different enough that Bob Henriksen suggested that this might be evidence for a second migration, because he saw no identifiable local antecedent for this ware at Gordian locally. And so that's the wheel-made buff ware you're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen. And what is interesting about that buff ware is that we see very, very clear links between that ware and then what we later come to call Phrygian, the early Phrygian ceramics. And so what you're seeing on the bottom right of the slide are one of these one-handed, these round mouth jugs, I think is what they're called at Gordian, but they're sort of round mouth cups, really. The one on the left is from the early Phrygian destruction level. The one on the right is from the floor of this burnt reed house, this YHA, the YHSS 7A house. And so very clear family descendants for relationship between what arrives in 7A and that, or what emerges at Gordian in 7A and the later destruction level. So if anything, in terms of material culture, this is really the origin of the material culture that we think of as Phrygian or Gordianite. Now, Sam's again, sorry, I've lost the thread of it now, but Sam's again is not quite sold on how intrusive this pottery is. He sees relationships between the handmade ware, between this sort of wheel-made Phrygian pottery, and also again to so there's some suggestion of general Bronze Age ancestry here. So he's not quite as conclusive about Phrygian versus Thracian influences as Henriksen is. But nonetheless, I think Ken and Boyd and Henriksen would probably agree that the archaeological evidence is suggestive of a more complex cultural or ethnic milieu in YHSS 7, and particularly in this 7A phase, than a simple sort of migration hypothesis would expect, or has at least been represented to date. And that's again in this fairly long period of habitation that we would, in this fairly long century and a half period, that we would have this this complex, this sort of intermingling of people in this fairly politically this politically not particularly complex sort of small scale architectural situation. We nonetheless have we have evidence for both increasing complexity and some interesting cultural intermingling. All right, just gonna pause here. Oh man. All right, and so what's really quite remarkable about this is that it means that all of the architecture that we see in red on this slide has to have been constructed in stages over the course of barely a century between the end of the early Iron Age 7A, which in this new 2019 radiocarbon date paper must have happened really, we'll say generously around 900, and then the destruction level, which happens in the last quarter of the 9th century. So all of this, and just to sort of drive this point home, the sort of evidence, the clear evidence for political complexity, for increasing complexity that we see for sort of a Phrygian state, so-called, that we see at Gordian really comes from the monumental architecture. All of that must have happened over the course of barely a century. And to drive that point home, just the phases that we're seeing here start with this early monumental. So the scale of the early Iron Age archaeological context is quite limited compared to, you see that its location here on the Citadel mound. We have 1, 2, and really 3 new Citadel gates, a main Citadel wall, a new gate, a new Citadel wall, as well as the addition of certain early megarons and sort of a first monumental core, a second much bigger addition of the terrace, huge archaeological, huge investment of labor here, and then finally, the sort of plan, the unfinished project, the plan for a yet another, presumably Citadel gate, Citadel wall, and really a renewed Citadel. So all of those changes must have taken place extremely rapidly over the course of the 9th century. In this, by the time of the destruction in the last quarter of the 9th century. So when Mary and in this recent paper, Kellefer and Voigt and Peter Grave, who did the carbon analysis, they acknowledged this difficulty by saying that the multiple ongoing large-scale production projects and the construction of truly monumental architecture at and around Gordian must have involved considerable logistical challenges, and that these challenges were successfully met suggests the creation and implementation of highly effective ideological strategies by early Phrygian ruling elites that nonetheless remain poorly understood. So what I want to do for the rest of this talk, for the time that's remaining, which I can't, for in the next 5 minutes, so what I would like to do is consider this question of these ideological strategies and whether those ideological strategies were in fact related to an ethnic identity, a Phrygian ethnic identity. When we talk about ethnic identity, we usually talk about language. Lorenzo has already pointed out this is the earliest piece of the sort of Phrygian graffito that comes from right around the time of the destruction on the Citadel mound. What we don't have is evidence for large-scale large-scale Phrygian language inscriptions, right? For any sort of large-scale display of a Phrygian ethnic identity, at least in the form of language. What we do have, though, interestingly, in the inscriptional corpus is some of this continued evidence or suggestion of cultural complexity continuing into these later periods. So this is, we have an inscription that by someone with a Phrygian name, or with a Luwian or Hittite name, Mamuta, which at least Brixey considered was a name of Hittite or Luwian derivation. We also have a bilingual inscription in Phoenician and, in Aramaic and Phrygian that is again fragmentary, so there's not much to be said about it. But again, another hint of this kind of bilingualism in the inscriptional corpus that that definitely characterizes, the sort of situation farther in southeast Anatolia, right? This kind of this bilingualism and this cultural mixing. We do see persistent Balkan elements, or maybe re-emerging or new Balkan elements, or at least can point to these out or emphasize these. So decorative techniques such as hand stamping and also some of the Phrygian shapes were suggestive of a Thracian connection that maybe tells us that there was some kind of a diaspora community, perhaps. I mean, that these are formal traits that are that might indicate just sort of trade links, but trade links like that can be reinforced by the presence of a sort of Thracian-speaking community at Gordian, for example. So no reason to think that these Thracian connections are not real or that the migration did not happen. But we also, as we've seen, have quite different cultural allusions, particularly in the early monumental architecture at Gordian, this sort of first monumental building on the Citadel mound. We have these Hittite or Neo-Hittite or perhaps Anatolian influenced orthostats. And so I want to just I don't have much time for this, but I was going to make a sort of elaborate comparison to the situation to how we think about these kinds of elements in Syro-Anatolia in the southeast, in sort of a contemporary situation because I think that it can be instructive, especially because they've had a similar trajectory of historical investigation, right? They were sort of first investigated in the 19th century, early 20th century, and we sort of thought about these as ethnic states in the same way that we think of Phrygia as an ethnic state, and we had these states, these Aramean states that were purportedly founded by these incoming tribes, right? Who were also moving in the context of the late Bronze Age, or sort of early Iron Age migrations, and the narrative would have been Sincerely, where I work, is one of the kind of type sites for this, and the narrative would have been, right, that they came in, that they were this sort of tribe that was just that was sort of had a preformed identity, that were just looking for a place to sit down, and so they sit down, and Sincerely has these perfectly circular walls that they build. This is sort of the ideal of an ex novo urban foundation by sort of a complex, by an incoming group, right? Now, there are lots of problems with this at Sincerely that we've been sort of highlighting over the years, and I have to credit my colleague Virginia Herman in particular for pioneering all of this research. But among the things that we see at Sincerely are rulers so we have rulers with Semitic names. We also have rulers with Luwian names. We have inscriptions in many languages, in Phoenician, in Somalian, in Aramaic, but also in hieroglyphic Luwian and Luwian, sort of smaller scale Luwian inscriptions as well. But what I think is more important for this context is that early on, we don't see any inscriptions at all. So in the sort of earliest art and sort of large scale architectural orthostats that Sincerely is quite known for, the inscriptions are completely lacking. But the sort of visual references are probably to the relatively nearby city of Carchemish, and to this sort of post-Hittite vocabulary of hegemony, let's say. And so people have seen in this an appeal to sort of a local population, that, sort of an effort to communicate to the existing population in a language that they could understand, right? So these are not Arameans who are coming in, who are looking to differentiate themselves and proclaim their ethnic identity as a means of doing so. These are people who are coming in, but who are interested in and who really need to establish themselves in the local community, and who use a familiar vocabulary in order to do so. I can't go into this until later, the very sort of specific details of what we've done to isolate the chronology of all of this, but the point is that it happens not all at once. It seems increasingly now that this happens not all at once, right? That the city was not formed as one, was not sort of established as a ceremonial center and then settled at one time. It seems, in fact, that the ceremonial center may have been built initially as an empty city, right? So the lower town was not settled until somewhat later, and that there would have been sort of a progressive, that there would have been a series of, sort of effort to appeal to the local population that would then have resulted in resettlement in a sort of complex, that we would see sort of state formation at Samal and the urban development of Samal as mutually reinforcing processes that contributed to each other over the course of a period of maybe a century. So that we see urbanization and state formation as happening concurrently and as mutually reinforcing, rather as one thing, sort of precipitating the other. And so it's Sincerely, Herman, my colleague Virginia Herman, has argued that urban foundation, that we should see urban foundation as a flexible instrument for the consolidation of socio-political power. So I think that if we want to understand the sort of ideology at work at Gordian, we should also consider that the urbanization of the Citadel is one of these instruments, and that that the sort of rapid expansion of the Citadel Mound speaks to the success of whatever strategies were at work on the Citadel Mound to sort of bring in those populations, as opposed to the product of sort of a pre-existing, Phrygian identity. And I think that's probably all I have time for. Except I will say that the earliest context that we have, the earliest sort of good early Phrygian ceramic context comes from this early Phrygian building. And I believe that already we see there a complete feasting deposit, and that feasting is the activity that is mainly what is going on in the early Phrygian citadel, and that we see basically an increase in the scale and in the elaboration of those kinds of feasting events, but that it's already present from very early on. And I will hope to talk more about that in the questions. Thank you very much for your attention. I think it's on. I didn't do anything to it.
Thank you, Kate, for a very quick and very nice presentation. Now, the last speakers in this section, Antonius Costanas. Yes, please, Antonius. Antonius. The Antonius title is Phrygian and the West, Between Migration and Identity Formation. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and special thanks to my colleague Lorenzo D'Alfonso and his co-organizers for inviting me to this fascinating conference. Actually, my paper is inspired from a seminar which Lorenzo and I taught 3 years ago, and also from a question I received from Brian Rose while after a lecture I gave at the University of Pennsylvania at roughly the same time. I begin with what is probably the most iconic moment in the centuries of encounters of Phrygia and the West, namely Alexander's arrival at Gordium and the cutting of the Gordian knot in 333 BC. Some ancient texts relate that the note was attached to the wagon that brought King Midas to Gordium. And by a certain interpretation of a fragment of the ancient author Marsyas, this wagon was identified as the one that brought Midas from Macedonia to Anatolia. This interpretation of the fragment has attracted criticism, which is not entirely convincing to me. But in any case, it relates to my discussion of the alleged Phrygian migration from the Balkans into Anatolia and its possible role in identity formation in the North Aegean. The topic has received a rich modern historiography, but literature of the last decades shows that the once dominant belief in the historicity of the migration is gradually eroded by an increasing emphasis on the ideological role of the story. This is part of a broader disciplinary tradition which has deconstructed the stories of the Dorian, Ionian, and Aeolian migrations in the Aegean. As you heard from the previous two speakers, this tradition was developed especially in the last quarter century with seminal works by Jonathan Hall, Brian Rose, Naozi McSweeney, and others. This scholarship has shifted the analytical emphasis from the coming to the becoming of different ethnic groups. The Phrygian migration has largely been treated in isolation from these other traditions of migration. And set against this background, however, set against the background of these different migrations and the deconstructions they have received, the persistent confidence in the historicity of a Phrygian migration from the Balkans to Anatolia seems striking. In this paper, I side with the scholars who have expressed reservations of this tradition, and I offer an original argument for the historical context of its emergence. As is well known, this tradition is first attested in the mid-5th century in the works of Xanthus and Herodotus. The references seem independent of each other and are reproduced by several other later authors. Xanthus, a historian from Lydia who wrote a history of the region, reports that after the Trojan War, the Phrygians came from the west coast of the Black Sea into Anatolia. Two passages from Herodotus provide comparable information. The first reports that the Phrygians once lived in Europe, and they were called Phrygians, a name variously translated as Phrygians or Phrygi, as you'll see from the translations and the maps that I'll be showing. From other references of Herodotus and also from later authors, we know that the Phrygians were still living in the Southern Balkans in the historical period. Indeed, Herodotus reports that Phrygians of the North Aegean attacked the Persian army which campaigned in the region in 492 BC, but they were subjugated soon after, and 10 years later, the Phrygians are listed among the North Aegean troops which followed Xerxes' march into southern Greece. Unlike Xanthus, Herodotus located the Phrygians by the later heartland of the Macedonian kingdom. Herodotus says that this land was once the seat of Midas and the place where he captured the mythical figure of Silenus. The localization of this place in the southern Balkans is also promoted by other authors like Theopompus and Pion, and must represent the Macedonian tradition to which I will return shortly. As later versions of the story explain, the men of Midas trapped Silenus by luring him into a fountain of water mixed with wine, since the king was hoping to benefit from the wise counsel of his captive. Historians, archaeologists, and linguists have used these stories to develop historical scenarios for the crossing of the Phrygians from Europe into Asia. Writing, for example, in the 1970s, Nicholas Hammond developed a complex scenario which placed the original heartland of the Phrygians in what is modern-day North Macedonia and associated them with the Lausitz culture. Using or misusing archaeological evidence, Hammond traced alleged phases of the movements of the Phrygians to the south, and then from there to the west and the east. Such ideas persist to the present, and I borrow this recent map of the area of the Sea of Marmara, which charts different paths from the Phrygian migration from the Balkans into Anatolia. The archaeological evidence which Hammond and other migrationists have mastered to support the Phrygian migration into Anatolia involve destruction layers, ceramics, burial customs, and other evidence. However, this evidence is occasionally treated in under-theorized and outdated ways. There is also an associated argument focused on linguistics, which relies on the identification of similar features in Phrygian and also in Macedonian Thracian languages. These comparisons, however, have divided the experts, and I find that those arguing for a migration have failed to explore other historical scenarios which explain linguistic affinity at the supra-regional level. The possibility of such scenarios is well known historically and has been central to the recent reconstructions of the Dorian, Ionian, and Aeolian migrations. As long as the lessons from these recent reconstructions are not given due consideration by the proponents of the Phrygian migration, then ideas will remain unconvincing to me. Skepticism of this tradition has been expressed by different scholars. For example, Carrington has argued that the story of the Phrygian migration is a literary construct to be situated within a broader tradition for the migrations of different ethnic groups from the Southern Balkans into Anatolia or vice versa. I find that the diversity of these traditions presents an added problem to those whether to identify specifically the Phrygians on any archaeological evidence for migration in the area. Another skeptical approach was promoted by Robert Hughes, who argued that the Phrygian migration story emerged in the mid-5th century to reconcile two independent traditions which placed Midas on either Anatolia or the Southern Balkans. Following these skeptics and others, I want to challenge the cornerstone of the migrationist scenarios, which is the belief that Herodotus and Xanthus preserve genuinely old traditions. I find this questionable for different reasons. As several scholars have pointed out, the earliest authority of Homer treats the Phrygians as a people of Anatolia. I follow Maya Vasileva in assuming that the mid-7th century poet Tyrtaeus, in a fragment, which is the earliest Greek reference to Midas, suggests this sort of provenance for Midas. In this fragment, Tyrtaeus praises the fighting spirit and downplays a number of other values personified by different mythological characters. In this context, Midas is proverbial for his wealth and is placed along other characters who mostly come from Anatolia. This pattern is indicative of the perceived origins of Midas among the Greeks. The Anatolian setting of Midas' encounter with Silenus is also promoted by Xenophon and later authors who located in Anatolia the spring by which the mythical beast was captured. The same localization can be traced considerably earlier on Greek vase painting. A case in point is provided by a mid-5th century article and figure vessel which shows captured Silenus in front of King Midas. The Oriental setting is clearly indicated by the clothing and the spear of the guard behind Silenus, and also by the female fan-bearing attendant. Midas himself does not show Oriental garments, but he sits on a throne with a stool next to a column which must stand for a palace and has a long beard, thus recalling a Near Eastern monarch, as other scholars have argued. Earlier Attic pottery of the 6th century typically does not show Oriental detail when treating these myths or other myths set in the East. This is reaffirmed by this early attestation of the story of Midas and Silenus on Attic art, which go back to the mid-6th century. However, two vases from around 500 offer such detail. On the black figure in Lycurgus, the story is set in a landscape of palm trees, and the fragmentary red figure granted a hunter wears an oriental hat called Kindaris. Apparently, in the cognitive map of the Athenians of the time, the capture of Silenus had taken place not in Macedonia, but somewhere in the east. An earlier cap produced in Laconia around the mid-6th century shows the same story of the capture of Silenus by the men of Midas by the fountain of the myth. However, in this case, the men of Midas are shown wearing oriental pattern clothes, which include trousers and pointed caps. The myth of Midas and Silenus has been identified on some fragments of two more Laconian caps, which are very fragmentary to allow for the identifications of any oriental features. The same episode is tentatively identified on three fragmentary East Greek vases of the 6th century. These vases show that the spread of the story to different parts of Greece before the mid-6th century, and establish that from this time, vase painted located the story somewhere in the East. To me, this raises questions over the reliability and the antiquity of the tradition of the Phrygian migration from Europe into Asia, which is reported by Herodotus and others. Herodotus himself seems skeptical over the reliability of this tradition, as one can detect from his recurring clarifications that this is a story told by the Macedonians. He probably understood that his audience would be skeptical by the placement of Midas somewhere around Macedonia rather than Phrygia. The skepticism of Herodotus led several scholars to consider that the Macedonian story is not a record of a historical event, which shaped Phrygian culture, but an ideological construction which shaped Macedonian politics. This idea was noted already in the 1960s, but it was explored more systematically in the last 15 years. For example, Mark Mann has downplayed the references of Herodotus and Xanthus and focused instead on the later tradition for a Phrygian migration from Asia into Europe, which he treated as an ideological platform for kingship, which was exploited by rulers along the North Aegean during the Archaic and Classical periods. Likewise, Maya Vasileva has repeatedly explored in a series of articles the role of the Macedonian rulers in producing the narrative of the Phrygian migration. And more recently, there has been a thorough analysis of the text of Herodotus by Yorgos Mallios. As the scholars have observed, the longest passage of Herodotus is part of the founding myth of the ruling dynasty of Macedonia by the three sons of Temenus who came from Argos and the Peloponnese to the north, won the land, and established a kingdom which spread with conquest. Although any military engagement of the Macedonians and the Phrygians is not mentioned explicitly by Herodotus, this is conveyed by his reference to the conquest of the Macedonians in association of the migration of their neighboring Phrygians. A military defeat of the Phrygians by the Macedonians is mentioned in an alternative and probably later foundation myth of the Macedonian kingdom, which is centered on the figure of Caranos, a son of Timenos from Argos, who took over Macedonia to establish the royal dynasty. This story presents similarities and differences to the earlier foundation myth, but it retains the reference to the Phrygians. Indeed, in these later versions, Caranos is explicitly said to have defeated and expelled Midas and other kings from the land. As a proud descendant of Caranos, Alexander could have been thinking of this story when cutting the Gordian knot and establishing his rule over the land of the Phrygian, precisely like his ancestor had done in the mythical past. In any case, Mallios observes that the Phrygians are included in these two charter myths of the Macedonian royal dynasty as the other, who's there only to be defeated and expelled. In their historical conquests, the Macedonians defeated a range of little-known historical ethnic groups attested in the North Aegean. However, their charter myths single out the legendary Phrygians, probably because of their fame in antiquity. I find that Mallios' analysis is excellent, but I have a difference with him over the chronological context of the crystallization of this tradition. Mallios considered that this Macedonian conceptualization of the Phrygian as the other dates back to the Archaic period and was conditioned by two traditions. The first is the Homeric tradition, which portrayed the Phrygians and different tribes of the North Aegean as allies of the Trojans. And the second tradition is the colonial encounter between indigenous populations of the North Aegean and different tribes and the southern Greeks, who were then arriving there and establishing colonies in areas where Homer had placed the allies of the Trojans. I remain skeptical of this argument, as since I cannot see how the Macedonians would have adopted this cognitive map of Homer and the Southern Greeks, and yet change this map by relocating the Phrygians from Anatolia to somewhere in the Southern Balkans. I think it makes more sense to consider that the tradition for the Phrygian migration from somewhere around Macedonia to Anatolia emerged in the historical context of the Persian invasions of the Southern Balkans in 513 BC, then 492, and again in 480 BC. And also during, or rather after the withdrawal of the Persian armies from the area, which allowed for a notable, mostly eastward expansion of the Macedonian kingdom. This proposed late development of this tradition would explain the skepticism of Herodotus as expressed a few decades later. In any case, in the late 6th and early 5th century, the political and cognitive maps of the area were redrawn several times, given the different advances and withdrawals of the Persians. These developments offered ample opportunity to local ethnic groups and their leaders to promote their political aspirations by creating, negotiating, and manipulating identity and otherness. Herodotus details a very characteristic episode set in 511 BC. In this episode, two brothers who aspired to become leaders of the Paeonian tribe staged a spectacle which advertised the industrious character of their people in the eyes of King Darius. When the king asked about their origins, they replied that they were from the area of the river Strumon. So this part of the map here. But also they noted that their people were colonists from Troy. This discussion convinced Darius to relocate the Paeonians from Europe into Asia, specifically in Phrygia. Interestingly, when the Persian army approached the Paeonian land, the locals tried to resist, being unaware of the political plot concocted by the two brothers. But eventually, they surrendered and moved to Asia. A decade later, some of these populations seized another political opportunity to return to their European homeland. This story is particularly important for my argument because it shows that during the Persian march into the Balkans, myths of descent were created or manipulated opportunistically. Significantly, this was not just about abstract political discourse, but it actually reshaped the human landscape of the area. In such a context, the similarity in the laying of the local bridges on the one hand, and on the other of the invading Phrygians, which were part of the Persian army, would have hardly gone unnoticed. Real or imagined similarities between the languages of the area would have, and the Phrygian language, would have promoted the idea of the ultimate Aegean origins of the Phrygians. I imagine that in support of their localization of the Phrygians in the North Aegean, the Macedonians identified a part of their land, the area around Myesa, with the setting of the one story of Midas, which was known across the Aegean since the 6th century, if not earlier, namely the capture of Silenus. This development anchored the presence of the Phrygians in the area and thus promoted the Macedonian charter myth for their defeat and expulsion. The development of the otherness of the Phrygians can be situated in the broader context of rethinking and polarizing the relations of East and West, which pervaded the Aegean world in the 5th century. As Lorenzo indicated earlier, this phenomenon is very well known from studies of Athenian politics, drama, and visual culture. The Athenian ideology could have served as a model for the Macedonian tradition of the defeat and the expulsion of the Phrygians, or alternatively, the two phenomena can represent a similar parallel reactions to the same stimulus, namely the traumatic experience of the Persian invasion. This point brings me to my brief conclusion. I argued that the historicity of the textual traditions for the Phrygian presence at and migration from the southern Balkans into Anatolia is highly questionable. The tradition presents a range of problems which are not much different from the problems identified in comparable stories of migrations from other parts of the Aegean into Anatolia. However, the Macedonian tradition on the Phrygians also presents some peculiarities which I explained by setting each emergence in the context of the Persian advance and withdrawal from the North Aegean circa 500 BC. On this occasion, the political and cognitive maps of the area were reshaped, and the Macedonians were the major winners in this process, which was partly fought on the different battlegrounds and partly at the ideological level. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Antelis. It's nice question. Our section is finished now. Question time. I think there are questions for speakers. Any question?
May I friendly accuse you of instinctive incentives? It's stated as incentives. Because of the way we approach the concept of time, we tend to think that it was a reaction to these Persian wars. Now, when we were talking about the emerging cultural and political boundary to the east of the Phrygians towards the world of the Nubian Indians, one thought immediately came, if you look a bit further east, you also see that the world of the Phrygian, of the Nubian Indians, was the one that was progressively attacked and conquered by the most powerful war machine in that age, the University of Pavia, which essentially created a different kind of political interface by imposing the supremacy of such large chunks of the Syria. And I talk to this because I think that, as you all know, in this story, I try, but we tend not to realize the extent to which the extension of the Persian Empire in Anatolia actually changed the political interface between the Middle East and the Aegean world. Regardless of what the Greeks thought, regardless of whether they reacted to the surface invasion or not, there was a much harder effect there that the system of Persian provinces in Anatolia created a kind of political interface that had not been there before. And accordingly, it changed the flow of political power politics across the Aegean in a very recognizable way. And that kind of flow of power changed again only with Alexander's conquest of the Achaemenid Empire. When then again, we have political systems that do spread that take control of different measures in different ways on both sides of this.
Thank you. So the accused of centrism is for me a great honor. So as the fears that ancient West Asian scholar, it's the compliment I go with. I am ignorant about what the impact of the Homeric Empire is. This comes from perspective, but not only that, For Anatolia, we're talking about Western Anatolia. We're talking about direct transmission, classical sources. We are talking, okay, there we know something. My perspective on the Achaemenid period is one of the periods in the East in Anatolia. I was talking to students some couple of weeks ago that if there is any dark age in Anatolia, that is the periods that precedes the beginning of the Achaemenid presence. The wonderful book of I don't remember the name. Yeah, Duesenberg, has, if one reads the reason that is that she offers us a reconstruction of something that is not really there. So she over-reconstructs. So I am not able to answer your question because to me, this is never a problem. So if I have to, but when I have to write how Phrygia, Cappadocia, these regions worked, so inner Anatolia, during the Achaemenid period, I have little sense, and this is once. That said, yes, of course. So that's a completely significant change for the Luvian. I don't know to use that word, which is a second millennium or the first millennium in a way that works for X and then become a horrible construct, worse than any Phrygian and Ionian and the Dorian, because those have the textual basis to work on. When we talk about Phrygia, we're talking about basically the Hittite walls or something. So this is another problem, but let's say post-Hittite politics and how they develop. I think this is very much in the making. I think that the pressure that you were describing surely has a great role, a great impact, particularly in the 8th century. In the 9th century, and that is really what Kate and I wanted to explore first, and where you two start saying there is a local Anatolian development that has been understudied, and since it has been understudied, you really want to come into it and see what it comes out from it. I don't think that in that time the Assyrian pressure is really impacting. I don't read all the developments as secondary states. Jason has now written on it, particularly on the Syro, the Hittite side. It would be nice to hear. Yes.
Thank you, Dino. To your friendly criticism, I only have a friendly pushback to offer that I think we really need this deconstruction to push back the traditional migration scenario, which were century. I'm sure, some people working differently with the same tradition may present a more retrocentric perspective in this, but the historical traditions come from this, and we work on this side. But I think it was more of a triangulation between Phrygia, Macedonia, and the South of Syria.
I mean, it wasn't really directed at me. I think we'll probably turn for another question, but I would just say that what I was sort of trying to get to was that ethnic identities tend to be exclusionary And when we see that I think that we see sort of an ethnic identity in Phrygia emerging, indeed, when it comes in contact with other sort of other groups in conflict, perhaps, but I think that those groups are probably will be more at the frontier between Phrygia and Syria, Anatolia, sort of Hittite region in the 8th century. I still think the 8th century is a reasonable place to be thinking about that kind of development, not necessarily just later in the first century from the Greek perspective.
Only because of time, we are 10 minutes into coffee already. I'd suggest we just continue our questions over coffee
Maybe.
during the break.
Break time.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
This is too long to me or not? I'm not sure.
This one, maybe not. I'm not sure. I'll figure it out. Yeah. One second, not yet. I'm trying to fix it now. Yes, yes, I'll take it from you. I'll load it up while you're in copy, and I'll give it back to you after.
There's also a video to go with it.
Okay. Is it labeled clearly?
Yes, it's in the presentation folder. You can see the presentation itself.
And a video next to it?
And the video
Perfect.
next to it. I
I'll
mean,
take
we
it.
have our text and stuff there.
Okay.
You know what you want.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, give me one moment. Let me just share screen. Share. Presentation mode. Should be what they see. Okay.
So when I'm speaking, I'm going to be standing using this.
Yes.
So when we're going to change the slides.
Yes, that would just need a USB, right? Is that how it connects? Perfect. I'll plug it in and we'll test it. Make sure it works.
Because otherwise I have to keep coming back to the
Right.
console.
So I'm going to troubleshoot this during the break. I'm going to try to direct this at an angle because this, I think, is actually what Zoom or what the live stream is getting.
Well, they don't need to
sound.
look at me. If they can hear my voice
But
and see the
it's, the
slides.
problem is, for whatever reason, while they were sitting over there, okay. For whatever reason, when they were sitting there, that they weren't hearing it in the YouTube, even though they have the microphone. So I don't know if this is the only piece that's receiving the sound. I'm going to troubleshoot it, and I can let you know as soon as possible. But we can even test and just see if it. Well, actually, I'm on the wrong screen, so I'm not able to. Let's see. I can. I don't know what to do. Jump over to this one.
For what it's worth, I do feel your pain. There's been many times I've been in your position. I know what it's like.
It's terrible. It's coming together. It's funny. I mean, the live stream is working, so I at least that's happening. Just, it's never perfect. Let's see. I will steal the screen. We'll just put up to this again. Okay, and let's see if it'll just allow you to switch. I'd like to just see this. I'm gonna make sure it's actually maybe not. Okay. Okay, so it functions. Yeah, I think we finished the slides, and it works. So we at least have.
Okay, good. So you'll have, oh, and there we are. So you'll have mine.
Yes, I'll make sure yours is ready to go.
Okay.
And I'll line them all up.
Okay, great.
Cut off the ground.
Great, and you'll let me know if I need to stand here when I.
Yes, yes, I'll
Okay.
test it out, and a few minutes before,
Okay.
I'll let you know. Thank you. Can you hear me when I speak? Can you hear me when I speak just like this, if I'm talking here? Or nothing? Okay. Sorry for the streaming audience. We are just managing some technical difficulties, and we will be back after our coffee break, hopefully with everything working. Okay, so it works here. Now, let's test. The next step will be if you take this microphone, what am I doing? And try walking over to that wall in speaking in the microphone. Is it on?
Yes.
There it is. Keep going. Speak loudly over there. Yes.
There's a delay.
There's going to be a delay in each of it, but are you able to hear him once the delay happens? Or is it quiet?
Your voice is very clear. I think it is because this is picking it up, but that is problematic.
Okay, let me test this real quick.
Let me get my other earbud in quickly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hello. Testing, testing, testing, testing. Can you hear me? Is it loud enough? Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Is it loud enough? Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
It's nice. The main issue with that one is I think it's making a lot of ambient noise.
Okay.
It's making it harder to hear. But this one, I mean, it's very clear. This one, I don't know if it's this one.
Let's try one other thing. If I move this to right here, and then if I suggest walking just in this area, let's see how it picks it up. If he stays within sight of this microphone here, how is the sound? Can you pick it up this way? If he's walking in this area, let me know if he moves me in any spot. If it doesn't work out here. Can you still hear me if I walk this far? Or do you lose me once I'm this far away? Is it still okay? Technical difficulties, lots of testing. If I'm over here, you can still hear me over here. So I just probably have to speak loudly enough into the microphone with not so much sound around, and then it seems like it might
That is not so good.
No, it's good. Okay. So we should stop at about this point then, probably no further than here. You should be able to pick it up.
Clear when you're around the speed.
Okay, so it's whatever this is aimed at. That helps. Okay. I think you know then. We just turn this off. Thank you very much. Let's see if I can fix the chair.
Yeah.
Okay. You can get enough. Okay, I can work with that. Yes, we are still online here.
Here, you want to test also?
Yes, yes.
Are we good? I see. So really, one does have to project a little, given the weakness of the light. Okay, that's fine. Do I turn this on?
You can, once it's up, it should be good to go and it'll run for the whole time.
So I don't have to do anything.
Nothing. Once it's on and it's, I think it's switched up.
Well, I switched it off. Yeah, but do I switch it on?
Well, yeah, or if somebody's introducing you and handing you the
Okay.
Um,
Okay. Got it. Got it. Okay. Okay, fine. Fine. And you've got the PowerPoint up?
Yes, PowerPoint, I will. I will just get it ready now that it's done. We'll share screen.
And one more question. Can we make the room a little darker? It was a little too light when we had the morning session.
There must be some controls.
Someone else. Just a check. You have my presentation, right? Because some.
Yes, yes. We have all lined up to go. Nice to meet you.
Just to be sure.
Definitely. Good to
We're gonna run late, I think, so it's better.
No problem. Yes, I think.
Now, this is much better if this works. Okay, is it okay if they all say, is that okay?
If anybody's having trouble with notes, we can adjust.
Okay, because they look so much better with all the lights. If that's what you would do. We can at least have the lights. Okay, thank you. So you'll turn off the lights when, because we have to turn them on now.
Yes. I will do that.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Actually grab my bag.
Also, if both is working, the closer you are to this is generally better.
Okay, so if I'm here,
That's perfect.
this is okay, yes?
I think it's ideal.
Okay,
I mean, it would be perfect if you could go like this.
Right,
That's-
yeah.
that's like fine.
okay, thank you.
We're all set up.
I think so. I think the like troubleshoot with the sound is better now. Mic stand?
Oh, this is fine.
Maybe it's okay.
Check if mine's loaded on here. Or I just loaded it on the computer. Fantastic. Yeah, no. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, thanks for handling all this. It's putting in a lot of work. I hope you have some vacation days lined up after this.
As soon as this ends in a few days.
Yeah, good.
That's exactly it.
Yeah. Did you get it sorted?
Yes. It's been great.
Should we call people?
Yeah, we should call people back in. Well done. Very interesting. For the streaming audience, we'll begin in just a few moments. We're just getting everyone back into the room. Technical difficulties right now. A lot. The middle chair. We'll survive this.
Yeah,
I think we'll try to do it after each paper.
I think it's better.
Yeah.
Unless they go.
Exactly. And I can try to keep track of time as well. That way we can leave time for questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shall we? All right, we're about to resume. If you can have everyone's attention.
Quiet in the room, please.
Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers for putting this conference. And it's my pleasure and honor to chair the second morning session, Power and Identity in Georgia. I think from the first session, we already get a lot of interesting topics to discuss, and now we will continue. So the first speaker today is Brian Rose from University of Pavia, Georgia in the Middle Phrygian period.
Thank you, Maya. I want to thank all of the organizers of the conference for having assembled such an interesting group of papers. And of course, I'd like to thank the Turkish Ministry of Culture and Tourism for having made our work possible, and in particular, the Museum of Anatolian Civilizations in Ankara, without whom we would have been able to do nothing. So, Gordian was occupied for nearly 4,000 years, from the early Bronze Age, roughly 2,300 BCE, until the Silver period, about 1400 AD. But I will focus on the Middle Phrygian period in this talk, roughly between 800 and 540 BC. Nathan, not working. Try again. Although I will focus on the Middle Phrygian period, I will start off with two slides from the early Phrygian period, which will become important later on in the talk, specifically the early Phrygian fortifications of Gordian, built around 850 BC, on which we've done an extensive amount of reconstructive work over the course of the last 7 years. They will be coming up in a moment. Perfect, thank you. We will be looking in particular at two areas where we have excavated over the course of the last 10 years. Area 1 on the southern side, the Citadel, and Area 4 in the center of the Citadel. We will also look at the early Phrygian Citadel gate, as I mentioned, built around 850 BC. Sorry, I'm moving out of range of the around 850 BC, and we will also look at a new tumulus that we excavated in 2019 from the 8th century BC, as well as Midas City. So, as I mentioned, the early Phrygian Citadel gate and the associated fortifications are built around 850 BC. They were heavily damaged in an earthquake in 1999, and we've spent the last 9 years trying to conserve them, which we have just finished. What's especially interesting about these fortifications is that they have battered walls and they have vertical offsets of 15 centimeters every 10 meters, which is a kind of masonry style that I know of only from the late Bronze Age fortifications at Troy, 14th and 13th centuries BC. What's especially interesting about the early Phrygian Citadel gate is that it is oriented so that anyone leaving the city would have his or her eyes focused on the earliest burial mound of Gordian, Tumulus W, built in 850 BC, about which great Herodotus will speak a little later in this session. So there was a visual dialogue between the architecture of the citadel and the oldest of the burial mounds that surrounded it. There are about 126 royal burial mounds or aristocratic burial mounds that surround it. You can see here the conclusion of our restoration work on upper left, an aerial view of the early Phrygian Citadel gate as it now looks, the extent of our conservation on upper right, where we had to remove the upper 12 courses of stone in order to conserve it, and then the final result on lower right. Nathan, I'm having trouble here. The early Phrygian settlement is destroyed in a conflagration that occurred around 800 BC. This, of course, is 100 years earlier than Rodney initially thought, but the data secure from recent radiocarbon and dendrochronological research. When the city burns, they were already in the process of reconstructing it on a more monumental scale, 4 to 5 meters higher than the early Phrygian settlement. So they were prepared to completely obliterate all the buildings of the city, lifted 4 to 5 meters higher with clay pulled from the surrounding riverbeds of the Sakarya River, and then rebuild all 40 megorons that had been part of the early Phrygian settlement. So moving 500,000 cubic meters of clay and rebuilding 40 structures of this citadel. This is a kind of public works project that I know of from no other city in the ancient world. They completely started over in 800 BC. And we have a sense of what it looked like shortly after they had rebuilt the citadel, because at the same time, they expanded the residential districts that surrounded the citadel, and we know much more about the layout as a consequence of recent magnetic perspection and electric resistivity tomography. So you see the magnetic perspection results on the left and the reconstruction at the right. The citadel mound, about 12 hectares, Lower Town or residential district, about 45 hectares, and in Outer Town, again 45 hectares, all of which were enclosed by fortification walls and protected by 3 forts, one at the north, one at the southeast that's been excavated, and one at the west that we've recently determined as a result of remote sensing. How long it took for them to do this is an open question. I can't believe they would have spent more than a decade on it, because at this point in time in Anatolia, one wouldn't want to leave one city unprotected for a very long period of time. Why would they have done such a thing? Rebuilding what it was becoming a capital city from scratch. I think we have to look at the surrounding citadels in Anatolia, at Urartu, in Assyria, and in southeastern Turkey, the Syro-Hittite regions, and at the strength of those citadels that were being constructed. It was very much a system of interstate competition to see who could build the stronger citadel. And of course, we have to remember that there were ambassadors circulating back and forth among all of these city-states. So it would have been known very easily how strong the fortifications of any particular city-state was. Nathan, I'm having trouble again. Maybe just pushing the cursor. Maybe I can just say to you, next slide, please. That will eliminate the problem. I'm going to have to reset it, and then I'll do that. Okay, so as we move into the 8th century in the Middle Phrygian period, we're moving into the reign of Minos, who we generally regard as having been on the throne for 4 decades, roughly from 740 to 700 BC. His earliest monument being a colossal tumulus, 53 meters high. At the time in which it was built, of course, the largest tumulus in all of Asia Minor, and it would be superseded until Croesus builds the tumulus of Aleates in the early 6th century. This tumulus housed the wooden tomb chamber, which you see on lower right. Recently, we've done quite a bit of work in and around the tomb chamber. What was the greatest surprise for us, next slide please, was when we analyzed the shroud that was covering the body of the decedent in the tomb, whom we now recognize as having been King Midas' father, and found that the shroud was coated with an inorganic pigment, an iron oxide substance called goethite, that turned it a golden color. We found this bird type present in other textiles associated with the aristocracy. And one of our theories is that this was one of the components that gave rise to the story of the golden touch. We find very little gold at Gordian. Tumulus MM was unplundered, not a stick of gold was found within it. So where did the story of the golden touch come from? It may be related to the fact that the garments of the aristocracy were dyed with myrtite in special areas on the Citadel Mound. And so the aristocracy of the city looked golden as they walked through informal processions. Next slide, please. We were even more surprised, as we will see in the next slide, when we inspected the roof of the tomb, and surprisingly, we found inscriptions on the roof beam, which are about to appear. And these inscriptions, there were 4 of them, written in Phrygian, as you can imagine, the names of 4 men, incised on the roof beam before it had been placed on the roof. There's no other way it could have been done. Who these men were is harder to say, and how common or uncommon this practice was is hard to say, because with the earlier tumuli that were excavated, I suspect that none of the earlier excavators thought to inspect the roof beams with fiber optic lighting to see if there were names inscribed on the beam. So you can see here the names, Nana, Mixos, Citadels, and Sarunis, and I've outlined them here in a detail of the roof beam. We moved one of the adjacent roof beams, you see me here, to determine whether or not the inscriptions continued, and they did not. They were just these 4 names, one of which, Citadels, was also present, incised in the wax of one of the bronze bowls found in the tomb chamber. And the same name appears in one of the tombs at Bayındır in southwestern Turkey. Again, how common this was, we can't say. This is the only instance of beam signing I know of from ancient Anatolia, although, next slide please, and keep going. Although you find it done today, this is the University of Pennsylvania, and I was surprised to see that the president of our university, Amy Gutman, now the US ambassador to Germany, was finding the roof beam just as the associates of Midas had done in 740 BC on the tomb chamber. Next slide, please. Midas is more prominently highlighted in the rock-cut facade known as the Midas Monument from Midas City, about 150 kilometers southwest of Gordian. Could be the next slide, please. With this elaborate geometric design on the facade. Next slide, please. Okay, now we've got it. And the most interesting thing about this facade, among many interesting things, is that it contains the oldest non-hieroglyphic monumental inscription that we have from Anatolia, and indeed from the entire Mediterranean, where Midas is identified as Lawagitas, commander of the army, and Wanops, the ruler. You see that here and originally here. We only have paint surviving on one of these facades, but it's clear that they were painted. So what I've tried to do is to give you an idea of how vibrant that geometric decoration would be on the right if the paint were still attached. Do we have the next slide? These rock-cut monuments are the same width as the Megarons from Gordian. So 17 meters wide here in Midas City, 17 meters wide, the Megarons, the largest Megarons from Gordian. Moreover, the architectural details that one finds here make it look as if they're copied from actual Megarons. So cross beams, rafters, nuts, and bolts. Very carefully copied from the Megaron prototypes that they must have been viewing when they made these. And in fact, you notice the acroterion here at the top of the Midas monument. We found similar acroteria dating from the 9th century at Gordian itself. Therefore, using this as our assumption, can we have the next slide, please? We have created a new reconstruction of Middle Phrygian Gordian that makes use of the facades of Midas City as the basis for our reconstruction with these elaborate geometric facades on the megarons. Such elaborate geometric focus is not a surprise at a city like Gordian. Next slide, please, because you have it in virtually all of the decorative arts of the Citadel. So that would prevail for the pottery, for the textiles, which have recently been reconstructed by Sam Holtzman, and for the wooden serving stands from Tumulus MM, as well as the famous mosaics that have been excavated on the Citadel Mound itself. Next slide, please. One wonders whether or not one would apply this kind of thinking to the geometric period temple models from Argos and Paracora, which have similar geometric decoration on the sides. Many of us have assumed that this is just decoration for the sake of decoration, but it's not inconceivable that they were decorating their temples in the Iron Age with the same sort of geometric schemes that one finds in Midas City and, I would argue, in Gordian. Next slide, please. In the doorway of the Midas monument was the cutting for the insertion of a statue, almost certainly Matar, who was the chief goddess of Phrygia and the only one represented in human form during the Middle Phrygian period. You see one of the associated or one of the nearby rock cut facades with Matar in the center, flanked by standing lions, this from Arslan Kaya. And we have inscriptions around the central doorway of both Midas and of Matar. So surely Matar was included here. Next slide, please. And the cult of Matar really gets going during the reign of Midas. Our earliest representations of Matar are second half of the 8th century BC. So Matar, as a component of a political regime, may have figured in Midas's worldview. In other words, using the cult of Matar as a way to unify the areas under his control. The next slide. In the course of doing this research on Midas City and on Gordian, we began to wonder what was happening in the megarons themselves. When ambassadors came to the city, and surely when they came to the city, they came to the outer court and were entertained there with feasts. We have plenty of dining vessels that have been found in the area, and food would have been prepared right next door in the so-called terrace building area. This is also a stone paved area with geometric mosaics that are polychromatic in the outer court. So when an ambassador was received and came into these areas for dining, to what were they listening? Go to the next slide. We have 5 tortoiseshell lyres that have been excavated from Gordian, 2 of which can be dated to the late 8th, early 7th century BC. You see a reconstruction of one of the early Phrygian megarons here by Sam Holtzman, one of the tortoiseshell lyres here in reconstruction, and then the conservation of the tortoiseshell lyre, as well as a lyre player here from the Dinos, dating to the last quarter of the 7th century, from one of the tumuli of Gordian. There would have been entertainers who were singing of tales, presumably associated with Phrygia and with Midas to the visiting ambassadors. What tales were these? The Iliad is written down for the first time during the period in which Midas is on the throne, and obviously the Phrygians figure prominently in book 3 of the Iliad. And of course, at Troy, you have a dynastic marriage, Hecuba, a Phrygian, marrying the Trojan Priam. It's not unlikely, as Mary Bakbarova has argued, that these stories of the Homeric tales or the Homeric conflicts were being performed all over Asia Minor over the course of centuries, and perhaps were performed here as well for Midas and his guests, wherein one wouldn't necessarily perform the entire Iliad, but perhaps the sections that highlight the strength of Anatolia, and in particular, the strength of the Phrygian army. Next slide, please. We have spent much of the last 8 years focusing on a new city gate leading into the main citadel of Gordian, Area 1, the so-called South Gate, which was far more complex than we expected it to be. You see a color face plan on upper right, and an aerial view, a drone view on lower right. This was the city's principal gateway over the course of over 1,200 years, from about 850 BC, at least through the 4th century AD. So contrast that with the early Phrygian Citadel gate that I showed you at the beginning of this talk. That's in operation for only 50 years. This one in operation for over 1,200 years. We have the next slide. So you can see an aerial view of it again here. It has the longest approach road of any Citadel gate in Asia Minor, 65 meters thus far, and we still haven't reached the end of it, although I hope we will in 2022. The fortifications rested on a stepped glacis over 5 meters high, not so different in spirit from the one that's recently been discovered at Baskilaya. We have the next slide. Within the rubble of the fortification walls flanking the approach road were giant juniper beams between 2.4 and 3.4 meters in length, which has given us a welcome addition to the dating of the complex. So they begin this more or less at the same time that the early Phrygian Citadel gate is installed, 850 BC. Revamped it again in the early 8th century, because of course the Citadel Mount is missing 5 meters higher. They rebuilt it again after the Persian attack in the 540s, and then again in the late 4th century CE, the late Roman period. We have the next slide. What's especially impressive about both the Middle Phrygian Citadel gate on the east side and our south Citadel gate is the extensive use of polychromy in the building. So you see part of the 8th century wall in the south gate filled with colored stones, which match the abundance of colored stone that was used in the construction of the Middle Phrygian East Citadel gate. You find this in buildings all over the Citadel Mount. In the next slide. And of course, we're used to polychromatic architecture and polychromatic architectural decoration from the mosaics we found in both the early Phrygian and Middle Phrygian structures. Next slide. There was a monumental stone lion at the gate of this, originally late 8th century BC in date, so reign of Midas. Then after the building is destroyed by the Persians, or severely damaged by the Persians in the 540s, it's used again, but now put up against the side of the entrance to the Citadel gate, almost like an orthostat, rather than freestanding as it originally been carved. Next slide. That is, by the way, the earliest monumental sculpture that has been found thus far at Gordian. We were interested in determining whether or not there was a street bisecting the Citadel Mount, which is what our predecessors had assumed. So we excavated in the center of the mound and found no street, but we did find a low-lying area that separated the Citadel Mount into 2 parts. This was used as a trash pit over the course of the Middle Phrygian period. So you see here the east side, the dip, and then it will go up again on the opposite side. In the trash pit at the end of the Middle Phrygian period, do we have the next slide? We found a roof 12 meters below the surface, containing over 2,600 kilos of architectural terracottas, dating to the early 6th century BC. So you see the assemblage here and here. Underneath, we found pottery that enables us to place it at the time of the Persian attack in the 540s. Next slide, please. We have enough of it that we were able to reconstruct the entire roof system. Architectural terracottas, polychromatic, enter Gordian in the early 6th century, almost surely under the influence of Lydian control, which began around 600 BC. It's at this point, early 6th century BC, where we see a kind of renaissance in the city, and it's hard to attribute that to anything other than Lydian control. So there's a refacing of all the buildings, they get new roofs, and those roofs receive polychromatic architectural terracottas. Next slide. Some of our most recent work has been in the mosaic building directly above the South Citadel gate. You see our trench in upper right, and the mosaic floors of meander patterns that gave the building its name. Rodney Young thought this dated to the early 5th century. Then We have the next slide. A re-examination of the pottery has enabled us to move that back in time by a century. So the mosaic building, first built in the early 6th century, receiving the same sort of architectural terracottas that I just showed you in area 4. Over 1,000 kilos of architectural terracottas have been found thus far. And in the mosaic building, next slide please, we found a suit of armor, only a part of it, but substantial parts of it, composed of iron and bronze, with the bronze forming a meander pattern. Next slide. Very similar to the kind of meander pattern that exists in the floor of the mosaic building, and virtually identical to the meander pattern that appears on the armor of Patroclus on this red-figured cup by the Sosius painter at the end of the 6th century. We found this right at the edge of our trench, which is where archaeologists find their most important discoveries, and we hope to find the rest of it when we expand that trench in 2022. Next slide, please. Underneath the mosaic building, which may have been the residence of the ruler of Gordian in the early 6th century, we have a new early Phrygian magoron. Only a part of it has been discovered, but with post pads in the center, it's conceivable, but only conceivable, that we may be entering the area of the palace, if there was one, of the early Phrygian period. Certainly, was a major structure in a part of the mound that we didn't expect to find major structures of 9th century date. So more on that in the article. Next slide, please. Finally, we spent a great deal of our time investigating the tumuli in the area because, of course, we suffer from tomb robbing as much as the rest of you do. We excavated in 2019 a tumulus called Tumulus 52, which we were interested in because the middle Phrygian gate of the city looks directly at that tumulus. You remember I started the talk by saying that the early Phrygian gate is focused on Tumulus W, the oldest of the burial mounds at Gordian. This is the focus of the middle Phrygian gate. And so we excavated this in 2019, 14 meters high. Wasn't easy to do. Next slide, please. This was a joint undertaking of the Museum of Anatolian Civilizations in Ankara and the Gordian Project. The chief archaeologist on our side was Braden Gordavari, who you see here. We went down 14 meters, and even though it had been robbed partially in the Seljuk period, there was still a great deal to find. We have the next slide. This was a tomb dating to the 8th century BC. We can't determine yet where precisely in the 8th century BC to place it, but we have the wooden tomb chamber measuring roughly 3.5 by 4.25 meters. Within it were over 20 bronze fibulae, bronze omphalos bowls, bronze cauldron, ladle, and hundreds of what seem to be amber beads that have been put together in the form of 11 amber necklaces by the Museum of Anatolian Civilizations in Ankara. Most startling, as we began to investigate the tomb, was that it contained the body of a woman aged roughly 25 and a child aged between 8 and 10. Now, this was startling in a variety of ways. This is the first certain burial of a woman that we have at Gordian prior to 580 BC, and it's the first instance where we have 2 bodies buried rather than 1, which is the normal custom. We have the next slide. This is obviously as far as I can take you in the course of a half-hour lecture, but I hope you've gotten an idea of the basic organization of Middle Phrygian Gordian. Starting off very strong with the reign of Midas in the 8th century, then a period of economic depression with no building on the mound, no tumuli between roughly 700 and 630. And then a rise in the fortunes of the city, primarily due to the advent of Lydian control, followed by the end of that prosperity with Persian destruction in the 540s. Thank you. It looks like I'm being told I can answer questions.
I think so. I think we could have a few questions.
Then I think it might be prudent to bring up the lights.
That might be helpful.
All right. But before I hand this to you, I have to put my mask back on.
Well, I mean, just very small, like, but also thinking of what Catherine was saying before. Do you have any sense of the landscape around the world? Or what is the geography, the political geography of Orient in the 8th century?
In the 8th century, there were quite a number of sizable Phrygian settlements. In fact, Lucas Stevens, who was lurking outside this room with a baby, the husband of Kate, whom you've just heard from, has done a study of these settlements. So I would refer you to his dissertation. Many of these settlements, like Haji-Churul, have never really been extensively excavated. This is a source of gold. I mean, Haji-Churul is even bigger than Gordian. And judging by the pottery that's on the surface, this is an 8th century settlement of the same size as Gordian, even larger than Gordian, with a step glacis, which has never been published, and monumental architecture. So this is a question mark, but a question that can be answered with increased survey and excavation in the vicinity of Gordian, because those citadels are there.
It's dating early 6th century. It's and how can you narrow this dating? Precisely,
Okay, thank you, Latife. So with the architectural terracottas, I can't date them precisely within the early 6th century. When I say early 6th, I'm referring to the first half of the 6th. We get them after Sardis does, so after the advent of architectural terracottas in Lydia. That is generally dated to the beginning of the 6th century. Hussein, you can perhaps say more about this. Sardis.
we actually find that late 7th century contexts as well.
Okay, so if they're in late 7th, early 6th century context at Sardis, we get them right after that. Again, with the establishment of Lydian control, where in particular within the first half of the 6th century to place them is harder for me to say. They're certainly in place by the time of the Persian attack in the 540s, because all of the buildings collapse at that point, with the architectural terracottas having already been in place on the buildings. With the facades of the Megharons, mud brick and wood. So I think they're formed of wood. All of the Megharons we have are built of mud brick and wood from the 9th century all the way on through. So I think these monumental facades would have been formed of mud brick and wood, with the frames being of wood. So are you asking about the 8th century or about the 6th century? So with the 8th century, remember that the Phrygians were master carpenters. I mean, the spans across the largest of the Megharons dating to the 9th and 8th centuries BC, these are over 10 meters. I mean, just as large as the throne room of the palace of Assur-Nasser-Pal II. And you look at a cult building like tomb building like the Midas Now tomb chamber, that is still standing after 2,700 years with 53 meters of earth placed on top of it. So they're among the best woodworkers that existed in Asia Minor in the 8th century. I don't think this would have presented a problem to
One last question.
One last question. All right, then it should go to the founder of the conference.
But a very provocative one, just a little bit of fun. So we have had a very deconstructive paper. So with Tony's, let's look at the story that Gordian was conquered by Lydians and so on. So that is the most beautiful logos in Herodotus and so on. But you are taking a fantastic type of artifact as evidence for conquering. Shall we do the same with the post-Hittite orthostats? What do you?
I think there's no conquest. I deliberately did not use the word conquest because there's no evidence for conquest. Phrygia comes under Lydian control in the early 6th century. That is clear. There's no evidence for conquest. I don't know exactly how it all worked out in actuality, but there was no battle fought between the Phrygians and the Lydians that is preserved in the archaeological record. This was a mutually beneficial system. Gordian is getting things from Lydia as a consequence of the new arrangement. Lydia is getting things from Gordian. So we find the introduction of architectural terracottas in buildings at Gordian. We find the beginning of monumental tumuli at Sardis. Those are starting in the early 6th century after Lydia gains control over Phrygia. The actual mechanism by which that happened, I don't know that we'll ever be able to reconstruct, but there's no evidence for outright conquest and battles.
I think that's all the time we have. Another round of applause.
Our next speaker is Jacopo Perucci, University of Pavia. Cooking and Gordian, some considerations of Phrygian identity through the analysis of culinary practices. Another interesting insight.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And since we are approaching to lunchtime, we talk about food. So, in this paper, I want to address the question of the Phrygian identity connected to food preparation. After a short intro on the role of food and the cooking in identity studies, I will focus on the evidence for cooking at Gordian during the Iron Age. By the comparison with the two main sites of Zarlik and Boascoi, I will try to show that there was a local and well-codified tradition, and that it was somewhat different from the one developed at the Zarlik and different from the one attested at Boascoi. This will let me suggest that cooking was indeed a possible area of identity definition for the population at Gordian. Food is life. Without food, a human being can live only for a short time. However, the consumption of food cannot just be reduced to a purely utilitarian action aimed to obtain food for the body. Food is also culture, or as Massimo Montanaro said, nutrition is a central and necessary moment during the life of all men. It is itself a part of culture, a direct expression of what people do, know, think, or what they essentially are. In the last years, many scholars, stimulated by important authors like Levi-Strauss with the culinary triangle and Salaman with the history and the social influence of the potato, have stressed that the access and the consumption of food are a central factor in the socio-economic relations. Indeed, the food waste, namely the way the food is felt, taught, and lived, and the cuisine, the art of cooking, provide a unique means to study the cultural identity, social and economic developments of various populations. The food, cooking practices, commensality, and the related material culture in the last decades began to take a central stage in the historical and the archaeological research. All these elements can be perfectly inserted within the concept of embodied material culture proposed by Dieter, where food is closely connected with the formation of social and cultural identity. Until 40 years ago, history and books mentioned food only in cases in which significant political events took place in the occasion of a meal. An example is the so-called Vœu de Fazan, a banquet given by Philip III in 1454 to promote a crusade that eventually never took place. On the other hand, as highlighted by Jacques de Goff, in the last years, food history, from Babylon to the cuisine, has become not only an obligatory aspect of the history of civilizations, but the touchstone of all the histories renewed by means of the other social sciences, first of all, ethnography. So that daily tools such as power installations and cooking pots have begun to play a central role in research alongside the objects that were traditionally considered of higher artistic and historical value. In fact, even the simplest cooking pot can provide fundamental clues for the reconstruction of the historic and social context. The presence or absence of specific cooking pots can suggest a differentiated access to specific foods and the presence of social hierarchies. The bar marks on the surface of our installation can be detector of a cultural identity or certain levels of wealth. Last but not least, the advent of new instruments can be the signal of intercultural context or migration of population toward new regions. Only through these daily objects, which are usually defined simple, a scholar can arrive to a better understanding of the cultural, social, economic, and political reality of the past, so that from the history of the so-called Tudor things, we can shed light on a variety of different topics like identity, social networks and hierarchies, economic and ecological developments, migration and cultural changes, craft specialization and technical knowledge. The work I will present today is an attempt of applying this basic concept. I will analyze the cooking pots and power installation found in Gordium, the capital of Phrygian kingdom, with the aim to verify the presence or not of a local cultural identity. The 9th century represents a decisive moment in the history for Gordium, the village that existed from the first 250 years following the collapse of the Hittite Empire was renovated by a large expansion project that led to the transformation of the mound into an imposing fortified citadel characterized by the presence of megaron structures. For a long time, scholars did the structural level 680 to 700 BC and linked it to the attacks of the Cimmerian nomads. However, recently there has been a strict chronological assessment of the catastrophic event, which is thought to have occurred around the 800 BC. This had a huge implication and led to reconsider the level 6A as no longer as a minor modification of the settlement, but rather as the first stage of a construction project led by a Phrygian elite, which expanded further during the Middle Phrygian period, level 5, and probably had its roots already in the previous 7A. The point of view of material culture, it can be observed that in the so-called early Phrygian period, the main elements which characterize the subsequent Phrygian phase had already emerged. For what concerns the ceramic production, it denotes the spread of standardized shapes and dimensions, probably produced on wheels, within independent workshops by specialized potters, which are in clear opposition to the local and homemade manufacture of the previous level 7B. The cooking pots are characterized by a new shape, a single-ended jar called precisely 100 utility pot. This will make base probably a local development of the previous handmade pots tends to join strictly to a very simple format partner. The bases are usually flat and have a sufficient weight to ensure good stability. The bodies mainly have ovoid shapes and a short flare neck often connects the body through a gradual but still evident passage. The rim is usually square and vertical, slightly verted. However, flare and random ones are also tested. Finally, the handles are standardized. They are vertical with circular section and they set up on the upper part of the rim and the medium part of the body. Few samples have a gray surface, whereas uniformly light colors, usually reddish brown, are most frequent. The diameter ranges from 12 to 23 centimeters and the height from 6 to 25 centimeters. Within this variety, it's possible to discern that potters generally produce three eye types, which correspond to three categories of capacity. The production techniques are in line with the possible utilitarian reuse. The fabric is coarse and characterized by a low amount of mineral inclusions of various sizes and shapes. Specific surface treatments are absent. Usually, the lines of wheel and or traces of varnishing carried out in quick and coarse way are visible on both surfaces. In some samples, it's possible to see that the potter has varnished only the lower part of the body. It is possible that these 180 pots, like other Phrygian bases, had multiple functions. For example, one was discovered inside a large storage base containing grains, and therefore it was probably used as sort of a ledger or tool to collect or store grains. However, it is correct to consider them as cooking tools based on the morphology and the texture, perfect for withstanding prolonged exposure to the heat and the thermal shock. The design is highly functional thanks to the combination of body with a good capacity and a short wide neck, which allow an easy access to the contents by means of ladle or another tool. The handle is highly useful. It is large enough to allow a safe and firm grip with at least 3 fingers, and this position, which usually completes an arc above the rim, makes it easy to hold the interior jar and pour the contents, whether it is liquid or not. Based on these observations, it's possible to hypothesize that these bases were used for the preparation of stews or braised, placing them on a cooker, with the free part from the handle exposed toward the embers. In the photo below, on the right, you can see something similar in traditional Italian cuisine. Although most of the bases don't show traces of secondary bar, a good amount came from the terrace building of level 6A, which is a context linked to the production and the preparation of meats, as the presence of our installation and grinding structures suggest. The best example is the so-called TB4, which return at least 23 180 pots. As suggested by Kenneth Sams in some papers on Phrygian cultural identity, it's possible that these 180 pots were a local development with a background in the early Iron Age on handmade clothes bases, whose appearance was explained with the influx of people from Southeastern Europe by Voigt and Erickson. A possible proof of this cultural backdrop can be seen in some handmade 180 pots coming from the pre-structural levels to which is added one meat on wheel. Therefore, the 180 pots may be an indicator of the development of a local culinary identity, but the evidence could come from the observation of our installations. Very significant are those discovered inside the structures we compose the terrace building and the clay-cut structure of the structural level recently studied by Catherine Morgan. Each of these structures was composed of a small vestibule and a larger room equipped with various tools for textile production and a set of installations more or less standard design and used for the grain processing and cooking food. Specifically, in addition to a grinding bench leaning against the eastern wall of the main room, there were usually a domed oven and a simple circular hearth placed in one of the corners of the anteroom. The details of the structure of the oven, plastered inside and outside, are never perfectly preserved. They often just show the beginning of the curvature which form the dome, and the opening at the base is always pointed to the entrance. A second small opening for the ventilation could have been in the upper part of the body, near the top, such as in modern Turkish ovens. This could be closed with a clay plug, in some cases recovered in its proximity during the excavations. A third part installation was a clay and brick U-shaped structure, usually characterized by low walls and supplied, in some cases, with a clay baking trace. The examples discovered during the 1969 to 1971 campaigns inside the TB7 and TB8 are very illustrative due to the good state of preservation. In the northwest corner of the TB7 anteroom, a large domed oven was unearthed, flanked by a U-shaped clay construction full of ash mixed with animal bones. The possibility that this installation was used to roast food is suggested by the presence in situ of iron tools, a sort of poker, and three clay trays. This latter are large plates characterized by coarse texture, squared shape, and vertical simple rim. The discovery of one of these directly plastered on the upper portion of the U-shaped installation of TB8 confirms the use connected with this heart. So it seems that the simple circular heart was used to eat and to produce embers on which food could be boiled or stewed through cooking pots placed nearby, whereas the U-shaped heart was a sort of grill on which, once filled with embers, meats and vegetables could be roasted by means of baking trays or skewers. Finally, the domed oven was to be used for baking leavened breads and other type of foods. The excavations carried out in the Middle Phrygian Lower Town seems to confirm that these fire installations constitute an essentially standardized cooking set, not only inside structures connected to public buildings, but also within the domestic ones. Two examples are discovered respectively inside a simple house in Area B in the lower city and inside the so-called bakery identified below the tumuli. In the latter one, we can observe once again how a large circular oven is located near a plaster clay installation characterized by the typical square shape. Fire installation with very similar characteristics are also tested in the previous early Iron Age levels, confirming how also these were probably a local development. Going backwards, in the level 6B, the archaeological works between 1969 and 1971 revealed a phase that probably corresponds to the moment directly preceding the rebuilding project of level 6A. In the northern part of the mound, some structures, megaron 6 to 8, characterized by a megaron layout, was the key of a series of interesting fire installation, highlighting how the functional differentiation within the citadel was already present in some way. In the corner of the back wall of the main room of the Megaron 7, there is an oven flanked by a mud brick platform with a series of depressions and a U-shaped heart in mud bricks, probably used as support for a large baking tray. Previously, in the so-called buried house, a single larger room located inside a shallow pit belonging to the middle of the early Iron Age sequence, level 7A, was the key with a series of plastered and well-preserved installation. A large rectangular platform, which is difficult to interpret and decorated with plastic elements, an hour support for bases, and finally a fire installation. The latter, located in the northwest corner, was composed by two chambers. The rear one can be interpreted as the combustion chamber due to the presence of bar remains, whereas the front one as the cooking chamber, as is suggested by a large clay pan or tray still placed on the upper opening. Finally, the small settlement set up over the Bronze Age deposits, level 7B, was composed by a series of small pit houses equipped by fixed elements as circular and horseshoe-shaped hearts, small domed ovens, and containers with vertical plaster stone slabs. Particularly interesting context is that identified within the CKB building. Here, in addition to typical mud plaster stone beams, there was a small power installation located near the south corner. The mud walls of this power installation were reinforced with flat stones, and an opening at the base was probably present. The inward inclination of these walls can suggest that it was a dome. However, the archaeologists themselves claimed that it was not possible to establish with certainty whether the summit was completely closed or not. The presence of a clay tray found near the oven suggests that this clay tool was placed on the oven top to allow cooking or eating the food. Looking east and west, the picture that emerges from the two key sites, Troy and Boas Gold, is partially different from that of Gordium. Levels of early and middle Iron Age in Troy were only identified in Sector 9 and other small areas without discovery of suitable kitchen context for making a comparison. However, the Iron Age cooking pots in Troy seems to show a local development that is more closely related to the sites of the Aegean area. Probably at the beginning of the Iron Age, as in Gordium, a few people from Southeastern Europe came and settled in the city of Troy, Troy 71 and 2. Also in this case, these newcomers seem to be attested by the spread of the so-called handmade corset ware, which shows similarities with that from Yasio 7. If a Gordium, the kitchenware, as I said earlier, seems to have a local development, the same appears to go for Troy. In the latter site, during the protogenetic period, a new cooking pot form spread, the so-called handmade cooking jug. This is a flat-bottomed jug characterized by a short neck and a simple, very slightly pointed rim. This type of base, as highlighted by Strack and Rees, is common in Greek world and the Aegean islands with a large amount of local variety. Finally, Troy, handmade protogenetic cooking jug, at least during the initial phase of the geometric period, seems to coexist with a well-made cooking vessel, which is its direct development. This globular pots, characterized by a flat base, simple flared rim, and by the presence of at least one vertical handle, in general appears to be slightly more stretched than those of Gordium. Therefore, these locally produced cooking tools can be seen more as a case of learning or participation in the food rules of the Aegean area by the Trojan inhabitants. Various installations have been unearthed within the Middle Iron Age domestic buildings, excavated in particular on the Boyokaya and the Boyokale, but also in other sectors of the Bogasque settlement. Neither of these, however, appears to constitute a standardized cooking set as seen at Gordium. These were domens and simple circular hearths bordered and built with stone structure. Likewise, the cooking pots also look to be a local development. As shown by Gens, during the early Iron Age, we can observe the progressive replacement of the typically tight cooking pots with handmade coarser jars, characterized by a short and simple vertic or slightly pointed rim. The presence of horseshoe-shaped lugs, knobs, handles represent a further peculiarity of this production. The Middle Iron Age cooking pots, probably a direct development of the previous ones, are mainly produced on the wheel. They are single or double vertical handle bases, characterized by a globular body with a short neck and a simple triangular vertical rim. The possible similarities with those from Gordium are less evident if observed in detail. For example, just a few samples have a single handle that protrudes above the mouth. In conclusion, from the analysis of the Gordium's bar installation and cooking pots from level 6 and 5, the possible existence of a Phrygian culinary identity can be deduced. This would not have developed sadly with the rise of Phrygian power, but as already stated by Kenneth Sams, for the world material culture, it would seem to have its roots in the previous early Iron Age phases. This appears to be in line with the recent archaeobotanical and archaeological analysis that highlight a continuity in the exploitation of the local resources during the Iron Age after a change compared to the Bronze Age. Comparison with the other contemporary guide sites seem to attest that this food identity was limited to the central West Anatolia, the area to the west of Kizilirmak, and specifically to the Phrygian capital, due to the lack of further archaeological evidence. This analysis, if even limited, could provide further support to the readings offered by important scholars such as Sams, Gens, and Summers, who have argued that following the fall of the Hittite Empire, various regional trajectories there may have been inside the Anatolian plateau and the neighboring regions. Thank you very much.
So we have, yeah, a couple of questions. Yes, please.
Thank you for that. That was very well. I was wondering if you had an indication of chemical analysis or residue analysis that's been done on ceramics.
Just sorry,
You guys can speak up louder. Is that
Yeah,
okay? I was wondering if you had any indication of chemical analysis or residue analysis that's been done on ceramics. To my knowledge, there's some that's been done on bronze vessels from Midas, but in terms of ceramic that can be used to, I don't know, create a sense of what friction might have looked like, if you have an indication or plans to do that.
It's a good question, but it's a question for
Our best evidence for cuisine, as you mentioned, comes from the Midas Mound. The best sediment that we have is from those vessels. So that's enabled us to reconstruct that particular meal of a lamb stew with lentils and an alcoholic beverage of beer, honey, and saffron. We have done some analysis from some of the other vessels, but our best sediment comes from the tombs. We've excavated in what I would call the new excavations, very few tombs. One of them was a cenotaph, about which Great Cordovari will speak a little. And for T52, the one that I talked about at the end of the talk, Brayton, I don't know if you excavated those. Did you have any sediment at the bottom of any of those vessels? They were badly disturbed by the salt of robbing. So for the moment, we have to content ourselves with an analysis of the M-Anatolians. Forgive me.
Yeah, over there in the back. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for that talk. I was wondering, just out of curiosity, whether you looked at Bronze Age ceramics from Gordian, Ken has now also talked about the connections between Bronze Age, the sort of Bronze Age ceramics sort of cultural sphere on the mound and other sort of characteristics that you saw in both early Iron Age and the Phrygian building pottery. And I was wondering if there's any thought in the cooking more specifically.
Thank you. Choose the Bronze Age, for example, in the educational data, in the sounding, there are a lot of types of imports that were some different from the handmade was cooking pot of the early Iron Age. Probably this is an important change for the ways, because it's a strange example, but my grandmother doesn't want to change in her trays or cooking pot. And this is for me a very important signal and cultural change.
Thank you again.
Here's another interesting topic by Brendan from Vivari. Cumulus construction is Iron Age Gordian, power and permissibility among early Phrygian elites.
All right, thank you, Maya, and thank you to the organizers of the conference for the opportunity to present and for everyone for being here today. My talk considers how and why the elite burial form at Gordian came to be the monumental earthen mound or tumulus, and attempts to consider the materiality. Is it on? What about now? No, there's no light on.
Hello? Yeah.
And just
Closer? Okay. Thank you. All right. So thank you again to the organizers of the conference for the opportunity to present and to everyone for being here. My talk today considers how and why the elite burial form at Gordian came to be the monumental earthen tumulus, and attempts to consider the materiality of a key element, the wood used for the tomb chamber. This is part of a broader reconsideration of elite burial practice and craft production at the site, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to share some thoughts today. Tumuli are monumental mounds of earth and stone constructed as a form of burial. They are known across the world in virtually every period of human history. In the greater Mediterranean, the florawood of this phenomenon during the Iron Age is linked to the growth of elites and the spread of shared ideas and goods, as discussed, for example, in the recent Tumulus Sema volume. As Gordian was eventually the capital of Phrygia, an understanding of the development of elite burial there is crucial to reconstructing the social, political, and economic trajectories of the site and its later kingdom. After deconstructing historical links between tumuli at Gordian and in Thrace, this paper situates Iron Age tumulus construction at Gordian within anthropological literature on monumentality. In particular, I emphasize the process of consolidation of power and the concept of the socially valued good. I argue that the social conditions of the 9th century at Gordian led to the creation of new modes of elite self-representation. These modes included the tumulus burial, unique and localized to Gordian at its inception. A central element of the new mortuary tradition, the construction of the wooden tomb chamber, represented changing access to and value of large timbers within the fabric of early Phrygian Gordian, rather than any ethnically predetermined expression of Phrygian identity. Tumulus W at Gordian, constructed around 850 BC, is the earliest known tumulus at the site and in Anatolia. Thereafter, the tumulus was quickly adopted as the elite burial method par excellence at Gordian and remained so for centuries. Over 120 tumuli were constructed between at least the 9th and 6th centuries, with a resurgence in the 4th century BC. The two main necropolis on the northeast and south ridges are shown here. The tumulus tradition was adopted elsewhere within the Phrygian cultural sphere, including nearby Ankara and South Cappadocia. Subsequently, tumuli were adopted in Lycia and in the 6th century as the preferred method of royal and elite burial in Lydia. Despite an understanding of how tumulus burial spread around Anatolia, the origin of tumuli at Iron Age Gordian is opaque. The earliest known example, Tumulus W, appears out of nowhere. The form was novel to Gordian, an inhumation burial of a single individual inside a wooden chamber. And I show you here Tumulus P, built around 760 as a comparable example. The chamber was set into a pit and surrounded by stone packing, and it had neither door nor dromos. Above the chamber and the stone packing was the mantle of the tumulus, comprised of earth and clay. Grave goods included a mix of banqueting equipment and objects of elite status. Within a decade, the second known tumulus G was built according to an almost identical formula, and indeed the form remained recognizably conservative for the subsequent centuries. Discussions of how and why this new monumental burial form developed at Gordian in the 9th century are limited. In the first publication of the Gordian tumuli, Maktul Melik went no further than noting commonalities with early Altai Scythian programs. This reasoning was consistent with Rodney Young's formulation of the Iron Age chronology of Gordian. Young ascribed the early Phrygian destruction level to an attack by nomadic Cimmerians from the steppe around 700 BC. Accordingly, the tumuli were divided into pre- and post-Cimmerian burials. The revision of the destruction to an accidental fire around 800 BC, unrelated to any Cimmerian incursion, obviates their influence on the development of elite burial practices at Gordian in the 9th century. Accordingly, Burials are now divided into early Phrygian and middle Phrygian, following the architectural phasing of the Citadel mound. In current scholarship, the beginning of the tumulus tradition at Gordian is either not explicitly theorized or is linked to Phrygian ethnicity. That is, tumulus burial is connected to an early Iron Age migration of Phrygians from the Balkans. Discussion focuses in particular on Thrace, where tumulus burial is known extensively from the Bronze Age onward. Here, I set aside the broader issue of Phrygian ethnicity and migration, which we just heard great papers on, and instead, looking at tumuli as an independent line of evidence, I argue that associations between Thracian and Gordian forms and practices are untenable. I instead investigate the development of tumuli at Gordian in their own context and in relation to contemporary social changes expressed in the architecture of the Citadel mound. I propose a different line of interpretation, which focuses on the evidence for intensified monumentalization at Gordian and the expansion of exchange networks beyond the city itself during the 9th century. The connection between tumuli and Thrace and Gordian appears to originate with a comparison between the stone-capped wooden tomb chambers typical at Gordian and an analogous example from Bulgaria. This is Tumulus 4 at Belogradets in the province of Varna. This comparison is problematic and should be reconsidered for several reasons. First, this argument relied on the old chronology at Gordian. Belogradets 4 is dated to the mid-7th century based on comparison with examples elsewhere in Bulgaria and up into Ukraine. Again, the destruction level at Gordian has been redated from around 700 BC to 800. Consequently, the dating of the tumuli has also changed. Tumulus W, constructed around 50 years before the destruction level, is now dated 850 rather than 750. And once the dating of Belogradets 4 has also changed in subsequent years, it falls roughly 200 years after the beginning of tumuli at Gordian, obviating any influence. Second, there are differences in form and practice between Belogradets 4 and the Gordian tumuli. The presence of a stone crepice or retaining wall is unparalleled at Gordian, as is the stone stele atop the mound. Belogradets 4 contained a horse burial and the dedication of weapons. A secondary burial was cut later into the mound. These are all atypical or unparalleled practices at Gordian. Besides, the burial practice at Belogradets is itself considered anomalous within the broadened Thracian indigenous tradition, and thus is hardly appropriate for establishing a Thracian origin for Phrygian tumuli. Indigenous Iron Age Thracian tumuli contemporary with the earliest at Gordian are not analogous. First, cremation was widespread in Thracian burials, tumulus and otherwise, from the Late Bronze Age through the Iron Age. At Gordian, however, cremations are unattested in the site's Hittite period cemetery and do not begin until the 7th century. For the first 2 centuries, Phrygian tumulus burials were all inhumations. Here, I show you an early Iron Age group from Sabornia Novo, again showing stone-built structures and crepice walls unparalleled at Gordian. Zosia Archibald presents a group of 4 tumuli at Sveshtari in northeast Bulgaria as typical of Thracian early Iron Age tumulus construction and ritual practice. The tombs are dated to the early Iron Age 1, that is 900 to 800 BC, and thus roughly contemporary with the earliest at Gordian. The tumuli there contain crepice walls, stone cairns, a mix of cremations and inhumations in multiple phases, and multiple burials of up to 9 individuals. The tumuli at Gordian do not contain these features. Parallels with southern Bulgaria and eastern Thrace and Turkey are similarly unconvincing. Typical early Iron Age practices there include megalithic dolmens, cists, and stone chambers, all completely unparalleled at Gordian. Placing the origins of tumuli at Gordian and Thrace seems based on the historical tradition of the Phrygian migration and finds little archaeological evidence to support it. Indeed, we must wonder why the tradition would begin in the 9th century, several centuries after migration. Instead, the tumuli should be considered on their own terms in their own context. I argue that the incipience of tumuli at Gordian has more to tell us about the development of elite identity in the 9th century at Gordian than about any ethnic links. The development of tumuli in the 9th century occurred alongside the development of monumental architecture on the Citadel mound at Gordian. The 2 processes must be tracked alongside each other to elucidate the radical transformations in society during the 9th century at Gordian that gave rise to elite tumulus burial. Recent radiocarbon analysis has compressed the timing of the early Phrygian period to a century of rapid building on the Citadel mound. In the first half of the 9th century, the first iteration of the defensive wall and its gate building were constructed. Around the same time, the first monumental buildings on the eastern side of the mound, including megaron types, were built. There are no tumuli known from this period. A second period of intensive construction began around 850. This included more megarons on the eastern side of the mound, including Megaron 3, the largest, and Megaron 2 with an elaborate pebble mosaic. This area was further aggrandized with flagstone paving and a large partition wall dividing the inner and outer court. The East Citadel Gate, a massive project itself, was completed around the same time. The second phase of construction was all concomitant with the building of Tumulus W. The connection between monumental architecture and the new mortuary landscape was made explicit by the builders themselves, as we heard from Brian. The east gate was deliberately realigned during construction to face towards Tumulus W, which really hard as argument. The inhumation inside Tumulus W was of a small young adult. Thus, the deceased could not have played a role in the original monumentalization of the Citadel mound in the first half of the 9th century, although their relatives may have. Given the synchronic flurry of monumentality on the Citadel mound and Tumulus W around 850, however, it is difficult to believe that members of the kin group of the deceased would not have been involved in this phase of monumentalization too. The first Tumulus burial was not only a statement of elite power, but a representation of the status of a group. The individual buried in W may not have actually held power at Gordian, as often assumed. Instead, it is possible that in death, this individual was vested with markers of status and power that they themselves never solely held in life, a posturing arguably designed to appear hereditary. In fact, in the absence of a pelvic bone, Mustafa Shenyarek, the physical anthropologist who studied the skeleton, recommended the question of sex be left open. From Radnion's original interpretation onward, this fact has been largely ignored in the almost universal reconstruction of a king's burial aligned with the gate. When the Middle Phrygian citadel was rebuilt in the early 8th century, the new face of the gate was aligned with the new tumulus, T52, which again we heard about from Brian, and you can see the alignment here. T52 was excavated in 2019 and again contained the burial of a young woman and child. The inability to assign biological sex on the basis of the skeletal remains of Tumulus W and the later alignment of the Middle Phrygian gate with the female burial in T52 forces us to at least entertain the possibility of a female burial in W. It makes us at least reconsider the necessity, too, that this individual held sole political power in life. The burial of a small child in Tumulus P around 760 makes clear that the largest tumuli need not have been rulers. They argue Tumulus W then represents a process of consolidation of power by a group, rather than reflecting an already consolidated hierarchy vested in an individual. Following quickly in the tradition of W were 5 other tumuli in the next 5 decades, all of a smaller scale but an almost identical formula. Their architecture, like W, featured a pit, wooden chambers, stone packing, and earthen tumulus. I will return to the one exception, the pit inhumation of Tumulus S. Their grave goods, again like W, included banqueting equipment and status items. Thus, the mode established by W was desirable to other elites, even those who perhaps could not mobilize resources on the same scale. Meanwhile, when the Citadel mound around 825, elites invested in creating the terrace complex. This was a monumental, non-residential district on the eastern portion of the Citadel mound, with some 16 interconnected megarons arranged around the shared courtyard space. Catherine Morgan has demonstrated that this complex and the nearby inner and outer court areas catered both spatially and literally to elite feasting on the mound. The simultaneous development then of monumental architecture and tumulus construction required the mobilization of labor and resources on an unprecedented scale. The construction of the earthen mantle required coordinated planning, quantified by Lucas Stevens as some 90% of all invested labor. The construction of the chamber, on the other hand, was an exercise in skill crafting, namely carpentry. The techniques and tools employed to create tomb chambers at Gordian have been well studied by Richard Liebhardt. The significance and materiality of the wood itself was underexplored, however, and I argue it is critical to understanding the incipience of tumulus construction at Gordian in the 9th century. The construction of a wooden chamber represents a choice on the part of the early tumulus builders. In his dissertation, Lucas Stevens elucidated how the positioning of tumuli in the landscape facilitated and reinforced regional interconnectivity and resource exchange. In particular, he argued that animal products from the outer lying sites were combined with agricultural products from around Gordian in the funeral feast and subsequent dedication of grave goods. Here, in a similar vein, but beyond the immediate hinterland that Stevens discusses, I explore the social value of the timber. The timber for the chamber was typically pine, as was the case in Tumulus W. Pine trees likely came from upland forested zones some 30 kilometers northwest of Gordian, and use of pine for both fuel and construction intensified rapidly during the early Phrygian period. Naomi Milner's archaeobotanical research has indicated an uptick from around 30% by weight in the late Bronze Age to around 70% by the early Phrygian period, suggesting new connections with forested regions and perhaps specialized procurement of timber. In fact, as John Marston has demonstrated, pine's popularity as a construction and fuel source is negatively correlated with its availability in terms of distance. Pine was likely sought for its ability to grow to the lengths needed for the construction of large buildings. It is no coincidence then that this spike occurred during the period of early Phrygian monumentalization. The megarons and terrace building units required a large quantity of timbers of large dimensions, identified as pine in the case of TB2, CC3, and megarons 3, 4, and 5. It was an extension of the same principle, pine timber as a valuable resource imported for construction, that led to its use in elite mortuary architecture. Despite sharing this principle, tomb chamber architecture stands noticeably apart from monumental construction techniques on the Citadel mound. In Tumulus W, as in subsequent tumuli, the wood beams were left exposed and not plastered, a unique building technique accordion. Large buildings on the Citadel mound, both megarons and units of the terrace complex, were constructed on stone sockles with a mud brick and timber superstructure, all plastered. While there were sizable vertical posts to support galleries and of course the roof beams, these did not form a continuous wooden structure. As an example, I show you Sam Holtzman's reconstruction of Megaron 3 here. The decision to build a tomb chamber entirely out of timbers, exposed and unplastered, was a deliberate departure from typical monumental construction practices. The use of wooden flooring for tomb chambers was similarly unparalleled in monumental architecture, which employed earthen or mosaic floors, and I show you the Megaron 2 pebble mosaic floor here. Another frequent avenue of comparison is with Phrygian domestic architecture, for which there is admittedly little evidence. However, the houses on the Northeast Ridge, destroyed around 700 BC, were pit-cut structures with stone sockles and mud brick and timber elevations, again plastered. Previous scholarship has highlighted that both house construction and tomb chamber construction employed pits cut into the slope of the ridge. Otherwise, there is little in common between the two forms of architecture. Besides, given the scarcity of wood around Gordian and its use in monumental architecture, it is unlikely that vernacular domestic architecture employed wood on any significant scale. It was simply too valuable. The conclusion then is that elite mortuary architecture was a third kind of specialized architecture with its own set of paradigms. It employed a valuable material, timber, on a scale not practical or economical for public or domestic architecture in what must be seen as conspicuous display. Moreover, it was entirely unpractical to build a wooden tomb chamber, which was not freestanding. The tumulus builders had to go to extra lengths to fill the surrounding pit with rubble to support the wooden structure as it was being built. The sensory experience of the wooden chamber may also have played a role, a suggestion I think Kate Morgan for. The importance of aromatic woods such as cedar in Neo-Assyrian palaces, gardens, and temples provides comparison. In fact, juniper and cedar were used in the largest of later tumuli accordion. Bronze vessels and sometimes textiles were hung from the walls, accenting the wood with a variety of colors and sheens. The extensive use of timber for the chamber itself should be seen as a macro-scale expression of the wealth and skilled labor on display and the intricately wrought furniture evident in tumuli from W onward. Conceptualizing of timber as a valuable material linked to monumentalization helps further explain competition among elites and the differentiation between large and small tumuli. This in turn contributes to the argument that one, even small tumuli were substantial investments of social and material wealth, representing a nascent elite aristocracy, and that two, within this group, the process of consolidation was incomplete during the early Phrygian period. In general, larger tumuli had larger chambers of correspondingly large beams. Smaller tumuli included respectively smaller chambers and beams of smaller dimensions. It is fairly self-evident why shorter chambers should be used for chambers of shorter length and width. However, as these timbers were all cut and were not simply logs, their maximum widths and thicknesses were determined by the size and age of the original tree. In other words, thicker timbers came from older or larger trees, which surely must have been more valuable. Small chambers could easily have been made from thick, wide timbers cut to shorter lengths, but in general, they were not. Here, I show you the difference in size of wall beams for W compared to two smaller early Phrygian tumuli with data from Ellen Kohler's book. What this suggests is that just as the elites in large tumuli could mobilize more labor to create larger mounds, they could also procure more valuable quantities of timber. Ellen Kohler herself noted that the largest tombs, including W, featured lengthwise floor beams, an observation she contrasted with the shorter widthwise ones in smaller tumuli. I would add that the existence of smaller tumuli without wooden floors and the absence of wooden floors in domestic or monumental architecture indicates that even the tombs she called parsimonious in their use of wood were in fact quite lavish in display. This is most evident, in fact, in the case of Tumulus S, the early Phrygian tumulus without wooden chamber. The burial was a simple pit inhumation and surely not coincidentally the smallest of any of the excavated tumuli in Gordian. Even elites of relatively lesser standing still displayed a desire to participate in what was becoming a defining element of self-representation. Mary Helms argues that control over and display of the import of goods from far-off locales is an important element in gaining prestige and maintaining legitimation for elites, and indeed royalty. epitomized in her title, Crafting the Kingly Ideal. Catherine Spielman has taken this in a different direction to argue for what she calls socially valued goods. Unlike Helms, Spielman ascribes less importance to the role of elites, arguing that feasting and craft production provide venues for the fulfillment of ritual obligations and the maintenance of social relations beyond a strict hierarchy. Kate Morgan, in fact, has explored Spielman's ritual mode of production in regard to the terrace complex and feasting there. In terms of timber provisioning as a form of elite status marker, I would argue for something in between the absolute royal authority of Helms and the more egalitarian structure of Spielman. That is, I argue that access to timber played an important role in the development of an elite aristocratic class within which there was a large degree of competition and no fixed hierarchy during the early Phrygian period. Sourcing timber from beyond the city provided a venue for this competition and tied elites at Gordian to elites at the source of the timber in the upland regions beyond the city and its immediate hinterland. There may also have been a ritual element to the procurement of timber with its sources in the mountains. Highland areas had long been loci of cult activity, later formalized in the cult of Mastar during the 8th century under Midas, as Brian Rose has argued. Brian has also argued that the monumental rock-cut facades built at Midas City in the 8th century and onward functioned within a form of elite gift exchange, and we might wonder whether this regularized and formalized earlier exchanges between the two regions, including of timber. These exchanges between a wide group of elites are no doubt reflected in the contemporary corpus of Anatolian hieroglyphic inscriptions referring to multitudes of kings in central Anatolia, including the 13 overcome by Hartapu and the Turkmen Karakuyak inscription. Indeed, following Lorenzo d'Alfonso's reading of the Topata inscription, the king of Phrygia was allied with 8 other kings around this time. By analyzing material and technical qualities of metal goods in the tumulus burials, I've explored elsewhere their role in such exchanges. I suggest that infrequent access to metal in the early Phrygian period is reflected in a variety of alloys evident in Tumulus W. Moreover, the variety of metalworking chaîne operatoires suggests a relatively diffuse organization of production. Thus, like timber, metal's value in the early Phrygian period derived from social as much as economic considerations. I've attempted an empirical basis for considering how and why tumulus burial developed at Gordian when it did in the 9th century and in the form that it did, centered on a wooden chamber. Links with a persistent or rekindled Phrygian Thracian identity should be considered erroneous due to differences in chronology and burial practice. Tumuli were a hallmark of elite Phrygian identity at Gordian in the Iron Age. Their development should be tracked alongside the contemporary development of social stratification and the consolidation of power. These processes are evinced by the radical transformation and monumentalization of the Citadel mound during the 9th century. The ability to build this monumental architecture was predicated on access to timber of a dimension and scale beyond that immediately available around Gordian. In other words, early Phrygian monumentalization required timber large enough to span buildings like Megaron 3 and a quantity sufficient to build the 16 units of the terrace complex, to say nothing of all the megarons. This newfound regular access to timber in the early Phrygian period was displayed in the extreme of the wooden chamber. The chamber was built entirely of an imported item, linked by its materiality to elite buildings on the Citadel mound. This growing class of elites manifested the new mortuary tradition to enact and solidify their power and status. The same craftspeople conceivably would have been involved in transporting, working, and finishing timber for both monumental and funerary structures, further solidifying this link between power and life and in death. The timber used to build the tomb chamber of Tumulus W and all subsequent inhumation tumuli at Gordian for the next 300 years required trade contacts with mountainous regions beyond Gordian's immediate hinterland. This valuable resource was used to build a solid wooden chamber, a style and scale neither practical nor paralleled even in monumental architecture on the Citadel mound. The remarkable homogeneity of early tumulus burials at the formal level, with the variety and ability to mobilize labor to build large mounds, suggests elites look to each other in a spirit of competitive display and emulation. I have argued that we should extend the differential ability to mobilize labor amongst these elites to a differential ability to procure timber. The form of the tumulus, an artificial mound of earth, was perhaps a logical outgrowth of the intensified construction on the Citadel mound and a prominent way to make use of the most readily available building material on the steppe, the earth itself. Thank you all for your time. I'd like to thank the conference organizers again, and to the University of Pavia for hosting, and to everyone who's helped in research along the way. So, thank you.
So any questions, remarks? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the great presentation. I about how
you have a sense of how many generations will be built for the transportation that also why we have that women and children rely on leaders.
Thank you. Yeah, so in terms of the frequency of the construction for the early Phrygian period, there are basically it's every decade or so. And this continues into the middle Phrygian period where you're seeing them essentially every couple of years. And in fact, this is talking about the fact that they're essentially often in pairs in terms of where they're placed. So there seems to be king groupings amongst them. In terms of why I think that they could have been leaders, the burial in P is a 5 or 6 year old child, and the burial in 252, the child is very young. So they may have held important status, but in terms of sole political power, I think that it has more to do with them being members of an elite group from whom and with whom they are interacting as the highest stratum of society, but it's not necessarily just a series of kings ending up in the largest, like it's people closely associated with them, and it's part of the way that those figures ensure that they are seen as in sole control is by making members of their family and close retinue visible markers in the landscape.
Yeah, having women being argue that women have
yeah. I mean, it's in which case, again, it would just sort of help us complicate this picture of a series of, Phrygian kings, -40s, -40s, that kind of thing, and provide a more nuanced interpretation of how people are maintaining elite interactions in the early Phrygian period they were. So, thank you.
About traditions, kind of relationship between the that the Kurgan reflects to the highlights, also the elite class kind of relationship. They are what did you know?
Yeah, thank you. So I think this was an early link that was made in the first excavation in terms of multi-excipient criminals, but I think again there's perhaps the philosophical role in terms of the projection of the authority, but that the architectural forms and chronological link between them, I don't think there's strong evidence for, now that we've moved the chronology of working back and have separated a Sumerian influence on them. I don't know to what degree we look for that. I mean, I'm thinking, for example, like the Arjun, 9th century this, contemporary, it's quite different in terms of its architecture. There's pretty good walls, a scale different than Gordian. I mean, in the sense that, I guess this goes to my broader point that I was trying to draw with the Thracians, really, in that we can look to, we can, I think, imagine that people would be able to innovate relatively similar burial practices that don't necessarily have to come from the direct diffusion with practices and ideas that, and if we look at how society is evolving and looking at the 9th century, it provides an equally plausible argument for why they chose to create wooden chambers as opposed to the diffusion of an idea or an that drives that approach.
Thanks very much. This is just a general question for the Gordian team broadly. Really, I'm just wondering if there are any plans to be conducting ancient DNA analysis on any of the human remains from the Trumeli. Now that there are laboratory facilities in Turkey to do that, that could shed light on the sex identification questions that you had, as well as, of course, migration that we're talking about.
Yeah, the answer is yes, well, right. So thank you, James. Yes, that's very much within our plans.
The DNA analysis will be carried out under the auspices of the Museum of Anatolian Civilizations in Ankara. So we hope by the end of the summer to have some results to give you.
I'll take advantage of being a chair to add very short few remarks. So this research on Moldova, it's out of date, and they even claimed some finds to be chimeras, which is nonsense. It should be discarded. Otherwise, a chronological gap should not be a big argument, because in the Midas title Lavagyan we have at least 4th century gap. So I don't claim that there is a direct a link. Of course, the Trajan tombs and tumuli are very different. And of course, these monumental burials and mounds and tombs, they're elite markers, because to compare the later Trajan stone-built tombs, rich burial sites from the mainly 4th and early 3rd century, we have many more such burials than Trajan kings we know of. So obviously they are not all of them rulers, or maybe petty nobles or people of possibilities. So these are the very few notes.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is the first name, the other one. Ed. So we come to our last speaker for this session, Enrico Ragazzoni, Gordian, the East and the West, the case of Phrygian metal vessels. Again, another topic I'm personally interested in.
You open it in PDF? It's in PDF. I don't know how to full screen on this computer. No, it's this is Internet Explorer. That's because then you can make it full screen. Yes. Like this. Vista.
Yeah, it's very
yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay. Insomma, modalità schermo intero. Yeah. Thank you. I think we have made it. So let me just first thank the organizers for organizing this very interesting conference, and also for inviting me, or for accepting my paper. I'm trying to keep this short because I'm sure that all of you are already hungry, but yeah, as short as possible without losing too much of my topic. So as you probably all know, large quantities of metal vessels have been recovered from the tumuli at Gordian, especially from the larger ones, as you can see here, based on the example of Tumulus MM dating to around 740. There's a wide range of vessel types represented, often in large numbers. We really seem to have represented all the functional categories necessary for a banquet. There's a number of large and smaller mixing vessels. There's ladles and scooping bowls, probably supplemented by a range of other vessels with bucket handles. There's a range of different jugs, which must have been used to pour and sometimes even filter liquids. There's the drinking vessels themselves, represented by a large number of bowls. And finally, there's some handled bowls or bassins, which might have been used to consume solid fluid matters.
Obviously, I won't be able to talk about all of these over the next more or less 20 minutes. This is why I want to focus on one specific vessel, or rather utensil type, being the ladle. Ladles found in the Phrygian tumuli have repeatedly been interpreted as the models for later Greek ladles, which is why I want to have a closer look at them and establish if this really is justified. After this, I want to use the rest of the time available to give you a brief overview of some of the ornamental vessel types which in past research have been identified as Phrygian, and then in a short conclusion, try to tackle the guiding questions of this conference. So let's now have a closer look at the ladles. These ladles have some very characteristic features, showing a rather shallow bowl and the strap handle, the two being connected by what usually has been called a tang, even if technically this isn't correct, as this part doesn't really, it isn't used to fasten the handle to the bowl. The end of the handle is bent over and is made to look like a very much stylized bird's head. On top of that, the handle is usually decorated by multiple bolsters or rotels. There's around 20 ladles like this known to me, most of them from burials, total of around 15, I think, from Gordian. Then 3 ladles from Ankara, 2 from Baindir, and 1 from Midashir, plus maybe another one from Ephesus, which we'll have a closer look at in a moment. In the Gordian necropolis, the type, this ladle type is attested from tumulus W through to J, which tells us that the ladles of this kind must have been in use roughly from around 850 through to the very late 7th century BC. I'm going to cut this short. This is just to show you that there's a lot of formal variation going on. So this isn't like it's the same exact model being repeated over and over. Already, Hank Knudsen and Ronnie Young have connected these ladles to later Greek ladles, as I already told you before. The Greek ladles here being shown on the right-hand side of the slide, the latter writing in 1963, I quote, 8th century Phrygian ladles, so terminating in bird's heads, may well have been the models for a long series of similar Greek ladles, extending down into Hellenistic times, in which the terminal bird's head, often a swan's head, has become a conventional part of the form. And some 20 years later, posthumously, though the Greek kiathoi eliminated tang, joining a handle directly to the wall of the bowl, they were probably derived ultimately from the earlier Phrygian ladles. The specimen from the Artemisian at Ephesus is a link. This is shown here at the top left. As you can see, only the handle is preserved. I quote again, with its discharged tang and conventional silhouette bird's head terminal, it would seem to be typically Phrygian and probably an export from the plateau to the coast. The Greeks then would seem to have taken the Phrygian ladles as models for their own, ultimately adapting the form to their own needs and taste. So let's first have a look at the so-called Greek ladles and then discuss this in more detail. There's actually very little work being done about the earliest Greek ladles, dating to the late 6th into the 5th century. One example here depicted on the far left, probably owing to the fact that ladles of this type are rarely attested in mainland Greece. If you, however, look at the earliest depictions of ladles in Greek vase painting, which date to about the same time, here an example on the right, there's ample documentation that this type must have been much more widespread than we can see archaeologically. As you can see, ladles of this type have a deep bowl and a long plain handle, which terminates in a bird's head. In the 4th century BC, these ladles then get replaced by the ones you can see in the middle of this slide, which generally are a bit shorter, have a much more shallow bowl with 2 spurs or volutes, and the broad handle constricting abruptly near the top of the ladle. This type then continues, and these are tested up until the 2nd century BC. If you now compare these earliest Greek ladles with the supposed Phrygian models, they actually don't look that much alike, typologically speaking. Further problems are that apart from one possible example from Ephesus, which I showed you before, no Phrygian ladles here on the map, the black dots, seem to have reached the Greek world. And more importantly, there's also no chronological overlap between the so-called Phrygian and Greek ladles, the latest secure attestation of a Phrygian ladle being the late 7th century, the earliest of a Greek ladle, the late 6th century. All of this put together would then, at least at first glance, seem to speak against the Phrygian model thesis. Of course, this now begs the question, what else could have instead been the inspiration for the Greek ladles, now from around 500 BCE onwards? There's another ladle type attested in Western Anatolia and the Western Achaemenid Empire in general, the so-called Lydian or Achaemenid ladles. These are similar to the Phrygian ladles in having a shallow bowl, differ, however, in most other aspects, possessing no tang but a plain handle, terminating not in a bird's head but in a ring, which in most cases is decorated by one or two animal heads or protones. To make things more complicated, there's one more ladle type to consider, one which Knudsen and Young didn't know about yet. These elegant ladles depicted here on the left have a very deep, for lack of a better word, sack-like bowl with a projecting lip and a curved handle terminating again in a bird's head. There's 10 such ladles known from controlled excavations, attesting to a very wide distribution of the type, with examples known from Cyprus, the Aegean, and even Morocco's Atlantic coast and Lixus, which, however, is not depicted on the map here. These usually are dated to the 7th and 6th centuries, although maybe here some caution is needed as there's really only one good dating context, the Cypro-Archaic tomb in Amethyst. Let's now come back to Young's hypothesis that early Greek ladles were at least distantly modeled on Phrygian ladles. As we have seen, the two types show little to no morphological similarities, apart from the fact that they're both ladles. And there's the problem of the chronological distance between the two, with the earliest Greek ladles only appearing 100 years after the latest Phrygian ladles. In this regard, the doubtlessly contemporaneous Phoenician ladles would be a much better candidate, but the only thing they have in common with Greek ladles is the bird's head at the end of the handle, which in this period is a very generic way to decorate the end of a handle, being used also in a range of other utensils. The Achaemenid ladles, so-called Achaemenid or Lydian ladles, look even more different. Summing up, each of the four ladle types have a very distinct design, and concerning the Greek ladles, there seems to be no open attempt to copy or adapt a specific ladle design. A more promising avenue to approach this problem then might be not to focus so much on detailed typological considerations, but more generally on the specific functional context of ladles. While the need for equipment for transferring liquids between different vessels presumably is common to all societies, there's other ladling utensils than ladles that you can use for this. You don't need ladles to ladle. Ladles, that is small bowls on very long vertical handles, are however particularly suited to extract liquids out of tall and deep vessels, as the long handles allow you to reach areas which might be difficult to access with other ladling utensils. In the context of early Iron Age commensal events, the tall and deep vessels at issue obviously are constituted either by the well-known large bronze cauldrons, for instance those with figural handle attachments depicted here on the left, or similar pottery vessels, for instance Greek column craters or Dinarian high stands shown here on the right. These were mixing vessels in which any desired, probably alcoholic beverage could be mixed with other beverages or diluted with water, and additional spices could be added. And the large capacities of this vessel suggests that a fairly large commensal group must have attended the respective events. Now, of course, large communal mixing vessels existed in the Aegean before the late 6th century when the ladles were introduced. The question then being, why were they only introduced this late? Something which might be relevant here, and I'm very much open to suggestions and criticism concerning this, is that the late 6th century is also the moment in which another new class of drinking equipment first turns up in the Aegean. I'm talking about metal sieves with horizontal handles, probably mainly used to filter wine. Here on the upper left, so-called Achaemenid Lydian example, on the lower left, the Greek one. Interestingly, in contrast to the case of the ladle, here there's no possible Phrygian model for the sieves, as the only category of filtering equipment known from early Iron Age Anatolia are side-handled jugs with a filter that's incorporated in the spout. Here on the right, one of the few examples in metal, but of course the form is very well attested in pottery. Meaning that handled sieves are a novelty for the Anatolian region as well. My suggestion then would be that introduction of ladles to the Aegean and introduction of horizontally handled sieves to the Aegean and Anatolia, both in the late 6th century, evidently as a package, might point to wider changes in drinking practices or beverage preparation processes. So either this could mean different beverages or maybe also only a different way of preparing or serving them. If this were true, And as I said, I'm still working on this, then it would be highly unlikely that the introduction of metal ladles to the Aegean was to be connected to Phrygia in any way. If we wanted to tie this to a specific political actor, we would probably either have to consider the Lydian or the Achaemenid empires, but of course, there might also be other reasons or other actors involved. Before I go on to consider other categories of metal vessels, let's just have a quick look at other ladling utensils being used in the early first millennium BC in the area east of Phrygia, whereas in the Aegean, there are no proper ladles attested in this period. On the left, we have sort of a Spartan cup with a high strap handle, which as pictorial evidence tells us was used as a ladling utensil. This is attested in just 2 examples from Nimrod and Tel Halaf. Then there's, of course, buckets, which might have been used for the same purpose, and other vessels with bucket handles, especially the animal-headed vessels known from Nimrod, pictorial evidence, and Gordian and Samos, which you can see on the right-hand side of the slide. Of course, we also have to consider other materials than metal, and especially perishable materials like wood. This leads me to yet another very interesting vessel type that is horizontally handled, ladles with a side spout. I know of one example from Nimrod made completely out of wood, then one bronze example, which Woolley bought from a workman who indicated to him that he discovered it at Rajibe near Ur. And last but not least, there might even be an example from the Gordian city mount. This has been published as a patera. As you can see, it's only partially preserved. We mostly have the bronze sheet, which originally covered a wooden core. In the publication, there's no mention of a spout, but maybe a reconstruction as a side-spouted ladle would be possible. Maybe we can discuss this later, as I reckon that some of you might have seen this object in person. If this identification could be corroborated, we now would have a second vessel type that connects Gordian to the contemporaneous Mesopotamia, the first being, of course, the animal-headed vessels. Okay, so that's it for ladles. I will now try to give you a very quick overview of other vessels which in past research have been identified as Phrygian. This is mostly just a summary of what's already known from existing research literature, so I haven't looked at those vessels closely myself. I want to start off with what you've probably been expecting for about 20 minutes now. That is the so-called Phrygian bowls, which Beat Schweitzer recently wrote an article about. As you can see here, these are known in great numbers from Anatolia itself, but there's also multiple examples from Asia Minor and the Greek mainland, although consistently rather badly preserved, meaning that only the characteristic rim bands or handles have survived. In the Greek mainland, we also find petaled omphalos bowls, for which Monica Hasserot has compiled a catalogue. In this case, we can rather easily discern later variations on an original model, the earlier model, the black dots on the map, showing lotus blossoms, decoration in relief, the later adaptation in red, incised decoration. The white variety with decoration in relief was attested in the 8th and 7th centuries, not only in Anatolian Greece, but also northern Syria and southern Mesopotamia, although only rarely. The incised variety continues into the 5th century. Lastly, I also want to mention rich mesencephalic bowls, which you can compile in Hasserot's Grecian or Anatolian as well. There's a number of bowls with just one ridge around the omphalos, here in green, others in blue, show 2 or more ridges, and finally there's even some with concentric ridges on the whole of the bowl in yellow. The simpler omphalos bowls, here green and blue, have often been seen as the origin of all Greek omphalos bowls, with or without interior ridges. So to sum up, I hope to have convincingly shown that in the case of the ladles, their introduction to the Aegean is probably not to be connected with Phrygia, but to later and wider changes in drinking practices. The ladles seem to have been introduced in a sort of package together with the previously also unknown metal sieves. This situation might, however, be different for a number of other vessel types. A considerable quantity of so-called Phrygian bowls, petal bowls, and rich mesencephalic bowls seem to have reached the Aegean during the presumed heyday of the Phrygian Empire. The same is true for cauldrons with siren or bull attachment, which I haven't talked about today in detail. In some instances, we can even find local adaptations of earlier models, for instance, in the case of petal bowls, but also the cauldron attachments. Then there's also the question of more general influences, which we've talked about in the case of the omphalos bowls, as functional omphaloi generally are thought to be a Phrygian invention. Similar influences limited to only specific details of vessels have also been claimed for bolsters and rotels, which you find on a range of supposedly Phrygian vessels from which they might have been copied later on in the Aegean and other regions. What seems clear to me then is that the role of Anatolia as a gateway from the geographic east to the geographic west has been underestimated until now. An entirely different question is, however, if the vessels I've been talking about really should be identified as Phrygian, and if so, what exactly we mean when we use this term. As all of these vessels were deposited in the tumuli of Bodin and Ankara, I think it's safe to say that they were used in drinking practices which were shared by Phrygian elites. What we don't know, however, is they were also perceived as specifically Phrygian. This, of course, is not only relevant when we are talking about Aegean perceptions of Eastern metal vessels, but also in the context of other Anatolian tumuli outside of the presumed Phrygian heartland. In my paper, I focused mostly on Anatolian Aegean interactions and only rarely mentioned northern Syria, Mesopotamia, or the Armenian highlands. This might partially be due to my own research focus being more on the Western regions, but I think that this might, at least to some extent, also reflect actual differences in the quantity or quality of the external relations of Phrygia. So at least in the domain of metal vessels, there might have been more marginal interactions with the East than with the West. We do have some shared vessel types which have been found both in the Phrygian tumuli and Mesopotamia. These are, of course, the animal-headed vessels, maybe the horizontally handled ladles, then also some paddle bows and the metamphalic bows with a single ridge around the omphalos. Are these vessel types then all originally Mesopotamian? Not necessarily, given that in the case in which we have good dating contexts, those from Mesopotamia are always later than those from Phrygia. Putting all of this together, I personally would advise caution in calling certain metal vessel types Phrygian, as we just know too little about ancient perceptions of these objects, who exactly used them, and also who exactly produced them, were the different workshops, where are the workshops, and so on. In any case, judging from the metal vessels, which is the only material I am competent enough to judge from, we can't really see Western Anatolia act as a conduit or middle ground entity, facilitating movement of Eastern metal vessels to the west, but rather the Western Anatolian region seems to constitute an entity of its own entirely. Did Aegean and potentially also other Western Mediterranean societies perceive the new vessels reaching them from the Anatolian plateau in the same way as those which they came in contact with via maritime traders or their own endeavors along the Eastern Mediterranean coast? I can't provide you with an answer for that just yet, but I hope to be able in the future to contribute more clues towards answering these questions, as my PhD project, in which I'm working on these very metal vessels, will hopefully come to a successful conclusion in the coming years. In the meantime, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Really very inspiring paper. Some comments, questions? Alrighty.
I was trying to put together my memories and things. I was wondering why you're referring to the blue set writing, as it's usually called. So you think that's for scooping, not for drinking?
Yeah, actually, I think we should really be attentive to terminology in this case, as in, well, writing is a term coming from Greek archaeology, and none of these vessels have a secondary opening to write ahead. So I would use the more neutral term vessels. And then for your other questions, there's Citadel and some of them have an about the temple, most not. By the way, the reliefs also there's some views and some. So yeah, why not? Why couldn't they have used to metal rather than string or both? Because there's, especially in Syria and Western Iran, there's a number of pockets.
Other questions? On
Just before we wrap up, I will pose one question from our YouTube viewers, Jeffrey Summers, who would like to know, could the shift to cremation reflect shortage of timber around both Gordian and Anka? And this is directed at the very end of Braden's talk, but I leave it open if anybody wants to take a stab. Yes. Could the shift to cremation reflect shortage of timber around both Gordian and Anka?
Yeah, thanks. So this is, I didn't talk about the Middle Phrygian period, right? And I think that the shift to cremation is paralleled by the shift in use of construction wood on the Citadel Mountain. This is something that Mac Marsnick has talked about. So in that graphic that I showed, which I'm sure no one remembers, the second period is pine no longer is the dominant species, and as you saw in Brian's talk, juniper is used frequently in construction along the Citadel Mountain, and in fact, in the tumuli as well. So tumul 7 includes a number of juniper logs. So I think there is something going on in terms of their access to and value of timber, but I haven't quite thought about how it changes through the Middle Phrygian period. But I think it's all part of the picture, right? The cremation practice, I think, is in some way related to the changing construction practices of timber along the mountain.
Okay, with that, I think we can go to lunch. We are only 9 minutes over, so we're actually in a decent position. If we can have everyone try to get back here for 3 o'clock, that's when we'll start the next session. I'll have everything loaded up and ready to go to begin that one. And hopefully fewer problems.
So we were you able to upload the stuff? Okay. Can I also see if it's working?
No, it's totally okay. For YouTube and Facebook viewers, I'm going to do some troubleshooting, and then I'll put up a waiting screen, and we'll be back in just under an hour and a half. For the live audience, we'll be getting started in just a few moments.
Okay, so.
No, I meant of these four people, or these three people rather. Thank you. We certainly think so.
Sun is almost too much. So.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of I guess it just gets
just new hires. It's all the same, but it doesn't move. My son still doesn't sleep, so.
Don't tell me that.
I do all that I wake up, so. I do.
Oh my God, well, that's not my situation.
I sleep very late, so. You think,
I guess you don't have to. Could talk about sleep forever.
My daughter's one. Yeah, yeah. Make up to the tea session.
I should have just, I should have just at least, or I should just get to the conclusion. I just never got to say the conclusion, which is just a bummer. Oh well. Well, Lorenzo was being so conscientious about the time.
He spoke for 30 minutes. He was saying, but he was exactly. Yeah. Deliver directly to the desk would be the best.
Are we allowed to drink beer while there's that? Yeah. It would get everybody. I agree. Yeah. So are you a postdoc?
No, I'm finishing. This is the end of my 6th year, so it's either finishing right now or I might take some time for a good extension that I can finagle it. But depends on the job. I'm ready to have one last hope, and then otherwise I'll spend some time in college.
What's the last hope?
It's a small liberal school in Massachusetts, Worcester State University. Yeah, huge teaching position. With not ideal, but it's tenure track, so I get it and take it.
I mean, honestly, I don't know. A teaching heavy position is like so much more life friendly in a lot of ways, right? There's not a lot of pressure on you to as an archaeologist once you have a family, like the demands of doing it.
This will be the first year I've ever revealed this.
For
3.5 weeks, I was teaching a fall seminar in Corona. So, yeah, productive one, but it's hard.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some things that you don't want to miss. That really is hard. Because of course it all sounds very appealing. Like, I get to sleep through the night, I'll be in Corona, but then
you realize it's so
just get started. Hi, thank you, everyone. I think we're already a little bit behind schedule, but we're going to try to keep to time. And so welcome to the afternoon sessions of Phrygia between the East and the West. Today we'll hear several papers on technology, trade, and long-distance interaction. And so our first speaker is Mehmet Işıklı from Atatürk University in Erzurum. Professor Işıklı. Thank you.
Very much.
Of course.
Website.
I think it
Yes.
is on. Yeah.
All
it
right.
should be working.
Thank you very much, for chair. And then dear colleagues and dear participants and friends and the students, welcome to the closer. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to the section, afternoon section, and then we will talk about. Can you hear?
No. I think yes.
Any problem? Can you hear me? Thank you. First of all, I would like to start my words, my welcoming you, all of them, and offering my greetings. I would like to state that I am very happy to take part in this scientific event in cooperation with the Universities of Pavia and New York, which is organized by Professor Lorenzo do Alfonso. I am sure that there are efforts of many individuals and institutions for the realization of this event. While I would like to thank all of them, I would also like to thank my friend Lorenzo and his team, who made an extraordinary effort for me and my team to participate to this great event. At this meeting, I was asked to analyze the general image of the Phrygian kingdom from the Urartian kingdom from the east. As you can all guess, this topic is very exciting and very, very problematic issue. Although these two powerful kingdoms of the Middle Iron Age were contemporary with each other, they are geographically quite far from each other. Despite this general picture where these two important Iron Age powers completely unaware of each other. Of course, they were not. They should be in contact. Some available writing and archaeological data give us some clues in this regard. Now, I would like to, and we would like to share with my team this data and open it up for discussion. I will first make a brief introduction to the subject in this context, and then I will present the political developments of the period from the Urartian front. And my speech, after my speech, will be followed, be analyzed of my doctoral students, also in my team students, on metal, stone, and ceramic artifacts or materials will follow. My presentation, as you see the slides, consists of three parts. First part, I would like to talk about the two powerful kingdoms in the fragmented and especially in terms of political and cultural context of the Middle Iron Age, Anatolia, namely Urartu and Phrygian kingdoms shortly. And then second part, briefly, I would like to give some information about the political history of Urartu kingdom and the Western expedition of it. And then the last part, we would like to talk east of the Phrygian kingdom, and namely buffer zone. As is known, the end of the Bronze Age was largely determined by the catastrophic process characterized by strong regional political, cultural formations and relations between them. The dynamics of this dark and largely unknown process of collapse is still a matter of debate. This process was followed by
the Iron Age, in which very important changes and transformations placed in the Anatolia and generally Near East, ancient Near East. Like this. It works, I think.
No.
Again, the mic. All right. Surprise for us.
Just imagine the world in the late Bronze Age, people moving across this Anatolian landscape.
Because of the internet?
Really old computer that can't handle.
Okay, thank you. In Anatolia, there were no central authorities, no written traditions in general during the first subphase of the Iron Age. It's only in the lands of where the Hittites had ruled that there were local kingdoms and city-states established by the people who were heirs, newcomers, and the local groups. When it came to the Middle Iron Age, the dark side of Anatolia would begin to lighten, even if it was only partly. Central authorities with written and state traditions began to re-emerge again. In this process, small but powerful kingdoms, principalities, and the cities began to be effective. Anatolia had a fragmented political and cultural appearance in this process. If we focus on the mountains Eastern Anatolia region, which is our subject, this region attracts attention with its unique geographical and ecological features. This extraordinary spatial land has always been seen as a rural and marginal borderlands of the settled and urban Mesopotamian world. Despite its challenging geography, this mountain zone, which is limited and shaped by the Caucasus, Taurus, and Zagros mountain ranges, it has very rich in natural resources. For this reason, this mountains belt has always been the target of the colonial expansionist political powers. Now, talking about the Urartian political and cultural history briefly. The political and cultural history of the Urartu is examined in 4 stages, as you see the slide. They are as follows: first period, principalities, and second, establishment, third, development, and the last period is rising and collapse period. The period of principalities corresponding to the early Iron Age is a process that is still debated and awaiting clarification in Eastern and Anatolian archaeology, also in the Caucasian archaeology. Archaeological and written data show the existence of a divided structure consisting of tribal groups and principalities in the form of the political units in this mountain zone. As far as we know, the archaeological projects carried out through the region, I mean the mountains Eastern Anatolia, these principalities lived in the castles and the villages and had a rich necropolises. The Uradri and Nairi peoples known from the Assyrian inscriptions would have established the Urartian kingdom within 200 years. As far as we know from the archaeological project, 13 kings ascended to the royal throne of the Urartu in the 250 years period following first king of the Sarduri. Thanks to their successful policies, these kings expanded the political and cultural boundaries of the kingdom from the Euphrates to the Urmia Lake and from Taurus range to the South Caucasus, namely Caucasus range. The establishment period, which corresponded to the between 9 to 8 centuries BC, marks a bright beginning generally. The kings of the establishment stage primarily strengthened the kingdom's position in the homeland. They struggled for the completion of the institutional structure of the state. Later, the founding kings, Sarduri, Ishbuini, and Menoa, began their expansionist policies. Their targets were Lake Urmia Basin in the southeast, namely northwestern Iran, Lake Sevan and Araxes basins in the north, namely South Caucasus, and the upper Euphrates basin in the west, namely west part of the eastern Anatolia. The spoils, tributes, and taxes obtained from these expeditions were the most important incomes of the kingdom economy. Urartu, who became stronger with these campaigns, was the only political power that could stand against the Assyrian kingdom, which was the superpower of the Near East. Two important kings of this process, Ishbuini and Menoa, also undertook large development projects such as construction of castles, cities, vineyards, gardens, water channels, dams, and rock monuments. King Menoa gave a special attention to the spread of the kingdom, especially towards the west. In the western expansion of the kingdom, the target region is mostly the upper Euphrates basin. This region holds an important position in many respects. It is the point where the mountains north and the lowland urban south, in the other words, the Caucasian and Mesopotamian worlds meet. Thanks to the roads following the Euphrates, the north, named Caucasus, and the south, named Mesopotamia, have created a cosmopolitan and different world in almost each period. The Menoa period inscriptions provide the first information about Urartu's relationship with the Western world. They speak of conquering countries and cities in the West, such as Alzi, Kutume, Hatti, Targihama, Shebeteria, and Huzana. Among these names, especially Targihama is remarkable in the terms of our subject. If it is the same name as Tegerema mentioned in the Hittite text, it can be thought that according to localization suggestion of Tegerema, the Urartian king advanced to the Gurin province in Sivas. This region was the land of the Tabal, which was one of the buffer states between Urartu and Phrygia. The second stage that comes after a good start was the development process. The kings of this process, Argishti I, Sarduri II, Rusa I, and Argishti II, followed quite successful policies and ensured that Urartu became an important power in Near East. In this period, Urartu was active in the western border. In particular, King Argishti I did important work in spreading to the west. The expression of the land to Atte, which is the mention in this western expedition record, draws attention. This name, Tuatte, is considered the same person as Tuatis, one of the Tabal kings. It seems that Urartu's relationship with the Tabal, which was the most important buffer state between Phrygian kingdom, has been started at the end of the 9th century. In the years following this process, namely in the second half of the 8th century, the Urartian kingdom experienced a difficult period due to attacks of the Assyrian and the tribal raids such as Cimmerians. With Sarduri II, the balances in the region changed completely. Urartu was no more active in the region. The Izoli inscription, which is the westernmost Urartian inscription, is important in this respect. King Sarduri gives the name of the Euphrates for the first time in the inscription and states that he was the first Urartian king to cross this river. Archaeological evidence in Kaleköy and the İmikuşağı settlements also show that Urartu passed through the west of the river. The period of Rusa first, the other king of the development process, is remarkable period in terms of the Urartian history and the Western expedition. The victories of his rival and mighty Assyrian king Sargon left their, and the defeat by the Cimmerians left their mark on the period. We learn from Sargon's inscriptions that during this period, he had built castles to protect the Mushki and Urartu borders. This showed that Mushki lands should be not far from Urartu land. Although the period Argishti II, who was another king of the development process, was not a remarkable period in terms of the Western expedition, the most important development of this period in terms of our subject was the construction of Altıntepe Castle in Erzincan. This castle was the westernmost royal investment of Urartu. This huge investment so far from the homeland is quite confusing. Long-term excavations at the Altıntepe have shown that it was a border province center that incorporated different cultural elements rather than the typical Urartu center. In terms of the location, Altıntepe is placed in the border region of Urartu Kingdom and in the source of lands of Euphrates. Indeed, it was not far from Maşatköy in Tokat, where presented rich painted pottery, which ended with Taba, a fragment of a similar painted pottery found at Altıntepe. While Mehmet Ali, my student, will analyze the relationship through the ceramics, and he will give more detailed information. Considering all this, Altıntepe have a different role in the network and inter-regional and the long-distance relationships. We need to think about more. Yeah, you can see the slides on the Altıntepe and the Maşatköy location and the photos of the few years ago. We have found this fragment of the typical Alişar painted pottery. After this process, there was a peak and collapse period for Urartu. In this final stage of Urartu's history, there was only one important king, Argishti's son Rusa. In Urartu archaeology, there was a very debatable subject. Some of the scholars suggested that this is King Argishti II. Some of them suggested that Argishti III. We not exactly know yet. Maybe more inscription, we will be sure. These ruling years of this extraordinary king, who was responsible for almost half of the period, totally 40 years, were considered to be Renaissance of Urartu because of his unorthodox policies and reconstruction activities. This king achieved the peak of this kingdom before its destruction. In terms of archaeological and writing data, his reign was the most well-known archaeological period in the Urartu. After this king, we don't know exactly what happened for about half a century. A few names of kings are known, whose names and years of rule are controversial. Within this brilliant period, the expansion policy of Urartu to the western was also reviewed. There is a fortress in Elazığ, Kaleköy, built by Rusa as a part of this westward expansion policy. In these inscriptions recovered from this castle and the other castles of Urartu, Cherusa, including our excavation site Aenis and temple inscription, Urartu king mentioned the prisoners were taken from the countries of Hatay, Halitu, Mushki, and Tablani. Important for us in this information are the names Mushki and Tablani. These should be the buffer countries and states located between Urartu and Phrygian in the west. This is the latest and final information about the western expansion of Urartu. As a result, the natural boundary for Urartu in the westward expansion was the Euphrates. In terms of our subject, an important detail was the contact with the lands of Tabal and Mushki, whose relationship with the Phrygian is still controversial. Now, east of Phrygia. At this point, the relationship of the Phrygian kingdom with the countries and the peoples in the east should be examined, particularly the relationship of the kingdom with the Mushki and the Tabal countries or kingdoms, which prominent in the western expansion of the Urartu is important. As stated before, these two countries were buffer states between Urartu and Phrygian, and if there was any relationship, they should have played an active role in it. As is known, the problem of the relationship between Phrygia, Tabal, Mushki is still an important issue for Phrygian Anatolian archaeology and Iron Age studies. I don't want to give a detailed in the front of the very important experts. Just I would like to summarize the views of this subject briefly. According to old and traditional view, Mushki was regional variation of the Phrygian kingdom in the east. The Assyrian defined the Phrygian as Mushkis. This is Melik's famous archaeologist's comment is quite remarkable. She said that the Western world, namely ancient Greek neighbors, recognized the Phrygian side of the kingdom closer to them, and Eastern world, namely Assyrian, late Hittite kingdoms, and the Urartian, recognized the Mushki and Tabal side of the kingdom. While both names are mostly mentioned in the Assyrian and Urartian inscriptions, they are not included in Phrygian written documents. Due to their localization and some archaeological material, they tend to be associated with Phrygian. The available data indicate that Mushkis were living as tribes in the lands of the upper Euphrates and Tigris basins. However, unfortunately, we don't have a very concrete evidence yet regarding their archaeological traces. Only some regional ceramics groups, as you see the slides, principally the grooved ceramics of the upper Euphrates and the upper Tigris basin, have been associated with them by some archaeologists. Considering the distribution, geographic, and the stratigraphic of this grooved ceramic tradition, this issue is still widely debated in the archaeology. As a matter of fact, this ceramic group has been used for a long time in a large of the part of Eastern Anatolia. Recently, some studies have accepted this ceramic tradition to be related to different ethnic groups, such as Nairi peoples, who origin of the Urartu. As a result, the archaeological visibility of the Mushki is still unclear. In context of our subject, the second important political figure is Tabal Kingdom or Tabal countries. It was an important local and powerful kingdom in the central Anatolia during the Iron Age. It was roughly localized to the south of central Anatolia or southern Cappadocia. Tabal kingdoms and their relationship with the Phrygia is problematic, just like Mushki. The available data show that Tabal Confederation, including various principalities, was an important independent political power in the region, and there is no concrete evidence of its ethnic and cultural affiliation with the Phrygian. In fact, according to some researchers and data, this independent unit was partly a representative of the political cultural process that continued in the region after Hittite kingdom collapsed. The archaeological existence of the Tabal kingdom is better known, especially with the increasing research in the recent period. Luwian stele with hieroglyphic alphabet, rock monuments, and a tradition of painted ceramics scattered in the south of central Anatolia were associated with this kingdom. Recent excavations at Kınık and Ovaören mounds and the research in the region, surveys especially, have made important strides in defining the archaeological material of the Tabal kingdom. The experts who carried out the projects in question agree that connection with the Phrygian cannot be established through the archaeological material. As a result, although Tabal was in a politically and culturally independent unit in occupied and important position in relations with the spatial location between the Urartian and Phrygian kingdom. The last subject to be considered in the context of the Eastern Phrygian is the excavation at Kerkenes Castle in Sorgun, Yozgat. The excavation was carried out by the Jeffrey Summers at this mysterious citadel, which is located in the mountains region in the east of central Anatolia, and which has revealed striking results regarding the eastern expedition of the Phrygians. However, the remains of this citadel, probably belonging to the late stage of the Phrygian kingdom, almost end of the 7th and the beginning of the 6th century. According to, or he thinks that after the fall of kingdom, a large group, maybe an elite group, moved to establish this city. In this case, the results of Kerkenes excavation unfortunately cannot provide direct information on the eastern expansion of the kingdom at its heyday, 9th or 7th and 8th centuries BC. As a matter of the fact, the controversial Alishar painted ceramics, which was associated with the Tabal, surprisingly were not encountered in this site. Could this be indirect evidence for us that Phrygians knew the East and were in the contact? According to migration theories, this is an acceptable situation. We know that the Phrygians who came to Anatolia through the straits moved towards the interior of the Anatolian after a while. We don't know how far they came. Apart from this, those who founded the capital in Gordion, were there any others who went further east? As a matter of fact, recent pottery data at some sites such as Satusha, Kamankale, Höyük are remarkable in this regard. If there were, they would have been pioneers of the emigration. If there was such a possibility, maybe this group was the Mushkis, who were seen in the Assyrian inscriptions from the 12th century onwards. According to the resulting picture, although the Phrygians seemed to have turned their face to west, they were also in contact with the east. Urartu was also trying to maintain its contact with the west at all times. Kızılırmak River for Phrygian and the Euphrates River for Urartu seem to remain as a natural border. The lands in between were home to buffer states such as Tabal and Mushki. They should have active role in the network of interregional and long-distance relationship. Understanding the details of the relations between the Urartu and Phrygian, which is a problematic issue, will be possible with archaeological research in these regions. Now I leave my words to my students who will analyze possible relations through the Urartian-based archaeological material, metal, stoneworks, and the ceramics. Thank you very much for your interest.
Okay, I think we have time for one question and we'll hear more from your students. So maybe
Okay.
we'll have a longer conversation afterward. But do we have one question?
I think everything is clear.
It was perfect.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, join me in thanking Professor Işıklı again. Next, we'll hear from Ayşegül Aras, Mehmet Ali Özdemir, and Oğuz Aras. I think Mehmet Ali will speak to us first on the topic of the relations of Urartu and Phrygia, an analysis by means of archaeological data.
First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Lorenzo and our team for this innovation and support. And also, I would like to thanks to ISAV and Pavia University, especially the director of the Collegio Locale Pavia and dear Cesar for their assistance. Dear Chairman and Fellows, in this presentation, we will be covering the relation of the Urartu and Phrygia in light of archaeological data. This study will be presented under the three main headings: metallurgy, stone, and ceramics. After covering the part of the metallurgy, I will give the stage to Ayşe. Among the Iron societies, the Urartu kingdom constitutes the large main community in the Near East. It is possible to understand the dimension of the Urartu metallurgy organization from the many metal works that have survived to the present day. Helmets, shields, arrow holder, belts, cauldrons, and jewelry have a significant place among the Urartu metalworks. The cave settlements recognize the Urartu metalwork in Aenis Castle. Many metal artifacts were uncovered there, one of the most striking castles of the kingdom. Among these works, there are numerous unique things that are specific to Urartian art. Although large workshops could not be identified, it is clear that these works are part of the large organization. The understanding of the art will change and develop in certain periods of the kingdom. Is related on the interaction between societies and skill exerted on the art of the craftsmanship. Like the Urartian kingdom, Phrygia was one of the main metal production areas of the Anatolian in the Iron Age. It is possible to say that the cave settlements of Phrygian metalwork were Gordian and Tumulus. A wide variety of metal objects were recovered from Gordian and Tumulus, and these objects reveals the importance of Phrygian metallurgy. This work also gives clues about foreign influence and mutual relations. In order to understand this interaction, it is necessary to examine these works from stylistic and analytic aspects. The first group of works that we can talk about typological similarity between the Urartian and Phrygian bronze works are cauldrons. Based on the finds of the artifacts, cauldrons, which have taken place in both civilizations, are now scattered around the world tourism. In this way, it's difficult to date the cauldrons by looking at their general typological structure. Both Phrygian and Urartian cauldrons were produced in similar forms in a spherical and slightly flight-knit form. The overriding element while classifying colors periodically is the attachments that are related to them. Bullheads and siren are commonly used attachments. Siren used in Phrygian and Urartian cauldrons are statistically very close to each other. The omens, shaped eyes, hair steel, the way their wings are crafted, and the jewelry of the sirens are quite similar. In general, these features are attributed to the Northern Syrian style and thought have been important from this region. When the bullheads are examined, there are no similarity as in the sirens. The differences in the bullheads attachment can be explained by local production. Here we can ask the important question: which civilization affected the other this regard? So far, there has been no concrete data on the subject. In this context, script mentioned the fame of Tabal cauldrons in this period. However, Tabal archaeological data includes the cauldrons are very limited and problematic. Yet, there may be relationship between the Urartian Tabal Phrygian cauldrons during the Middle Iron Age. Apart from the cauldrons, another significant group of finds that can be analyzed in the fibula. Bronze fibulas also appear in the both Phrygian and Urartian. As it is now, the Phrygian fibula is prestige object that separates almost throughout the Near East during the Iron Age. Phrygian fibulas, the best example of which were found in Gordion and the Great Tumulus, draw attention their craftsmanship. We see these fibulas on the latent rock relief. In Urartu, the fibula are more limited and modest. They can never compete with Phrygian simples in terms of craftsmanship and quality. Beautiful examples were obtained from the Ionis excavation and especially from the Altıntepe tombs. Additionally, the foreigner of the period was the Phrygians. Although not as much cauldrons and fibulas, there are also similarities in omphalos and arrowheads. Omphalos tip was recovered from the excavation of Ionis castle, resembled the Phrygian omphalos. Scythian arrowheads appear almost everywhere in Anatolia. This type of arrowheads directly associated with Scythians may have been produced in local worship as the technique of the period. In the highly probable that the Scythian tip arrow recovered from the excavation of Aeneas Castle were produced by the Urartian means or masters. This similarity may be possible for Phrygians too. In other words, the Phrygian masters who saved the Scythians' arrowheads may have produced them by their own means. Additionally, Bonfanti and Dunn re-evaluated a group of the bells recovered from the Toprakale excavation and drew attention to the stylistic similarities of the bells with the Phrygian artifacts. Apart from the bells, this similarity also seen in the bronze objects that come from Toprakale excavation and are thought to belong to the throne piece. I would like to point out that simple with a similar composition was recovered from the Aeneas Castle. I guess Bonfanti elaborated on this in their presentation. Apart from technological and stylical similarities, analysis similarities are also noteworthy. Nominal processing workshop or atelier have been identified in the Urartian settlements until now. Only a few small-scale metalworking workshops have been uncovered. Possible atelier and mini workshop must be located in the lower cities or away from the Citadel. In this regard, Aeneas Castle is the case settlement. To understand Urartian metallurgy for bronze items within the scope of my doctoral thesis, late isotopes and chemical analysis studies were carried out based on Aeneas. In order to determine the source of the bronze artifacts recovered from Aeneas and Çavuştepe castles, artifacts with different features were selected from various points of Aeneas castle. Samples were taken from two shields from Çavuştepe castle. There are also special works such as a line-headed shield among the artifacts obtained from Aeneas castle. On the slides, you see the first result of the analysis performed. Isotope result of the Aeneas and Çavuştepe artifacts were compared with the deposits of Anatolia, Armenia, Kıbrıs, and Iran. The red markers show the distribution of the result from our last study. In the light of the data, some of the artifacts taken a sample point to Anatolian and Caucasian deposits. However, when we look at the comparison of 206 PB, 204 PB, and 207 PB, 204 PB, it reveals that copper many have come from the areas other than the aforementioned deposits. Additionally, and similar local rocks yield epoch similarity, the range of the 70 to 200 million years BC. However, values of our 450 million years you see in the table relief to distance areas such as Sardinia, the Arabian Shield, or Central Asia. When we look at the source, this value symbols, interesting results emerge. Two of these examples are shield from Çavuştepe. The other are shields, quiver, and plugs from Aeniscus. Why simple taken off from Çavuştepe dates to period of Second Sarduri? Aenis works are dated to period of the Second Bursa or son of the Argishti. If so, considering the same raw materials have been used from about 100 years, it is possible to talk about the existence of a large metalworking organization in the Iron Age. This situation, which manifests itself in Urartian works, may be effective in Phrygian works too. Therefore, a similar study should be done in Phrygian bronze works too. To understand the chemical composition of Urartian artifacts, various analyses were applied at almost 250 artifacts. According to condition of the artifacts, portable XRF, ICP-MS, and SEM-ADX analyses were performed. As for the comparison, the accuracy of the applied methods and result them yielded. Three different analyses were carried out on the same item. Among these analysis methods, easiest and most useful in the portable XRF analysis. On the slide, you can see portable XRF analysis performed on Phrygian and Urartian bronze artifacts. Here are some examples selected from the studies carried out. We thank Mr. Rose for this permission to analyze the Phrygian bronze artifacts. As you can see, there are close relation in the 5 basic elements. The similarity is not limited to Urartian and Phrygian works. There are similar relation in Assyrian works in the east and Lydian in the west. As you can see in the graphics, 19% copper, 8 to 9% tin, and 1% other elements were used for bronze making in the Iron Age civilization. As a result, it is possible to talk about common denominator for both civilization over the cauldrons and fibula. However, none of this reveal concrete data on the bilateral relations. Perhaps it is better to same them old-fashioned of the periods as object valued and used in Iron Age. This situation may be veiled in the analysis result as well. Due to technology of the period, these societies must have learned how and what rate to produce the works. There are similarity in alloy ration, maybe due to inter-commonly relation and interaction. I will leave the presentation to Ayşegül. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you for all. As a matter of fact, the only common point of these civilizations, all of which appear as an important political power for this period of Anatolian lands, is their existence made of stone. Accordingly, organic similarities between their designs may have played a role too. Undoubtedly, these designs appear as a section of the geological structure of the areas where they were established, just like in Phrygian and Urartian. Both sides are mountainous and rocky. Both kingdoms developed their life and culture in harmony with their natural environment. This situation was naturally reflected in every part of their culture. Therefore, in these cultures, stone has become a bonding factor. And it has been possible to see the stone in all of them from the rocky areas where they positioned their settlements to the foundations of their monumental architecture and even to the monuments carved into the rock as a secret sanctuary. Urartian, very successful craftsmen, especially in stone and metalwork, in particular the stoneworks made by Urartian masters. Arouse admiration in this range of stoneworks, it is possible to see all kinds of artifacts from monumental basalt walls to precious decorated elaborate stone vessels. It is not surprising that they have been identified as the lords of stone. However, when we look at Phrygian, it is seen that the use of stone is mostly limited to monumental architectures and rock monuments. Although the Urartians have always been adept at stonemasonry, their most spectacular process undoubtedly coincides with the period of Rusa, son of Argish, the deities in the 17th century BC. It is possible to see the use of stone in many areas, from architecture to art, in all of the castles of the kingdom, especially in the excavations that have been going for more than 13 years in the city of Aenis. The diversity in stonemasonry is quite impressive. When we look at Phrygians in Western Anatolia, it is seen that woodworking as well as stonemasonry displays a similar development. In addition, the stone inlays in Urartu were replaced by terracotta relief plaques in architectural decoration. While geography may have an effect on the sophistication of woodworking, it's possible to see the influence of the societies they interact with on the terracotta relief plaques. While the Ionian influence is observed on these relief plaques, the similarity of the figures on them noticeable. This figure is very similar to the depictions of the tree of life adorning the walls of the Aenis cella. This resemblance in composition suggests that the Gordian samples may have been influenced by the East. It seems that the only common points between these two civilizations are the stone monuments. Though it is open to discussion, the general opinion is in this direction. While it is characterized by different concepts, such as similarity, relationship, or indirection, it should be noted that the idea indirection in the rock-cut architecture of these two civilizations is not struck as it is taught. Although they are the product of similar functions and thought, they certainly present formal differences. Technically and stylistically, there are serious differences between them. While there is a perception of an architectural temple facade in Phrygian monuments, in the Urartian monuments, there is the phenomenon of the divine appearance through door. There is more elaborate workmanship in the Phrygian monuments, while Phrygian examples are enriched with plastic artifacts such as gods, goddess figures, and lions, and ornaments such as geometric patterns, there are more inscriptions on Urartian monuments. Perhaps it would be more accurate to reduce this indirection to a conceptual one. We think that these secret places, which have an architectural feature by carving and shaping the bedrock, are reminders that are carried from the past to the future, and that they open the doors of religious journey. In both societies, it is common to think that niches are the dwellings of the supernatural powers, gods, and the place where they manifested themselves. And at this point, the niches seen in Phrygia offer us more clues. The goddess depictions on the niche-shaped doors and the devil sockets, which are thought to have portable statues of the goddess placed in the niche-shaped openings, are the clearest examples of the belief that the gods lived in the rock. It can very well thought that the same idea exists in Urartu. It should not be forgotten that this practice, which become very common in East and the West in the Iron Age, is the practice from the late Bronze Age in Anatolia. Another similarity is the tombs carved into the rock, similar to these rock tombs, which are common practice in Eastern Anatolia, are also found in mountainous Phrygian Valley. While examples of these tombs with multiple rooms are seen in Urartu, the examples in Phrygian are mostly single-chambered. In this respect, it is not possible to say that two contemporary cultures interact with each other through rock tombs. In fact, it should be thought of as a tradition. As a result, rock burial is more likely to be seen as a common choice for people living in mountainous and rocky area. I leave the presentation to Mehmet Ali. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Thomas. The papers presented in the writing section so far have underlined the difficulties in clarifying the relationship network between Urartu and Phrygia. Now, when we look at the analysis I will make in the field of ceramics, we see that the situation is more difficult. First of all, at the beginning of my presentation, I would like to give you a brief information about the ceramics traditions and cultural regions in Eastern Anatolia during the Middle Iron Age. Undoubtedly, the most important cultural region in this process was the One Lake Basin, which was also the homeland of the Urartian kingdom. The most important representative of the Middle Iron Age ceramics tradition in the region is Urartian ceramics. The key sediment in this regard is the Ionis excavation, of which we are a team member. These excavations, which have continued for 35 years, have presented a rich collection of Urartian ceramics. In the recent studies, mostly on Ionis ceramics, the existence of 5 different ware groups in Urartian ceramics has been determined. Now, I would like to show you these ware groups briefly accompanied by slides. The first ware group is red burnished ware. The second ware group is pink, yellow, red paste wares. The third ware group is puff cream slipped wares. The fourth ware group is brown slipped wares. The fifth ware group is coarse wares.
As can be seen, red burnished ceramics in different form were found in the Van Lake and Middle Araxes Basin, which are the core region of Urartu, especially in the castle settlements. This wave group is mostly accepted as the ceramics of their ruling class and elites. Apart from these core regions, when we look at the Karasu and Upper Araxes Basin, the political and cultural dominance and existence of Urartu in this region has always been the subject of discussion. Since this problematic is not the subject of our study, I will not go into detail here. However, it should be underlined that the cultural dominance of Urartu was not very strong in this land, and the local elements survived alongside the Urartian elements. It is possible to observe this situation on ceramics. The analysis I have made on the Iron Age ceramics, which are the material of my doctoral thesis and obtained from the excavations at Alaybeyhöyük on the Erzurum Plain, are guiding in this regard. According to this, a group of red burnished pottery and pottery burnished, brown burnished wares, which started to be seen from the middle of the early Iron Age, continued to exist together until the end of the Middle Iron Age. As Professor Işıklı stated in this presentation, the Upper Euphrates Basin in the key region in the western extension of Urartu and its possible relationship with the Phrygian. Iron Age ceramic tradition of this region are important for our subject. Thanks to the rescue excavation in this region, we know the most information about the Iron Age, especially in the eastern Anatolia region. During the excavation, it was determined that the layers belonged to the Hittite Empire and then in a fire in many centers in Altınova. After this, important change occurred in the material culture of the region, especially in the ceramics tradition. Hittite ceramics, which were well made, are replaced by a new tradition of ceramics made by heavy wheels or by hand. This type of pottery with coarse paste, which is dominated by groove decorations covering the entire bowl between the rim and body, is known as groove pottery in the literature. As stated before, this ceramics group has been associated with many different ethnic groups in the region, such as Mushki and Nairi. After the group ceramics tradition, significant changes were seen in the ceramics repertoire in the Upper Euphrates region. In the Middle Iron Age, especially with the western expansion of Urartu, red burnished ceramics of Urartu emerged in the region. They have first seen together with the Middle Iron Age painted ceramics of Central Anatolia. As stated before, these painted ceramics were initially compared with the Phrygian painted ceramics and later accepted as Tabal ceramics. We see two different ceramics traditions of these two different regions in Northern Tepe and Arslan Tepe. In particular, the samples from Arslan Tepe have been compared with the paint decorated ceramics identified as early Phrygian, recovered from Gordion, Kamankale-Höyük, Büyükkaya, and Büyükkale by excavator. When the Middle Iron Age ceramics of Central Anatolia are taken into account, it is seen that the tradition of painted ceramics is more intense. The first of these is Phrygian painted ceramics, and the other is the ceramics defined as Alishar for painted ones. Now, I don't find it very appropriate to give information about Phrygian painted ceramics in front of so many Phrygian experts. Therefore, I will briefly dwell on the Alishar painted ones. As it is now, Alishar for ceramics are mostly known for their special decorations. These decorations consist of geometric motifs made with dark brown paint on a light background, silhouette deer and goat motif, and stylized tree motifs. This ceramic group has spread over a wide area, especially from the interior of the Kızılırmak Arch to the south and east of the arch. Many issues, such as the origin and chronology of these ceramics, which are seen in such a wide area, are controversial, but I will not include them here. One of the most important debates on the subject is the controversial matchmaking situation. For a long time, Alishar for ceramics were considered as Phrygian painted ceramics, and they are considered as East Phrygian regional variations. However, these two types of ceramics are quite different from each other in terms of both technique and decoration applications. They are products of two different cultures. The easternmost distribution of the painted ceramic seems to be the Upper Euphrates Basin for now. Apart from this, an extraordinary example is the only one unearthed during the excavation of Altıntepe Castle in Erzincan. A paint-decorated pottery fragment has been found together with writing pottery in Altıntepe. It belongs to a crater. The pottery in question is sand and grit-tempered, red paste, and slip. It is decorated with geometric motifs made with brown paint on a pinkish green slip. The pottery was identified as Phrygian pottery by the excavator. However, considering the Maşatöyük is located near Altıntepe and the Alişar painted pottery recovered from there, this pottery should be mostly Alişar for painted pottery. Another ceramic sample in Eastern Anatolia, which is thought to be related to Central Anatolia, was found during a survey carried out in the Kars region. This ceramic fragment, which was found in castle called Değirmentepe, shows close similarity with Alişar for ceramics in terms of form decoration technique. It is decorated with concentric circles with dark brown paint on above slip, and the antler motif deer in ceramics is also remarkable. As a result, there is no clear relationship between Urartu and Phrygian cultures in terms of ceramic data. When the Middle Iron Age ceramic tradition and cultural regions are analyzed, the lands where Urartu and Phrygian centuries come across are important. These lands were west of Eastern Anatolia, where Urartu split to west and east of Central Anatolia, east of Phrygia. As a matter of fact, the solution to be solved for relation here, as Professor Işıklı points out, are buffer zones between these two centers. Archaeological research and data and archaeological materials on political culture units such as Tabak and Mushki in this buffer zone will answer these questions. Thank you for attention.
Thank you all so much for that presentation of archaeological data from Erzurum. I think we have to move on, or from Urartu rather, generally. But I think we have to move on to Anarita Bonfanti, who will present to us on between Urartu and Phrygia, and will continue to talk to us about the evaluation of possible cultural relations between the two Iron Age kingdoms. And hopefully we'll have time for questions, a few questions afterwards.
So good afternoon to everyone. I am Anarita Bonfanti, and I'm presenting with my colleague Andrea Cesaretti and Roberto Dan, who is unfortunately in Rome. Before we start, we would like to say that many of the materials we're gonna study have already been beautifully presented in the two contributions before, the two preceding contributions. But the things we're gonna end up saying are gonna be a bit different, and this may be the sign that different research groups may focus on different aspects of the same topic, but also that this is a topic that needs to be debated and the solution is not simple and straightforward. So let's go back on track. Both the entities addressed in this contribution are usually studied in a subordinate way in relation to other leading actors of the ancient world. For Urartu, one can refer to the better known Assyrian documents, and for Phrygia to the Greek world. Here, however, we would like to present an overview on the direct relations between Urartu and Phrygia, using both the written sources and the archaeological records. What we want to do is to analyze the Phrygian materials found in Urartu and the European materials found in Phrygia, together with the possible influences these entities had on each other's material culture. As we shall see, things ended up to be a bit different from what we expected. From the map, you can see how the cores of these two entities, Gordian and Lake Van, weren't actually close to each other, but these states for sure communicated in some way during their lifespans, especially due to the proximity of their borders. What we want to try to do here is to establish how the communication happened, what traces of contacts we actually have, and where we found them. Let's start by saying that the morphology of these territories were somehow comparable, as they were both Urartu and Phrygia were located on highlands, and this similarity is particularly important when, as Andrea will do, one considers the rocky architecture. The first European mention of the toponym Mushki, which is traditionally associated with the Phrygian state, appeared in two stone inscriptions dated at the time of Musa, son of Agishti. This mention is connected with the deportation of men and women from the countries of, I quote, Ashur, Targu, Etiu, Tabla, Kainaru, Hate, and Simuku, in order to build new fortresses in European territory. This unique European mention of Mushki is dated to the first quarter of the 7th century BCE. So one should necessarily check the Assyrian sources to know if there were previous mentions connecting these states. There is, in fact, one single passage of an Assyrian inscription mentioning a sort of link between Phrygia and Urartu during the reign of Sargon II. This circumstance involved Ambaris, king of Tabal, asking for help to both the Phrygians and the Urartians against the Assyrians. We don't know what happened after this request, but what we know is that Phrygian and Urartians are not mentioned together anymore in Assyrian sources. Therefore, from written sources, we cannot know more than, at the end of the 8th century BC, Phrygia and Urartu were probably two entities powerful enough to be involved in an Anatolian anti-Assyrian alliance. We may need to look at the materials to know a bit more. We want to underline that we chose to examine only the artifacts found in the archaeological excavations of European and Phrygian sites. Both Phrygia and Urartu have yielded large quantities of metal objects during excavations, and they are considered two of the most important centers of metal production in the Near East and beyond. Despite the situation, the general tendency throughout the history of studies have been to systematically attribute most of the Near Eastern metal production to the work of the Europeans. However, analyzing in detail the main Phrygian and European archaeological context, we will see paradoxically the apparent presence of Phrygian objects in Urartian sites, while at the present state of research, there do not seem to be any product that can be defined as surely European within Phrygian context. A very important role is played by bronze cauldrons with decorated attachments, which in Phrygia and Urartu can be divided into two main types, namely siren and bull's head attachments. Archaeological evidence of these cauldrons, unanimously considered to be among the most important products of European metallurgy, has been found in very few cases in Urartu. These are finds related to the sites of Atentepe, Toprakale, Ushchi, Karmirlu, and Alisha. What must be underlined is that both in Phrygia and Urartu, the morphology of the cauldron itself is basically the same, as we are dealing with huge metal vessels rounded in shape and placed over tripods. Many of these finds are goose heads with precise characteristics as summarized by Mascarella as a separate casting of the head and the wingtail unit, a prominent forelock with hair curls, distinct muzzle incisions, and the placement of 4 outward-facing bulls to the cauldron. Another detail is that in the case of Urartu, the bull's head does not include the insertion of a handle, as it is itself the handle of the vessel. There is a single couple of attachments found in Carmel Brewer, unfortunately in a mixed layer context, which does not present the same characteristics as the one identified by Mascarella. The muzzle is elongated and slightly broadened on the nose. The forehead incisions are just sketched. There is a distinct circular incision in the middle of the forehead, and the support is marked with T-shape. The bull's head attachment resembles closely the bull's heads attached to some of the cauldrons found in Gordian, in Tumulus, and M. The decisive element is in particular the ring on the back of the animal's head, used to insert a handle, but also the T-shaped support on which the head is grafted, and the morphology of the bull's head itself should be mentioned for comparison. We may suggest to consider these attachments from Carmel Brewer as imports from the West. Numerous other bull's heads affixed to cauldrons also come from the Gordian tumuli, but their morphology is different from that already analyzed. This morphology might have precedence in the Hittite period, where the similarity is particularly noticeable in the decidedly triangular shape of the head, the presence of a triangle on the animal's forehead, and the markedly circular shape of the eyes. Close parallels, albeit in ceramics, are to be found in Mashatuyuk and Alajaoui. It appears that vessels with affixed bull's heads were popular in the Anatolian area before the Iron Age, and that they were taken up and adapted to new forms, this time in metal, probably during the Phrygian period. Peculiar quadrant attachments have also been found in the site of Alishar in modern-day Nakishvan. We are dealing here with a burial context where 2 quadrant attachments were found in the shape of a bull's head and a siren. What is unique in Urartu is the siren attachment, as it has not been found elsewhere in excavations located in the European area. The attachments, however, has at least 8 comparisons in Tumulus and M at Gordian, where these sirens were found attached to 2 cauldrons standing on tripods. The comparisons were quite striking, both in terms of traits of the face depicted and the decoration of the robe and the wings. Despite, as stated again by Mascarella, many of the siren-shaped cauldron attachments were attributed to the Urartian production, not only the physiognomy of their face traits, but also the fact that they were almost never found in Urartu seem to point to a foreign origin. We may suggest a tentative genesis of these cauldrons with decorated attachments, starting from the Phrygian examples, which took up stylized bulls from the previous period, and probably at a certain point assimilated the figure of the siren from a foreign environment, which, as suggested again by Mascarella, was probably the North Syrian area. Both figures arrived in the European area, where only the bull was assimilated, perhaps because the iconography was already present locally. The route on which these materials traveled is still visible, as it left traces, such as in the case of the tumulus of Kainarta, close to present-day Needham, where Dinoi with bull's head have been found. If we accept this hypothesis, we can see that this route proceeded from west to east, without any apparent exchange in the opposite direction. In the excavations of the Bracalea, fragmentary remains of different parts of at least 3 bronze belts have been found. Due to their morphology and decoration, they can be interpreted as Phrygian products that arrived in Urartu. We are not able now to establish how they arrived in European territory, although hypotheses may include both war spoils, as it is possible to infer from the European inscription mentioned before, and the reflection on trade routes against shortening west that affected Urartu, probably from the 7th century BCE. The motif of the band with quadrangular elements considered as belt is taken up in the European context in the decoration of some bronze statuettes belonging to the so-called throne of the Braccale, considered to be a late production, probably again connected to the king Rusa, son of Archishti. The circumstance would perfectly fit in the context and the period of contacts between the two entities, which we supposed before, and may also be confirmed by a following evidence. Both the metal belts found in the Braccale and the previously mentioned bronze figurine have a geometrical decorated motif that is foreign to the European sphere and more probably related to the Phrygian War. They are decorated with quadrangular motifs, which probably appeared in Urartu in connection with the appearance of the Phrygian objects. Again, the route of this garment decoration may be traceable, as can be noticed, for instance, on the Ivrit's rock relief, dated towards the end of the 8th century, where Warpalawas of Tuana wears such a patterned robe together with the Phrygian figure. This geometrical motif spread in the European area, where it can be found as decoration of the garments, some figures depicted on reliefs and some statuettes, as shown from this bronze figurine from Darabay, traditionally considered as representing the European goddess Arumani. An emblematic example, and the only one clearly datable, concerns the clothes of the winged genie standing on lions, represented on the back relief from Kefkalezi, dated precisely to the reign of Musa, son of Archishti, thanks to the presence of an epithet. Again, we have elements referring to the West in the European area at the beginning of the 7th century BC. Now I left the floor to my colleague, Andrea.
Thank you, Anna. Good afternoon to everyone. We can start with other connecting element between the Urartian and Phrygian worlds can be identified in 5 vessels, 3 from the excavation of Karnak Lure, 1 from Bugi in Armenia, and 1 from Altin-Tepe in Turkey. Characters of Phrygian pottery, which can be identified also on vessels found in Urartu, are cross-etching alternately painted in red and brown, dotted cross-etching checkboards executed on a white slip surface, dotted net space in panel, are quite popular in Phrygia and are attested at Gordian and Alishar. Considering its scarce present on pottery from other regions besides Phrygia, a Phrygian origin for its decoration has been suggested. Okay, especially the 5 Phrygian-like vessels found in Urartu are the following. A short-shaped rhythm, a characteristic shape already tested between the region of ceramics repertoire, whose peculiarity is the checkerboard decoration resembling Phrygian motif. The second base is an ask-cross featuring a pour and an handle with a red surface illumination of Urartian ceramics, both otherwise presenting a geometrical decoration executed on a white slip surface, which refers to the Phrygian area. The third vessel, a large closed form, common in Urartian ceramics, find a precise comparison with Phrygian production, and it is characterized by a black polished surface with 3 bull's heads placed on the vessel's shoulder, intersected with light colored rectangular panel decorated with a series of concentric circles. The fourth one is an unusual beard-shaped vessel on a 90-cylindrical foot, characterized by a lower part and foot made with a surface treatment termination of Urartian red pottery. It is possible that the wood vessel was red polished, while the upper part was painted yellow with wings made in a checkboard pattern, emanation of Phrygian decoration, with the red parts of the checkboard spared on the surface of the vessel. In the site of Altin-Tepe, the westernmost Urartian site known to this day, a single fragment of Phrygian pottery has been found on the floor of the so-called Apadana, the table of the 17th century BC. It is a far damaged fragment with geometrical decoration pertaining to a big vessel, probably similar to a crater was used, is attested in Phrygia. It is not surprising that a fragment of the wall of the Phrygian crater was found at Altin-Tepe, the westernmost fortress of the Urartian state, and the control point of the trade routes over the Aegean plain. The presence of Phrygian pottery in Urartu, again, brings to mind the relation between the two states. Once more, it is noteworthy that no fragment of Urartian pottery, to our knowledge, has been found in Phrygian territory. Over the year, the rock architecture of Phrygian Urartu we frequently compared in attempt to find elements of commonality and mutual influence, especially with regard to funerary architecture and, more generally, all manifestation of rock terraces and altars. In the current state of knowledge, it is difficult to establish the existence of any form of mutual contact or influence in their respective manifestation of rock architecture. Considering that the Phrygian world is served to Anatolian traditions where the use of rock architecture is widely attested since the late imperial period, while in Urartu it is more difficult to determine when the tradition of rock architecture began, it remains difficult to establish comparison unless we are faced with the elements significantly transmitted by the two civilizations, which do not exist at the present state of research. Moreover, the development of rock architecture cannot be considered as a characteristic attributable to one culture rather than another, but should be considered as a form of adaptation of human communities to the orographic conformation of the territory, where the different civilization developed, with the result that, except for particular and diagnostic situations, all rock architecture is similar like this. After analysis of the possible relation between Urartu and Phrygia, one element that certainly stands out is the evidence of objects and cultural elements from Phrygia in the Urartian territories, and the substantial absence, on the contrary, of Urartian elements in Phrygian context. While the Phrygian presence in Urartu is manifested either in the presence of Phrygian objects or in the presence in Urartu, or in the possible assimilation of Phrygian elements into Urartian production. Neither of the circumstances can be found in Phrygia. Given the presence of contacts and commercial and, above all, political nature, as can be seen from the Assyrian text and partially from the Urartian text, how can one explain a movement of material that would seem to go exclusively from west to east? There may be several options that can be considered to explain this situation. One possible interpretation is that Urartu was one element of a vast and complex trade route that from the Aegean area passed through Phrygia, one of the main eastern interlocutors of the Aegean War in the 18th century BC, that passed through Urartu and continued in the north and probably to the east. This may be defined as a sort of circular trade route that passed through the Black Sea and then possibly spread in the Mediterranean area. They may explain the presence of the so-called Urartian materials, especially metal in Greece and Etruria. A second option may suggest that the reason why Western products are only seen in the East may be related to the way of exchange, which involved the transit of finished products to the East, while the Urartians exchanged these materials from unprocessed raw materials. Another element which can be inferred from the greater part of the materials presented here is the late date of the contacts between Phrygia and Urartu, which may be dated to the first half of the 7th century BC, probably after the supposed alliance with Ambais, king of Tabal. The king who is mainly connected with this element is Rosas of Argishti, one of the last Urartian kings considered the reformer of Urartian culture. Widening the Urartian horizon, contacts with Phrygia were inevitable. Thank you for your attention.
So much. So we'll just take a few questions for the whole group. There's been a lovely synergy among all of these talks, so I'm sure that there's some comments or requests for clarification.
Oh, gosh.
also very inspiring topics, all the speakers that are all interesting. And in fact, I have a question which is, I think, addressed to all of you. It's more of a comment. So, besides, of course, you have focused, even the topic of the conference, you have understandably focused on the Western buffer zone. There is, however, you have mentioned Malatya, especially Mehmet Küçük. No, there is another second buffer zone that we can consider, and that in a way affected and also helps at least to enrich the picture, and which is the buffer zone with the south. Of course, we have the buffer zone with the cedar, that is another story. We have the buffer zone with the south, no? And Malatya was important for that, because Malatya is actually the only place that I have in mind where you can find Phrygian, Urartian, and Syrian artifacts. So my question is if Urartian sites and Urartian frameworks and complexes were also involved in this exchange with the South, and if not, if you have a way to explain like this selective, because okay, you don't find Urartian artifacts in Phrygia, but you find them in Malatya. No? And then like there is like this selective circulation or not. No? So if you find like traces of Syrian context in Urartian sites, and if not, how can you explain this selective behavior? Okay.
From the especially in the Urartian side, as far as I know, there is no material from the south Syria or north of Mesopotamia, which is context of any kind of problematic context in any kind of Urartian site. We don't know. I don't think so. Next part, only in our excavation site, and we have found some sample, for example, Syrian material, for example, Babylonian seals, Babylonian stone artifacts, ceramics. We have found but too much. You cannot say that there was no strong relation with the relationship with time. According to us, others working on the generally towards range, except that natural and huge borders for northern south.
Something.
What we were saying is that we find European materials and foreign materials in Malatya, in that area, because it is a buffer zone and they don't go beyond the buffer zone, and it's the nature of the buffer zone. You want to add?
Lorenzo has a comment.
I want to know right. What do you think about the history of Phrygia? Phrygia, what do you think about that?
I don't have a strong opinion about the use of Phrygia yet. I'm happy to follow your lead on the analysis of the East of Phrygia, but I do hope that as a consequence of a partnership between Phrygia and Urartu,
in the 21st century that through the analysis of metals and other scientific analysis that we can establish a clearer understanding of the relationship between these two areas in the 9th and 8th centuries. That was a clever way of saying, I don't know.
I would have a comment exactly on this, and then a question to how to proceed. And let me start saying that the last part of your talk show, the talk of sorry, I don't remember your name. You showed that the direct contacts that you could find, and this came out also more from your paper than from O's part, is really in the later spectrum. So it's mostly on the 7th century. I'm sure that out there in the sky, there is internet. There is Jeffrey Sumner that is looking over all of our sites. Just to remind that of the many clever things that he has brought to our attention. One of them is that there is a, Ryan would say control, like open control of Phrygianness in the East that is a little bit later than all of what we have discussed in the morning. So one could really imagine that by the 7th century, there is no more buffer zone, but a border with exchange in all the ways that borders work. And then my question is to Mose. Among the many materials, you showed a metal deep bowl with gelatura. Okay, explain this. The surface being showing different rounding portions, one after the other. Careful, it's not the feline. It's not a shallow bowl, but it is a deep bowl. That one has parallels both at Gordium and at Canuck, but not as metal, as a metal object, but as the one on top to the right. You see that that is deeper than a normal drinking wall. It's the wall goes almost. Yes, exactly. It starts very open, but then yes, and I just wanted to say that benim nokta şöyle, bu obje için bizde Gordium'da benzeme var ama aynı şey, it's not the same material, it's ceramic. So I know we are in the beginning of the work that the three groups have shown. It's just starting to explore the mountain. In this sense, it's very interesting. But of course, I think that also the circulation of ideas, one thing is the circulation of objects, and then the question of imports. But of course, it's not possible to separate. And of course, at that point, also the dating becomes important.
Sorry, I don't English. Çok haklısın. Bunun aynısını taş eserleri, seramik değil. Yumuşak taşlardan kayıksı da var ve bunlar tapınaklarda çıkan malzemeler. Şimdi aynı şekilde söz konusu. Tabii ki yani sadece duvar fizik arasında değil.
etkileşim Asur'la birlikte başlıyor. Yani Asur'la Urartu arasında aslında sanat ve stil olarak çok büyük farklar yok. Bir malzeme bulduğumuzda bu Asur mu, Urartu mu çok fazla net anlayabilmiş değiliz. Çünkü ben özellikle metal çalışıyorum. Asur metallerine bakıyorum. Birebir aynısı tabii bu için geçerli. Özellikle kazanlar için geçerli. İşte okuşlar için geçerli. Teşekkür ederim.
The same object, same features are visible in the identity stone format as well, especially in the temple forms, in temple contexts. And these similarities are not limited between Phrygia and Urartu. For example, the Assyrian elements are often confusing the discern between the Urartian elements and Assyrian elements can be confusing to discern when it comes to these sort of objects, and I find it often when I'm working on it.
Okay, one thing I would like to say is the one thing that's missing from this conference is Carquinez. I'm not sure if we have Jeff Summers on the line, but it would help us understand the relationship between Phrygia and the East if we really understood the chronology of Carquinez, which we do not yet understand. We don't have any published evidence as to when Carquinez was founded. There is reference to black polished faceted ware comparable to late 8th century tumuli accordion. That's late 8th century tumuli accordion, not late 7th century tumuli accordion. So 100 years earlier than we thought. Some, Rostislav Oreshko, for example, have analyzed the inscriptions and would put from Carquinez and would put them in the 8th century. So do we really understand the chronology of Carquinez? Could it have been founded at a time when Midas was still on the throne in the late 8th century and then destroyed in the late 7th rather than the early 6th? These are answers that we need in order to assess the relationships among these units and the interface of those units.
Anton has one comment, and then we will adjourn for Claudia comments.
Okay, good question on the animal shields. And this is not only because I love the title slide, but also because we get concrete, different technological aspects, but the same type of concept. So what is the westernmost or southwestern point where you get these seals? Because there is a question of how big it came to be to have these sort of items, comparable items on the island of Crete. Is it just a core Urartian type of product? You mean the bronze seals? Yes. In the Urartian. There's no shape, bronze. Seal or shield? Shield. A shield. Yes, of course, we have a record items. How many shields? For example, in the last 2 years, we excavated in the storage rooms in the temple area, especially the southern part of the our storage room. Last one is one, and then last year we have started to excavate. I think just only in this room we have found how many. Total 20 shields by excavation. But you can ask the distribution of the west, especially west and south, or I don't know why I don't know it exactly, because there is no example of the Malatya or something after the Christmas excavation out of that. As far as I know, there is no shields. Just only there are some samples in the Elizabeth Museum, but most of them is from direct excavations. That is trust the context. Just only we know that in the writing sites, we cannot be given information about the distribution of them.
Thank you. All right, we can thank this group one last time for 3 wonderful presentations. And with that, we can head to our tea break, and don't forget, we have our poster session. So once you have some tea, feel free to walk over. And our poster presenters, if you want to stand by your poster and explain after you've also had a sip of tea. And for our live stream audience, we will be losing Facebook stream after this session, but I welcome you to resume watching on YouTube. It'll be both on the Digital Hammurabi and SASA YouTube, and it'll continue for another few hours. But we will be back in about 35 minutes to start the next paper. So we'll see you then.
1 second now.
All right, for our live audience, we're going to start in about 2 minutes.
Will forget my phone. Yeah, I know.
It's difficult to get the in. Everybody's tired. There are too many people in the poster.
I think that's the sessions are getting long and everyone wants a longer break. We wait 30 seconds and then we just go.
Okay. You tell me.
Yeah.
I have to open.
Yes. You can go. They'll hear it, they'll realize they're wrong.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Antonis Kotsonos. I'm from the Institute for the Study of the Ancient World, and I have the honor to be chairing the second session of today on the topic of technology, trade, and long-distance interaction. We have 3 papers in this session by young scholars who are just finishing or have just finished their dissertation project, and we look forward to their ideas and contributions. We start with Alessio Mantovan, who is from the University of Pavia, and will be talking on the topic of export and imitation abroad on the spread of the gray wares in southern Cappadocia.
Thank you. Good evening. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with you. In this talk, I will present the first result of a study carried out on a corpus of ceramic fragments found at the site of Kilikuyuk that can be ascribed to the gray and black ware ceramic class. Gray ware is a terminology widely used, especially referring to Anatolian ceramic productions that are gray or black in color and often connected with movements of people from Thrace. In this contribution, we will deal with a specific ceramic production which has been defined as Phrygian gray ware. It has a distinctive manufacturing technology usually associated with the expansion of the Phrygian cultural sphere during the first millennium BCE. Many scholars have dealt with gray-ware diffusion in second and first millennium. Already, the Court brothers stated that gray-ware was a typical ware that can be related to Phrygian culture, starting from the early Phrygian period. Other scholars like Mellart, Summers, Young studied the distribution of this ceramic class, observing that the gray-ware is clearly concentrated at the sites in western Anatolia, while in the central eastern area there is little evidence. The thesis that the Phrygian culture developed in the first millennium, when people probably from Thrace settled in central Anatolia, is now commonly accepted, and one of the cultural markers related to this new entity is the gray-ware. Several academics, such as Summers, Erickson, already pointed out this correlation in the 80s and 90s. Sams in particular advanced the possibility that the Phrygian gray-ware is the result of the union of the extra Anatolian deck firing tradition and the Anatolian wheel production. Finally, Matsuura rightly points out that the geographical spread of this ceramic production technology goes well beyond the borders of Phrygia and persists even once Phrygian political power decreased. We can propose some definition for this particular ceramic class. He defines this production as always made with wheel, a gray fabric due to our reductive atmosphere of fire, tempered with sand inclusions. The surfaces are very often varnished or even shiny polished and sleek. The most characteristic shapes seem to be jars and bowls. Matsuura, while examining the evidence from common coloring of gray and black ware, proposed a more articulated division for this ceramic class. Ceramic totally fired in a reducing atmosphere with both surfaces and core gray. Quite a rare example with dark surfaces and reddish core. That means that the reduction atmosphere was created only during the last phase of the firing process. Fine black burnished ware with a very fine fabric and traces of burnishing almost invisible. Firing technique is different from the gray ware since at the end of the firing process, organic elements were added in the fire in order to prevent the oxygen from reaching the outer surface of the vessel. Glandus ware is a reduction fired gray ware with a gray glossy surface obtained by means of a micaceous film coating, and it does not appear to have been fired at an extremely high temperature. Erickson deals in various papers with the ceramic class, ranging from its social significance to its technological aspects. The scholar highlights how the technology behind blackware can be derived from an imitative process of imported Greek ceramics. Oxidation and reduction process were used to obtain an effect similar, but by no means equal to that of Greek black painted ware. Finally, in a 2002 article, he prefers to use the term lustrous black fine ware, but proposes a macro description of this class similar to the ones just mentioned and pointed out that finishing may be a very thin sintered slip without burnishing or polishing marks. Neutron activation analysis demonstrated that the fabric used had a local origin and it was the same used for the local gray ware production. So it seems certain that also lustrous black is a local production in Bordeaux. The black lustrous effect was obtained by adding a flux in the fire atmosphere at around 800 degrees. Phrygian gray ware has been detected not only in the capital border, but also in several sites like Ankara, in the city, as well as in the whole of the Avon district. Mellart, discussing the result of his surveys in the 50s, points out that it is a ceramic class that is most easily found in the westernmost part of central Anatolia, while north of Konya Plain it appears along the road from Konya to Ankara. Its eastern boundary in the Mellart region seems to be set along the line that connects the Ankara area with the Salt Lake Karadağ. Gray ware looks to be the most predominant ceramic type in the plain of Edikşehir and in the mountain plain until the Saltadal area. in the plain of Konya and in the Lake District, and finally in the area between Haifa and the Upper Nile. As also stated by Matsumoto, the distribution of grayware does not coincide with Frisian territory, since grayware was found also in Shire, and in the districts, including the sites of Kamankoyo and now also Kinikoyo, a site not yet known at the time of Sanders' paper. Even if we consider Kizilmark River as a boundary for Frisian political influence, it's not a cultural limit, since evidence of grey and blackware pottery was found also east of the river. A few examples of blackware were found also at Plaza Lake. Okay. As we can see from the slide, the Phrygian grayware and blackware production is quite spread among north-central Anatolia during the first millennium. For this reason, technological analysis taking into account the production technique used can be useful to better understand the distribution patterns and highlight differences between local production and imports. The chronological spread seems to be more difficult because the example of blackware were often found in secondary contexts, especially outside Gordon. At Gordon, well-made greenware started to be abundant from the early Phrygian period, reaching 80% of the assemblage in the Middle Phrygian period, but it continued to be produced also during Lydian and Achaemenid influence. Only in a few sites outside the capital, the chronological distribution of grayware and blackware has been analyzed in detail. Kaman provides perhaps the most precise data. On the slide, you can see Kaman's periodization, which I will refer to. At Kaman, Iron Age is divided in 4 sub-periods. The quantitative data are relatively low during the early Iron Age, while they increase during the subsequent periods, reaching their peak in the period 2A, 20% of the entire assemblage, which corresponds to the Middle Phrygian phase of Gordon. Thus, this production appears at Kaman during the period corresponding to the early Phrygian phase at Gordon. It assumes a relevant character from the second B Middle Phrygian phase of Gordon. It is interesting to note that in Kaman, the percentage of greywares, especially ware, changed during the second period to about 30% of the total greyware. What's oil continued to be an important settlement in the first millennium. Ceramics dated to the Phrygian period have been published by Bossert, and the most recurring form for greyware and blackware is the open form. But we have a fairly consistent representation of craters and a large deno. We have a higher concentration in BK1 period, corresponding to the Middle Phrygian of Gordon, although we do not see a high percentage concentration in the BK1 period as in Kaman. In Bogatsboy, the percentage of greyware is more distributed in BK2 and BK1 periods, which together correspond to the Middle and Late Iron Age. At Zebro Porsuco, only a few fragments of blackware were selected for publication, respectively belonging to a cup and a jug, identified as imports. Morpho-stylistic analysis seems to indicate Phrygia as the probable area of origin. Both fragments have been assigned to Porsuco period 3, which, however, covers a very broad chronological span from the 9th century to the Hellenistic period. Thanks to the excavation of Kennepoyuk, we can now add new data on the circulation of grey and blackware. The site of Middle Kennepoyuk lies on the northeastern fringe of the Bor area plan and a alluvial flatland in South Cappadocia in the district of Nidda. The settlement was in an area rich in raw materials and waterways, making it a strategic point on the communication routes between Central Anatolia and Cilicia. The site stands on a square terrace of about 9 hectares, and it is currently investigated in 5 excavation areas, Operation A on the northern slope of the mound, Operation E and B on the top of the mound, Operation C on the southern slope, and Operation D in the lower town. Different occupation phases have been identified for the site, the earliest dating back to early Bronze Age, and the most recent to the medieval period. You can see the common subdivision in the table on the slide. As we will see, the material presented here can be dated to the transitional phase between period 3 and 4. The context of the find deserves to be briefly analyzed. Two additional rooms in Sector 2, Room 1 and 7, abutting to the Iron Age fortification walls to the north and belonging probably to a monumental public space, provide the most substantial late Iron Age assembled excavated on the site of Pavia. Here we will present the greyware and blackware ceramic material found mainly in Room 7 and some fragments of value found in Room 1. During the final Iron Age phase of occupation of Room 7 was defined by a rubble wall to the west and a stone wall to the north. Eastern and southern limits have not yet been discovered in this phase. A series of well-preserved depositional phases, each rich in materials, were found in this room, demonstrating that the space underwent several changes in function during the final stages of Iron Age, including as a storage space for the material, probably once stored in Room 1. In order to sum up, the Room 7 deposits are probably created for the most part from the older material belonging to a phase datable to the final stages of the Middle to Late Iron Age, as it seems to be demonstrated not only by the analysis of the material, but also by the direct joints between fragments found in the body of Room 7 and in the better preserved earth floor of Room 1. We found fragments belonging to 81 vessels produced in a reducing atmosphere, and this represents about 5% of the entire ceramic assemblage found in the selected context of A2. The preliminary study here proposed is focused on the technical aspects of the production. The manufacturing technique of this type of pottery has very specific characteristics that makes it unique within the ceramic horizon of Anatolia in the first millennium. As we have seen, firing pottery in a reduced atmosphere is not something new in the northern part of Anatolia, but it is for central and south Anatolia. The methodology here proposed is based in part on studies aimed at highlighting the operational chain of pottery production, which provides a solid theoretical and practical background and has a multidisciplinary approach that integrates morphostylistic studies with the archaeological ones. Identification of petrographic groups was the first step of the analysis conducted. Each share was assigned to a group based on its most evident petrographic characteristics. This division is still defined as macroscopic since it has been carried out by observing the fabric with a stereo microscope. Here, the term fabric will be used to refer to that set of compositional and structural properties of the raw materials used. Assigning a fragment to a specific fabric group implies placing it within a ceramic group characterized by specific material properties. All the analyses here are based on the petrographic characterization of the fabric done by the geologist Herodotus. She divided and recognized 55 circa compositional petrographic groups, which were observed not only through the stereo microscope, but also in thin section through an optical microscope. The results were compared to the local geological landscape in order to define the differences between local and non-local production. In addition, the petrographic groups were analyzed non-invasively by using a portable X-ray fluorescence spectrometer that provides the qualitative elemental composition of the materials analyzed. By cross-referencing the petrographic data with the chemical data produced by the XRF, it was concluded that the petrographic groups can be divided into two main families. one associated with local production and characterized by low calcium concentration, and a non-local one rich in calcium. The analytic investigation allows us to identify two macrogroups for the rhodasian production, and each of them is characterized not only by a different use of raw materials, but also by different finishing techniques. The first group is characterized by a very fine fabric, always associated to wheel-made vessels that can be very dark in color, almost black or dark gray. This group has a chemical senior calcium bridge. That means it is a non-local production. The most frequently represented ceramic type is that of bowls. We have two basic dimensions. One is 15 centimeters of diameter and usually has a rounded rim and a simple profile. Instead, the bigger one has a diameter of around 20 centimeters, and they vary in types from S profile and rounded rim to squared rim with a straight profile. Both types seem to have a ring base and glossy surfaces with a very thin layer of slip. In addition, we found also several fragments of necks and skulls that could belong to strainers. That means that this ware was used also to produce clothes form. Finally, we found three remarkable fragments. One strainer, gray in color, unfortunately very damaged. The survey seemed only burnished. A possible camporanda may be found in the poster table 43. Two incised fragments that very likely belongs to the same cloth form, maybe a jug or a strainer. In the fragments, there are incised vertical lines that create a triangle filled with vertical lines. I will discuss those fragments shortly. A piece of very fine manufacture, the original vessel had a globular form with a rigid decoration. Due to the dimension, 13 centimeters circa of the diameter, it can be hardly considered a dinos, even though there is some resemblance. We can maybe interpret it like a silver. The second group is characterized by a medium fabric, moderately soiled. The color of the matrix is always double, bluish in the external portion with a gray part. The physiographic data, together with those produced by the PXRF, indicated that we are dealing with a local production, since the chemical signature is pure calcium. Also, group 2 is associated with a wheel-made production, bluish, grayish in color. One of the most important differences with the first group are the external treatment. We have always a combination of smoothing and rough varnishing. We found 42 shards belonging to this fabric group, and between them we have storage vessels, the best preserved ones are jars with rounded rim and small mouth, craters with grooved rims, which recalls the classical typology of the grey crater found both in Gordon and Boascoy, bowls with various diameters, the largest reaching a diameter of about 25 centimeters. Very few examples of jugs with small mouth and simple or reverted and rounded rim, in every case with long neck. The quantitative analysis of these two productions gives us a rather homogeneous picture, which more or less 50% of local production and 50% of non-local production. Of the non-local production, the most representative form is the shelter bowl with a 15 centimeter diameter, but we have also a few examples of deep bowls with larger diameter. Due to the relatively small dimension of these bowls, I will point towards beverage consumption rather than food. Also, those forms are connected with drinking activities, and in fact, we have jugs and strainers, which, according to some, were used especially for beer consumption. Local production is not only profoundly different in terms of the nature of the raw materials, but also in how they have been processed. A very different production and finishing technology is employed. While the non-local production presents extremely well-polished thin surfaces with a thin layer of slip that has undergone a sintering process very similar to that described by Erickson in 2002, the local production as surfaces that are only roughly varnished with a hard tool, the marks of which are often clearly visible, creating a characteristic striation of the surfaces, especially the outer ones. The most represented forms are craters with rich rims and caps, some of which are carinated. On the latter, we have few examples, and they are more closely related to the production of Paleolithic plum spray wares, or the one with reddish core tend to the black and gray ware from border. I would like to focus briefly on the incised fragment found in room 1. Similar fragments coming from close context, a square pit excavated in the southeast portion of the principal tile of border, were dated to the last phase of period 5, Middle Phrygian period, beginning of 8th to 6th century BCE. The blackware production of this last phase of the Middle Phrygian period continues the tradition of the early phases, but seems less elaborated. In this pit, there were no traces of diamond-faceted jugs, typical of the previous phase, and found also elsewhere in Muyukale and Kamukaleoyuk. They continue the tradition of the sintered sleeved ceramic, but the decoration is now incised and quite simple, especially if compared with the diamond-faceted. Thanks to these findings, we have a starting point for dating the black and gray ware assemblage found at Kalipayuk. So most of the vessels are connected with drinking activities, but at the moment we cannot state with certainty that we have alcohol drinking set as have been found at border. But the high number of the shirts belonging to small, medium-sized cups and jugglers, unfortunately very fragmentary, seems indicative. We can clearly distinguish between local and non-local production. Archaeometric and technological data supports the morphostylistic ones. Local pottery makers have adopted the oxidizing technology typical of central and northern Anatolia, but using local raw materials and equipment. It is not coincidence that there are no fragments with sintered slip in group 2. So coming to conclusion, Melling already underlines the presence of contacts between Tabal and Phrygia from the second half of the 8th century BCE onwards. Also, Summers confirmed those data, and it is therefore not surprising to find pottery production in Knikayuk that has strong identity-related connotation, like greenware and blackware, in deposit belongs to the Middle-Late Iron Age. If we follow Summer's statement that a settlement can be defined as Phrygian if at least 50% of the ceramic assemblage is composed of grayware, then Knikayuk certainly cannot be defined as a Phrygian settlement. Nevertheless, economic and social contacts with Phrygian world, at least from the Middle Iron Age onward, seems to be certain. It is also indicative that majority of ceramics imported from Phrygia are of blackware type and connected with the consumption of wine or alcohol. We know, in fact, that ceramic forms, styles, but also technologies cannot be considered as neutral elements, but often embody very precise meanings, since ceramics are a social product, and as such carry symbolic and social meanings that cannot be ignored. This is not surprising because an exogenous technology is usually used in the first instance for production that are considered special, and only later it is extended to utilitarian forms. In Knikayuk, both the numbers of special wares and utilitarian shapes increased during the transition period from the Middle to Late Iron Age, indicating that this technology has been learned and adopted by the local potters themselves. A similar phenomenon is observed with even greater numbers in Kaman, where in period 2A, grayware firing techniques come into wide use. Blackware found outside Gordon can, in many cases, be tracked back to libation sets, and it's not unreasonable to assume that the political elites participated in border value system in which libation played a major role. In a sense, we have an example of the adoption of a new technology that responds to all the needs. The technological study of the grayware and blackware of Untitled demonstrates how, on the one hand, there is the diffusion and circulation of this ceramic class, and on the other hand, the adoption of an altered technology to that usual view. We are in a more peripheral area and located in a geographical zone of interchange between Anatolia and Cilicia, and from there likely towards Syria and the Levant. So it's not surprising that there is the first diffusion of a ceramic type that led to the adoption, albeit limited to certain areas, of a new production technology. The adoption of this new technology might confirm the central importance of Phrygia in Anatolia in the second half of the first millennium, even in areas not under direct control. The presence of this important Tibetan set and craters imitating the grayware of central and northern Cappadocia shows that contacts were very lively and the authority of Phrygia, even under Lydian and Achaemenid influence, was perceived as important. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessio. That was very, very interesting. We have time for one quick question and one quick answer. So please. Okay. For the interest of the flow, maybe we can thank you again and then invite the second speaker. And if there is a question in the end, we can come back. Okay, perfect.
Turn that off and turn it back on. We'll try that. For the sound, it wouldn't come across.
Let's try.
I don't think it was necessarily the microphone, it's the way the transmission was. And just the sound, so if he really wants us to fix it to look for him to listen to you.
One thing I would suggest when you speak, keep it away a little bit and just project.
Okay.
I think it's when it's
I'll try. Yeah, I'll try.
Let me introduce you first.
Sure.
So the second paper of this session is by Eugene Perrin, who will be talking on Lydia between Phrygia and the West in the early first millennium BCE. So, Eugene, please.
Thank you for the introduction and good afternoon, everyone. So I would like to offer my thanks, first of all, to the organization committee for their efforts in making this face-to-face meeting possible.
Wait.
Well, it has been a while.
Wait a second.
Oh, is it not working?
It should be open. Okay.
Okay. Can you guys hear me? Is that okay? Okay. So after those thanks, I also want to say that I really appreciate being here, after the COVID and being so isolated from the academic environment. It's such a pleasure to be here today. So today I will talk about my ongoing research on a group of monumental mud-brick constructions dating from the 9th century BC in the Lydian capital Sardis. And I will go on a little bit about their detail because they are fresh out of the earth structures that actually no one knows about. So then I will discuss their implications for the presence of an earlier group of Lydian elite and situate them within the cultural historical framework of Iron Age Anatolia. So the current understanding is that the Lydian ruling elite have entered the Anatolian scene of competing powers quite late in the Iron Age. In almost every textbook, we see that Lydia was established as a small kingdom in the early 7th century BC. Then it grew into an imperial polity and encompassed most of Western Anatolia until the mid-6th. So far, 3 major lines of evidence have facilitated narration. Firstly, historical records. The earliest accounts that refer to a Lydian ruler, who is Gyges, are from the 7th century Assyrian archives. Also, Herodotus talked about the 7th, 6th century lineage of the Mermnad elite and their increasingly expansionist deeds in great detail. While he narrated the former Heraclid dynasty,
with such a fanciful tone that they came to be regarded as pseudo-historical. While supporting this narrative, several sites in Anatolia show signs of Lydia's growing influence from the 7th century BC onwards. Their crafts and architecture turn up in the archaeological record outside the core region. For instance, Lydian coins and ceramic productions, Lydian-style architectural terracottas, cut stone tomb chambers and mud-brick constructions, as well as votive deposits and inscriptions documenting Lydian benefactions. So the last line of evidence supporting this narrative is the Myrmid elite's increasingly conspicuous consumption of labor and resources. At the Lydian capital Sardis, we observe that the Myrmid kings glorified their city by a series of ambitious building programs. The city was encircled by ginormous fortifications, well, being 20-meter thick, supported with another 20-meter wide earthen glacis, its mass has no rival in Anatolia. This wall extended 3.5 kilometers, surrounding the lower city and the central palatial complex. The palatial complex was situated on two of the naturally elevated hills, Bisford and Field 49. These hills were converted into cubical flat-top promontories by the construction of monumental urban terraces. The terrace platforms were built of massive limestone ashlars and worked boulders from distant sources, and they created tall facades to showcase the palatial buildings. Yet they were just a glamorous mask. Behind them are giant heaps of earth and rubble that actually realized the cubical design by filling in steep hill slopes and converting the landscape or urbanscape entirely. Thus, we consider these terraces as deliberate acts of placemaking and the symbolic representation of the Myrmid power addressed in ancient sources. On the contrary, the pre-7th century archaeological levels in Sardis had presented no substantial building activities. Architectural remains comprised of a series of small-scale inarticulate walls and floors, and ceramic assemblages consisted mostly locally produced vessels with only a small number of imports. Based on these findings, Sardis was seen nothing more than a small, nuclear, and rather isolated settlement in the early centuries of the first millennium. Well, at the time, this reconstruction was, of course, viable for Sardis's Western Anatolian context. Its settlement pattern and modesty of pre-7th century dwellings resembled that of the smaller scale Aegean sites that lay to its west. Besides, Sardis seemed to be in sharp contrast to the capitals of the already powerful polities in its east, as there were no elite structures in Sardis to act in accord with an early lineage of rulers. Now, all this is to say that these lines of evidence pointed to one thing. The Lydian polity was a late product of a fast-rising Myrmid elite. To me, this understanding creates a sense that their power had no background in the earlier times, and that they, so to speak, dropped like a bomb into the cultural political scene of Anatolia. Now we have started to shed doubt on this long-standing narrative by adding new monumental chapters to Sardis's history. Our recent excavations in the palatial complex of the Myrmids exposed levels reaching down to 2000 BC with substantial building activities. Well, predating the giant fills of ashlar terraces at this elite center are polygonal terraces of the 8th and mud-brick complexes of the 9th centuries BC, late Bronze Age occupation, and strong signs of monumental terracing in the early Bronze Age. And in this long sequence, I will focus only on the mud-brick complexes today, and henceforth, I will call their period Lydian War. In the elite center, these Lydian War buildings occupied the northern summits of both Field 49 and Bisford. At Field 49, I exposed them in two segments, a building at the tip of the hill and bedrock modifications on the slope. At the edge of the hill, excavations restored a 5 by 5 meter structure with a central post hall, yet this exposed section belongs to a larger complex as the building's collapse deposit is continuous in the south. Well, this building was built of 80 centimeter thick mud brick walls. Their bricks are almost identical in sizes and multicolored, including red, shades of brown, and gray-green. This green clay used in their manufacture is especially important because it's not immediately local to Sardis. The wall faces were also plastered by a mixture of this green clay, and on the lower right-hand picture, you can see its dense melt over the floor. Well, this building was heavily reinforced by timber posts. They were placed at every 1 meter interval into the internal faces and along the external faces, about 20 centimeter apart from them. With a 30 centimeter diameter, the central post was larger than those of the walls. So these timber posts provided an incredible carrying capacity to the building and supported an upper story on top. And I reconstruct this upper story based on two major observations. Firstly, the collapse debris of the building rises about 3 meters higher than the floors. And this debris is clearly sealed by a layer of melted green mud brick. This upper layer of collapse included manifold bricks. They are larger in size compared to the in situ wall bricks and present uniformity in their green color. Thus, I believe they represent the superstructure. Secondly, the high elevations of clay bedrock in the east, which you see in the upper image, prove that the exposed portion of the building was a basement. To submerge this basement into the natural ledge of the hill, the builders had to raise significant amounts of bedrock. In this process, they outlined the basement walls by leaving chunks of bedrock untrimmed, and they erected the walls on them. So these reserved chunks acted as stone foundations. And the basement walls supported the second story, which must have received access from the hilltop. Thus, we are looking at a substantial semi-subterranean and at least two-story building. So down the slope of Field 49, excavations signal the presence of another structure. Here we found a deep straight cut into bedrock and a 2.5 meter collapsed deposit, identical to that of the hilltop building, covering the face and rising above the cut. So the face of this cut was vertical and was coated by green plaster to resemble a mud brick wall. Also, this cut has the same orientation with the hilltop building, so specific alignment was repeated here despite being meters apart on the slope. Together, they suggest a larger scale building program, placing buildings at multiple tiers in a way similar to terrace houses. We dated this mud brick building based on pottery studies and radiocarbon analyses. The ceramic assemblage included black on red and gray ware vessels, typical of the Lydian IV period at Sardis. And they were accompanied by vessels with late Bronze Age shapes, but according to Pechakobuk, with different production technologies. Secondly, charred specimens were collected from both construction and collapse deposits. They were analyzed at TÜBİTAK's Marmara Research Center. And now, these studies collectively point to a date in the second half of the 9th century BC for the complex's construction, and the second quarter of the 8th century BC for its destruction. Another building, in many ways similar to Field 49, was found at the tip of the neighboring hill, Bisfor. It was initially exposed in the 1980s, and as you see in the image, it was reconstructed as a flimsy structure. Our recent studies show, however, that this was a substantial complex consisting of a basement and a more extended superstructure on the hill. The basement was carved entirely out of bedrock, creating an at least 4 meter wide space. Builders inserted timber posts into the center and edges of the vertical cuts that outlined this basement. The subterranean space was filled in with the upper structure's collapsed debris and the fallen mud brick wall that must have risen above the basement's edge. This wall is about 4 centimeters thick, built uniformly of green bricks that are consistent in sizes and slightly larger than those of the in situ bricks of Field 49. And the building is continuous at higher levels of the hill The west side preserved bedrock cuts aligned with the south edge of the basement, and in the east, a room built of mud brick with stone foundations has the same orientation with the basement's north edge. Its walls are 20 meters thick as well, and partly laid up against bedrock on their other side. So when the basement was first exposed, the scale of its collapsed deposit and the quantity of associated finds were uncertain. So was its date that the Sardis team placed it tentatively in the early 7th century BC. Nick Cahill's careful re-examination of the context pottery, however, now demonstrates that the building included a very large collection of high-quality pottery worthy of a palatial kitchen or a storage unit. This assemblage dates from as early as the 9th century BC, and it features recurring ceramic shapes from the late Bronze Age, such as the basket handle bowls in later graveware production. In sum, looking at the parallels in spatial placement, architectural design, and material assemblages between Field 49 and Bisford, we can safely say that they belong to the same large-scale building program. Now, this complex has greater implications on our understanding of the Lydian society in the 9th century BC. Let me begin with settlement organization. Previously, I underlined the interpretation that Lydian for Sardis as a small town. This was primarily based on initial discoveries in the suburbs of the settlement. Now, if you plot the location of the newly discovered complex, we get a Lydian for settlement that is more expansive than we previously anticipated. Secondly, this complex represents a certain extent of social divergence compared to the ordinary dwellings. They occupied an elevated settlement core. They were built much larger in size and scale. They used harder to acquire, hence costlier materials, and compared to the domestic assemblages, they included high-quality productions in higher quantities. So collectively, these attributes indicate that the complex was built for a privileged group at Sardis in the 9th century BC. The other common belief that I introduced earlier is that the imperial Lydian constructions had no monumental precedents. In fact, Lydian four-mud-brick complex foreshadows many attributes of the elite Myrmidon architecture, although on a less ostentatious scale. I will discuss three of those traits here. First is visibility and spatial dominance. Well, if we consider the imperial fortifications, tumuli, and the palatial terraces, they were highly visible markers on both the landscape and the urban scale. The Lydian fort buildings were also made intentionally prominent by their placement on the tips of these elevated hills. Although this video doesn't show their actual architecture, it gives a sense of their commanding position. Just imagine those giant structures sitting right at the edges of these hills. So second aspect is the extreme landscape modifications brought by palatial terraces. Builders of the imperial ashlar terraces sometimes cut bedrock to build terraces in a step design, and sometimes they filled in steep hill slopes by huge amounts of fills that transform the urban scape. The Lydian fort complex also shares this specific trait, and as it remodels bedrock and incorporates it into its architecture. And occasionally on a multi-tier placement that follows specific alignments on the stone. I therefore consider these Lydian fort complexes as the conceptual antecedents of the Myrna terraces, and in turn, the beginnings of this elite placemaking practice. The final aspect is the selection of costly materials. Just like the limestone blocks of ashlar terraces, the green clay and large amounts of timber used in the Lydian fort complex had to be transported from outside the local area of Sardis and had to be hauled up to the top of these 200-meter tall hills. So the use of these materials required a specific labor and added to the cost of construction. Besides, the only other context where we find green mud bricks is the Myrnat fortifications. Therefore, this specific building material represents a certain extent of continuity in monumental production. Well, this Lydian fort complex, of course, didn't come out of nowhere either. It presents continuities from the late Bronze Age. Buildings of both periods were placed at the edges of the naturally elevated Field 49. They both used mud brick for construction, followed similar alignments on the hill. Finally, certain late Bronze Age ceramic shapes remained in use in the Lydian IV period. So when these continuities from the Bronze Age are coupled with the Lydian IV complex's monumental attributes that continued into the later Lydian eras and all happening in the same elite precinct, they provide a more gradual background to the Lydian elite. And this stands on the contrary to the current narrative of their late and fast progress in the Iron Age. Now let us lastly examine the Lydian IV complex in its regional context. This complex appears to be in sharp contrast to contemporaneous monumental constructions in the Aegean sphere. Firstly, its scale is much larger, both in terms of building sizes and expense. The spatial arrangement and building forms are also unlike each other, comparing the square, multi-tiered buildings of Sardis to standalone, apsidal or oval structures, for instance, at Troy, Smyrna, Clazomenae, Miletus, or Pedessa. Further, the deposits associated with these Western Anatolian structures point to their ritual use, whereas assemblages of the Sardis complex are suggestive of elite occupation. Now, with that, we turn our heads to the east. The Lydian IV complex appears to be more in line with monumental building trajectories in central and southeastern Anatolia. First of all, the capitals of Iron Age polities here are characterized by prominent citadels that house monumental constructions. The visible dominance of both the elevated location and imposing architecture is a means of demarcating the zone of the ruling elite. The spatial grammar was applied in a smaller scale at Sardis as well. The mud brick complexes formed a middle ground between the Acropolis and the lower city, so their location and substantiality gives a sense of an elite citadel, although with one major difference that the Lydian buildings were never fortified. Further, a large number of iron citadels were built on locations with deep histories. This is one of the important signs of elite placemaking, that the elite resonates their identities with those of the previous inhabitants. The commissioners of the Lydian IV complex also invested in such an area and continued some of their traditions. In short, the Sardis complex represents a materialized form of elite ideology commonly observed in Anatolian polities. As monumental construction goes, the Lydian IV complex finds its closest parallels in its contemporary Gordian 6A levels, in terms of size and scale, organization of space, and construction technologies. Well, before I talk about space, however, I need to mention an important factor, as did Rodney Young. Once before he started excavating at Gordian, he visited Sardis, and he mentioned there's so much Roman muck at Sardis, and he decided not to dig there. So it's not only Roman, but so many centuries of Lydian and post-Lydian occupation causes the minimal extent of early Lydian exposure. So we don't know how much of these central hills were actually occupied in the 9th century BC. Yet the size of the settlement core is comparable to that of Gordian's East Mount. Plus, the exposed buildings, hilltop buildings of Sardis, are about the same size as the Megaron one of Gordian 6A level. Another significant feature observed at both of the sites is the multi-tier design concept. The Gordian citadel applied this logic by building actual stone terrace walls that organize the space to elevate certain building groups. And in Sardis, this logic was applied by modifications to bedrock that created semi-subterranean buildings. Such half-basement type structures have been encountered in Gordian as well, for instance, Cellar 1, yet they seem to appear in later building phases at Gordian than in Sardis. Finally, the resemblance between timber-reinforced mud brick structures is totally striking, especially when the walls of Field 49 hilltop building is compared in particular to Megarons 1 and 2 of the 6A levels. Yet also strikingly, The Lydian fort complex dismissed the ashlar architecture of Gordians, terraces, and defensive entirely. The singular use of mud brick construction at Sardes follows the millennia-old Anatolian model of palatial and defensive architecture. And we are familiar with such buildings from notable central Anatolian Bronze Age sites like Acamöyük, Kültepe, Hattusha, and many others. I think the preference of this long-term tradition was intentional, that the early Lydian elite accentuated their roots in Anatolia wanted to show that their roots are deeper in Anatolia. So if I sum up all of these new assessments, in the 9th century context of Sardes, the monumentality of the mud brick complexes and related material assemblages manifest a certain extent of social divergence, while they set the tone of elite building practice for generations of Lydian elite to come. In its contemporaneous regional context, the timing and elite character of the Lydian fort complex fall in line with those of polities in Anatolia, especially Phrygia. For the striking parallels with the Gordian 6A citadel, there are so many questions that can be asked here. For instance, whether Lydia was a political outpost of Phrygia. I am actually entertaining the idea of peer polity interaction that once some argued for level 6B Gordian. Based on scalar, conceptual, and material similarities between PAP structure and the citadel buildings of Syro-Hittite capitals, Sams suggested Phrygian emulation of their elite ideologies in monumental construction. To me, it seems likely that a re-emergent ruling elite in Sardes would similarly look up to their nearest neighbor, Phrygia, for adopting their elite placemaking ideologies, but would still maintain their own building traditions at the same time. So by virtue of these observations, I argue that an earlier group of Lydian ruling elite with pronounced Anatolian ties was present by the 9th century BC in Sardes, and that is about 2 centuries earlier than we have previously believed. Thus, I suggest a more gradual development of the Lydian elite and their polity, and offer that we should make place for them on the maps of Anatolia earlier in the Iron Age as a contemporary of those powerful states to its east. Thank you very much for your patience.
We have time for a couple of short questions, please, at the far back.
Thank you very much. That's great.
Thank you.
So, accepting your model for Lydia 4 being earlier, or the development of Lydia being earlier or slower than, I've always been so amazed by the technology of Gordian making the development of that city so rapid. And I'm wondering if you found indications of what's below the Lydia 4 stuff. So I don't know, maybe you call it Lydia 5. And then if Lydia 4 is developing as rapidly towards complexity and monumentality as Phrygia is, as Gordian is in, I guess, 6.
I think it's what I saw. So,
wait.
So under those levels, 24, actually we have some late Bronze Age architecture. So we actually need to divide areas that way. So in the elite complex, we only have bits of late Bronze Age architecture and early Bronze Age chairs. So there's some sort of continuity, but I don't think it's progressing that fast as we see in Gordian. But there's definitely some continuity, unlike what we see in Gordian. So certain traditions like that, as I mentioned, ceramics and materials and their alignments are repeated. But when we look at the domestic areas, there is actually not even a work.
So in the Iron Age, for instance, complex, we are kind of missing the earlier levels, like early Iron Age levels are not present in the present. That's why I have mentioned really inverted but the artificial seems to be more continuous. I don't know if that message, but we don't have the type of cultural break that we observe in Portugal. Okay. A nice question.
Can I have some water? Oh yeah, thank you so much. My my throat is like.
Please go ahead.
A question about your green mud break. I just wanted you to comment a little bit more on it because it does seem very unusual to have all of this mud brick architecture and then this transformation to stone, which is sort of very different technology and style of building. And I wonder if you think that the mud brick is that's green color, the reason for it is aesthetic, or if there's some kind of technological advantage for what it's used, and also if you know at all where it's coming from. You said Florida.
That's a wonderful question. So to start with your last question, we actually don't know where it's coming from. We are planning some excursions to actually find where it's coming from. As to your previous question, we actually are not so sure whether it was an aesthetic version. Mentioned that it's kind of riskier, harder in texture compared to the other different types of clay present in it had a technological chemical property that made it sturdier than other types of clay. This is all to be investigated, I to say. But one more thing that I want to mention to that question is they actually don't entirely switch to stone. So mountain construction always continues on this. So when we look at the 8th or 8th century, 7th century context, we always find mountain architecture. And if you think about the deep context, we actually don't know much about the small the hilltop. So in the previous episodes, what we have are the urban themselves, which are of stone, but maybe they supported two complex structures on the hilltop, which have not been preserved. Yes, yes. And even in the 6th century too. So in areas where we expose it's very limited areas where we expose the 6th century levels. We have complex structures. So they were always using concrete with stone.
Last question, if I may.
Just one example.
Well, from these deposits, there were bits of iron and bronze, but we actually didn't have full vessels or none of this very badly preserved. Of course, in later context, stuff, but not on the levels. Maybe I can get one more.
Super quickly. Both the question and the answer super quickly.
Yeah, no, this is fascinating. And so with your new evidence for monumentality and residences that involve the carving over the bedrock much earlier, do you imagine that we should be considered when the rock cut chambers should be in Libya as well?
Question. Well, I don't know if we have the means of evaluating that because the rock cut chambers that were open. we can't find both deposits to assess that. It's so sad.
Oh, no. We can't keep the time for our audience. Sorry.
Previous paper. Oh, okay.
Previous paper. Okay. A very short question.
Maybe in the end. Maybe in the end. Yes, yes. Sorry for exercising my authority.
Was definitely not a Phrygian settlement. What would you expect from a Phrygian settlement? What you would find or identify?
So this is a very tough and complex question that was addressed also during the first session. So identify a Phrygian settlement is very difficult and outside the normal code of Phrygia. But since we are not so close to Phrygia, first of all, then the ceramic assembly that we have studied in Kinikiu doesn't resemble to the one that we found in Gordy and other more Phrygian related sites like was we are quite sure that we are not under political Phrygian control. We have for sure not. So I do not expect, for example, very well it's very precise technology that is spread among Phrygian borders, but outside it degrades more we are far from Phrygia. So because of that, I would not define the Phrygian settlement. So to find a Phrygian settlement, I expect much more very well, not only for spatial work, but specifically for common ceramic, like for example, cooking pot and storage ware. That we know that common ware, pots and storage ware, they do not travel, that they are not imported. So if I find something everywhere that is more cooking pots, like in corridor, for example, I will define that site Phrygian or with strong contact with Phrygian culture. In the districts where we work, the contacts were for sure present, but not from a political perspective, more cultural and economic perspective.
Thank you. It's now time for our final speaker of the day. This is Marco Santini, who just defended his PhD at Princeton University and will be moving to Oxford on a postdoctoral position. Marco will be addressing the topic of a fluid political landscape, power, and hegemony in Iron Age Phrygia. Marco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Adonis. Thank you, the organizers of this conference. From the perspective of political organization, what we call Phrygia is commonly understood as a centralized kingdom, which arose at the dawn of the 9th century from the sides of Politely Yassiri, Jordan, and developed into a vast territorial polity by the late 8th century under the powerful king Midas. By the dawn of the 7th century, Phrygia declined, while Lydia emerged as a regional power. Modern estimates say that by Midas's time, the Phrygian polity, sometimes called an empire, extended from Daskylion to the west, as far as the borders of the Assyrian Empire to the east. This picture is sustained by a Syrian text of the period of Sargon II, which gives some indications about the extent of the territory of Mita of Mushki, so the Assyrians called Midas. In one text, Sargon mentions that he had fortresses built on the borders with the land of Mushki in the context of a campaign in the land of Kammanu, near Malatya and Tirgarim, while from a letter to the governor of Kwe, we learned that Midas has intercepted an embassy sent by Euriki of Kwe to Urartu. Assuming, as it seems logical, that the embassy passed north of the Taurus, we should conclude that Midas controlled the northern part of the central Anatolian plateau. The picture offered by the archaeological evidence, by contrast, is not so straightforward. The study of the origins and development of the Phrygian polity is primarily based on the outstanding evidence from Gorgian. As early as the beginning of the 9th century, the site shows a fortified citadel with a high degree of monumentality, which speaks for a powerful ruling elite and state institutions. By the late 9th century, an even more impressive building program was initiated, which envisioned raising the citadel's level by 4 or 5 meters and adding an outer fortification system. Building activities were interrupted by a conflagration, famous destruction level, 800 BC, but resumed shortly after with the addition of new monumental structures. However, it is difficult to assess the extent of the territory under Gordian's control in the 9th and 8th centuries, as most evidence of Phrygian material culture and social complexity outside Gordian dates later than its heyday. The highlands between Aphion, Eskishahir, and Kudahia display a concentration of rock-cut monuments, fortresses, and dedications, but only few of them can be dated to the 8th century. Material labeled as Phrygian from Mysia and Troas in northwestern Anatolia mostly dates later than the 8th century as well. East of the Kızılırmak, a prominent Phrygian settlement has been excavated at Kerkenes Dam, southeast of Bugasford. The traditional date is mid-late 7th century, but now we have discussed it earlier that this chronology is debated, but even if we rise it to the late 8th century, this still begs questions. Did the settlement depend on Gordian or Midas, and if so, how? Uncertainty around Phrygian institutions and the inconclusive nature of the archaeological record have made some scholars wonder whether the model of an expanding centralized state is the best way to interpret the political organization of 9th and 8th century Phrygia. Hermann Gens, for example, notes that the archaeological evidence does not unanimously support the idea of a unified Phrygian kingdom, lamenting the lack of evidence for any kind of an administrative system, as well as precise information on the geographical extent of the Phrygian kingdom. More recently, Geoffrey Summers has expressed similar views and suggested that the Phrygians were organized in an alliance of petty kingdoms, positing a coalescence of power under King Midas, and noting that by the 8th century, various regions of Phrygia had come to share many elements of Phrygian culture. Moving from these considerations, today I will revisit the question of the political organization of Phrygia between the 9th and the 8th century, and ask how we should understand the territorial extent of Midas's rule as emerges from Assyrian sources. Furthermore, I will ask when and how the notion of a country, Phrygia, became politically and culturally meaningful. I shall start from a new discovery which has further complicated the issue. I refer, of course, to the hieroglyphic Lugan inscription found at Turkmen Karaköy in the Konya plain, commissioned by great king Hartapu, otherwise known from 4 inscriptions on the Kızıldağ, 2 on the Karadağ mountain in the vicinity of Turkmen Karaköy, and 1 at Burunkaya, further northeast. These are my understanding of the text based on the edition and the later revisions by Oakens, Whedon, and Baker, with some changes reflecting my own understanding of it. The text refers to Hartapus' victory against 13 kings within the framework of a clash with the Muska. Drawing on the equivalence between Muska, Mushki, and Phrygians, the editors date the text to the first half of the 8th century and interpret it as referring to a victory of Hartapu against Phrygia, evidencing the relation of Turkmen Karaköy with Kızıldağ IV, which also mentioned Hartapus' conquest of the Muska, They also argue that all inscriptions of the corpus traditionally dated to the 12th or even the 13th century, based on their archaic looking style, should be dated to the 8th century as well. This conclusion seems to point towards a scenario of political fragmentation, whereby before Midas, Phrygia was ruled by multiple kings. Other scholars have challenged this conclusion. In particular, Hawkins of Whedon accept an 8th century chronology for Turkmen Karaköy in the entire Artapu corpus, except for Kizilda IV. In their view, the latter had been dedicated by a first Artapu in the 12th century and was echoed 4 centuries later by a second Artapu in Turkmen Karaköy, which they interpret as a bizarre pastiche referring to 2 different conflicts: the conflict of Artapu I with the Muska and the conflict of Artapu II with 13 unspecified kings. Ignacio Diego has argued that Turkmen Karaköy was originally incised in the 12th century, but reworked in the 8th by a late descendant of the first Artapu. Both proposals locate the conflict with the Muska in the 12th century, which demands addressing the question of the identity of these Muska. As I mentioned earlier, Mushka is the name by which late 8th century Assyrians referred to Midas' people. Thus, we may assume that by then, this ethnonym included the Phrygians. From the 12th to the early 9th century, by contrast, Assyrian sources associate the Mushka with the regions of Katmuku and Kanigalbat in the Turabdin, an area quite removed from the horizon of Sargon's Mushka, and even more so from that of Artapus Muska. This location also conflicts with any straightforward identification of the Mushka with the Phrygians at such an early date. Unless we wish to assume that in the 12th century there were 2 distinct groups of Mushka, one in the Turabdin and another in formerly Hittite land, one would need to conclude that an isolated presence of Muska in the West is hardly compatible with a 12th century chronology. Moreover, the argument that the name Mushki could be flexibly applied to different mobile groups in this case does not seem to work, in my opinion. Should we suppose that Artapu and the Assyrians independently chose the same name for 2 distinct and presumably unrelated population groups? I myself can think of no reason that might explain this phenomenon under these circumstances. Finally, the 12th century dating is quite anti-economical, as it requires postulating 2 distinct groups of Mushki as well as 2 distinct Artapu. Indeed, at least some pieces of the Artapu corpus demand a later dating. This includes not only Turkmen Karaköy with its later features, but especially the image of the enthroned king engraved at Kizilda and the accompanying inscription. Lorenzo D'Alfonso and Matteo Pedrinazzi have convincingly demonstrated that the image is inspired by 9th century Assyrian models and propose for it a late 9th century date or early 8th century. The accompanying inscription, a patently archaizing one, must be at least contemporary to the relief, as it was purposefully accommodated next to it to fit the engraving surface. In my opinion, there is no compelling reason to postulate the existence of a first Artapu who clashed with the Muska in the 12th century, especially in the light of the problems posed by the purported presence of Muska in the West at such an early date. Also, I find no reason to dissociate Turkmen Karaköy from Kizilda IV and the 2 from the rest of the Artapu corpus, which can be interpreted as a coherent program of celebration and monumentalization of the landscape, including victory narratives, Turkmen Karaköy, Kizilda IV, and Burunkaya, a depiction of the king, a building inscription, Kizilda III, a dedication to divine agents, Karadağ I, and 2 more inscriptions to mark the territory with the royal titulary and the king's name, Kizilda II and Karadağ II. With the exception of the throne of Kizilda and the partial exception of Turkmen Karaköy, Artapus monumental program was fashioned in the grandiose Old Hittite style. Around his own territory, this late 9th century king could find plenty of inscriptions of late Bronze Age great kings, which he could use as models for his own monuments. The Hatip rock relief of great king Kurunta of Tarkuntassa, west of Konya, the Emir Ghazi altars of Tut-Khalia IV on the eastern side of the plain, and the monuments and inscriptions of Tut-Khalia IV at Koylut-Oliviaya and Yalburt. If we can date Artapus' victory to the late 9th century, who are then his enemies? Should these Muska be interpreted as Phrygians? Here I would like to suggest that Artapus Muska may be, in fact, the starting point to understand why Sargon referred to Midas of Phrygia as Mita of Mushke, and the starting point to understand the nature of Midas's polity. First, while we can agree that the 12th century Mushke of the East had hardly anything to do with what we call the Phrygians, we may follow the hypothesis of Anna Maria Wittke that these Mushke were pushed west of their original territory, located east and northeast of Malatya, due to Assyrian and Urartian expansion. We learned about Urartian expansion earlier. One may suggest that they slowly occupied the northern portions of the Anatolian plateau, west of Urartu and northwest of Malatya and Taba. Here, the demise of the Hittite Empire did not produce phenomena of reorganization and resilience that characterize, borrowing Lorenzo d'Alfonso's terminology, southern Cappadocia and North Syria, respectively. This location is consistent with Sargon II's statement about the fortresses of the Mushke on the Muski's border at Tilgarim. However, Sargon associates the Mushke with Midas, thus securely included in his notion of Mushke also Gordian and Phrygia. How do we get to that point? Was that a conquest of the Mushke by an expanding Phrygian empire? I suggest that the inscriptions of Hartapu provide the missing link to solve this question. Hartapu must have clashed with the Mushke that during the 9th century came to occupy the territory in the bend of the Kizilirmak and were moving westwards. The symbolic location of the inscriptions of the corpus that include a narrative of conquest gives us an indication towards this interpretation. Turkmen Karakoy in Hartapu's urban center, Kizil Dafor in a sacred landscape at the borders of this territory, and Burunkaya, removed to the northeast at the border with the land of the enemy, in the field. Rostislav Oreshko has shown that the last clause of Burunkaya should be interpreted as a statement of conquest, reading his moat, the city or the land, something. And I would not be surprised if the gap of the stone concealed the Muska of one of their 10 fortresses. What Hartapu calls a Muska coalition of 13 kings, however, may well have included Phrygian rulers too. This is suggested by the contemporary urban developments of Gordium. The impressive building program, which envisioned raising the level of the citadel and adding outer fortifications, was started precisely in this period, the late 9th century, before being interrupted by the well-known conflagration. Charles Brian Rose has suggested that these developments should be understood in the context of a power display competition among major polities of the period, notably Assyria, Urartu, and the North Syrian city-states. I agree with Rose's overall interpretation, but it seems likely that Gordium was also, if not primarily, competing with Turkmen Karakoy, a major center in the Konya plain, which was a closer and certainly more threatening geopolitical competitor for Gordium, as opposed to faraway Assyria or Urartu. In turn, besides being threatened by Gordium, Turkmen Karakoy was also threatened by the possibility that the Mushki would expand southwest beyond the Kızılırmak. This situation, I would argue, provoked an escalation that broke out in the conflict recorded by Hartapu. I suggest that Hartapu's Muska included rulers of the Muska as well as Phrygian rulers, notably the rulers of Gordium, and think that it is worth entertaining the hypothesis advanced by James Osborne and the Chicago team that it is the conflict with Turkmen Karakoy, and more precisely the one recorded by Hartapu, that may have caused the conflagration of Gordium. At this point, we may wonder why Hartapu collectively referred to his enemy only as Muska if the coalition also included Gordium and thus Phrygians. My suggestion is that Hartapu used the ethnonym Muska as a shorthand for this multi-ethnic coalition, because while the Muska had an established ethnic identity, that is, they saw themselves as a people despite being politically fragmented, at that time the Phrygians did not yet know they were Phrygians, or at least not all of them did. We should consider the possibility that in the 9th century, those who would later consider themselves Phrygians still consider themselves as inhabitants of a given city or town rather than as belonging to the same people, while the ethnonym Phrygians was adopted only by a group of them. Just as it took a while for all the Greeks to consider themselves Hellenists, for the Phrygians, it may have taken a while to really realize they were Phrygians. Hartapu, accordingly, may have faced a wide military coalition formed by a diverse array of cities and contingents with their leaders, among which, however, it was only the Muska who were immediately recognizable as a people. This may have led him to categorize his enemies under a single ethnic label. Things took a different turn by the mid-late 8th century, and here I come to Midas and his rule. I would like to suggest that the roots of Midas's international policy and the name the Assyrians attributed to him, Mita of Mushki, lie precisely in the coalition in which Gordian and other Phrygians participated with the neighboring Mushki a few decades earlier. Long-standing cultural and economic interactions could have cemented the relations between Phrygians and Mushki to the point that when Assyria's expansion became a more impelling threat from central Anatolia, they reorganized themselves in a military alliance under the hegemony of Gordian. The model I would like to propose to understand the nature of Midas's polity and its extension as far as Cilicia and Tilgarinmo is that of a centralized military alliance involving different populations organized according to a principle of hegemony and which acted as a single political actor in the international context. The basis for such military cooperation had been laid in the late 9th century, but at that time, the fragmented coalition of 13 kings had proved unsuccessful against Artapon. 1 century later, the alliance turned to a centralized model under the hegemony of Gordian and the leadership of Midas. The vast territory which the Assyrians so controlled by Midas can thus be understood not as belonging to a Phrygian empire that had been expanding from Gordian, but as the territory of a centralized coalition of smaller polities and different peoples, on which Midas and Gordian exercised their hegemony. The Assyrians still called it the land of the Mushki, using the ethnonym that was already familiar, obvious to them. Long-standing interactions and intermingling between Mushki and their western neighbors may have favored the assimilation on the side of the Assyrians. A closer look at the role and figure of Midas contributes to this interpretation. I shall start with the dedication of Athens on the so-called Midas monument at Zazilikaia, Midas city, for which Charles Brian Rosa recently suggested an 8th century chronology contemporary to the ruler. The titles attributed to Midas, Lavactai, Wanakte, the dative, echo the Mycenaean institutions of Lawagetas, the military commander, and Wanax, king. Bartomeu Vadror-Cursach, in his Phrygian monograph, has clarified that Lavactai should be considered a loanword from Greek, as it does not show the characteristic Phrygian devoicing whereby we would have expected Lavactai. The form Vanakte is ambiguous, but it's reasonable to think that it is a loanword from Greek as well. Scholars have suggested that the Homeric epics played a role in the transmission of these titles into Phrygian. In my opinion, this explanation is possible either if we admit that Midas's titles had no political institutional significance, but were simply used as honorifics, or if they were refunctionalized from being honorifics into titles, political titles. The Mycenaean titles Wanax and Lawagetas indeed survive in first millennium Greek only as honorifics. Lawagetas is a rare title employed by Pindar and Sophocles and is never attested in the Homeric epics, while Wanax is widely employed in the epics to refer to deities, venerable individuals, but it does not identify positions of leadership. The only instance in which the poems, and namely the Iliad, meaningfully employ Wanax to allude to a form of supreme leadership is the case of Agamemnon, in the formulaic expression Anaxandron. However, in doing so, the Iliad ultimately demonstrates that that model was a negative one. The leadership of Agamemnon, commander-in-chief and Anaxandron, is a total failure in the poem's view. Turning back to Midas, I believe that the titles Athens attributes to him had an institutional meaning. And for this reason, I think that the explanation that they entered the Phrygian when both were institutionally meaningful in Greek too, that is, in the late Bronze Age, should not be ruled out. The evidence is scanty, but it seems that the title Vanak was indeed the actual title for king in Phrygian, as it recurs in the compound Modrovanak, a title held by the dedicator of another inscription on Midas city, meaning Lord or King of Modra. The inscription is dated to the 6th century, so under different political conditions. But I wonder whether it was the demise of a long-standing centralized polity that led to the emergence of city kings, or whether city kings were rather the norm among the Phrygians, with a unifying role of Midas being an exception. A further indication that Midas' role was exceptional may lie in the order in which his titles appear in the dedication. First a military commander, and then king. This order is not trivial. Following a suggestion by Jutta Berger-Klein in the volume Phrygia and Phrygia, I take it as an indication that the role of Midas was first and foremost that of a hegemonic leader of a military alliance. If we look at how things were done in the geopolitical arena of Iron Age Central Anatolia, in this role, Midas finds a functional parallel in Great King Wasusarna, leader of a coalition of fellow kings, as well as in his ancestor Tuwati, the only one of the many kings of Tabal to be recorded by name by Shalmaneser III during his Anatolian campaign, probably alluding to his position of hegemony in a context of political fragmentation. Finally, while I do not think that the titles of Midas were necessarily borrowed or inspired by the Homeric years, Midas' position is in fact comparable to the one which the Iliad assigns to Agamemnon, supreme leader of a coalition of Achaean Basileis, himself a Basileus like his fellows, but at the same time Basileutatos, most kingly than anyone else, and Anax Andron. Out of the myth, this hierarchy of roles may allude to a way of doing things that was common in the Eastern Mediterranean during the Iron Age. The exceptionality of Midas is something that unmistakably emerges from tradition. Midas is the only Phrygian king known to us from tradition who can be considered a historical one. In fact, he seems to be the first and the last historical Phrygian king. Midas is presented with no dynastic background and has no successors. The only exception is the version of the story of the Gordian knot preserved in Justin, where his father Gordius, a farmer, is proclaimed king and dedicates the wagon. This, however, seems to be an attempt to reconcile the contradiction that Phrygius' main center was named Gordian, while his foundational figure was the son of an obscure Gordius. It makes much more sense, after all, that what is presented as the foundational figure of the Phrygian kingdom should be the eponym of its main center. Midas stands alone at the foundations of Phrygian mythical, cultural, and political history. His kingship was divinely blessed. He led Phrygians immigrants to Anatolia, according to tradition, invented music, and had a special relation with the Phrygian main goddess, to the point that they came to be considered her own child. As noted by Liv Roller, the Greeks considered him as the representative of everything Phrygian. The reasons for this might not simply lie within the dynamics of Greek tradition. Rather, Midas' foundational character, I would suggest, should be understood as a byproduct of his political activity. I would argue that he should be considered the inventor of the country Phrygia, and the one who made the Phrygians consider themselves Phrygians. By taking advantage of the peculiar geopolitical situation of the late 8th century Central Anatolia, and by relying on previous relations with neighboring Mushke, he unified a diverse military coalition under his own leadership and was able to dominate Anatolian geopolitics. At the same time, he fostered a sense of shared Phrygian identity, which from the late 8th century started to manifest itself to an unprecedented degree in art, writing, and cult outside Gordian, and promoted the emergence of a tradition that presented its own product, Phrygia, as the political and cultural dominator of Asia Minor. The result of this is that in this regard, Phrygia was considered archetypical. This explains why the Greeks, building their own tradition, considered the Phrygians the oldest allies of the Trojans, the dominators of Asia Minor of the Age of Eros, and why Phrygians even became synonym with Trojans. Midas' political experiment died with him. After his reign and Gordian's decline, the Phrygians turned, or perhaps returned, to political fragmentation, as the model of Anax suggests. His legacy is fundamentally a cultural one. The concept of Phrygia, the land of all Phrygians with its distinctive identity, emerged with them, and its fortune was cultural rather than political. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. I see questions already, so please go ahead.
Thanks Linda for the very good presentation. I wanted to discuss a little bit Hartapu and Phrygia. Well, we have a paper in press with James and we are making actually quite similar claims to some extent to yours, in the sense that claim that Hartapu is 8th century, and and because of that, they are very tightly connected with Turkmen-Karayük, which we also present tomorrow. I wonder, why do you date Turkmen-Karayük as late 9th century? I'm not a philologist, I'm not sure. Patriots. Yeah? All right, thanks. So, but according to her, it has very close similarity with Topada. So either you put Topada as well in the late 9th, or you put both in the mid-late 8th. And in this, I mean, Burunkaya's inscription of Hartapu is probably very relevant here, right? And it's deep in Tabalian territory. So how do you explain Burunkaya and the dating of Turkmen-Karayük?
Thank you very much for this question. It's actually one of the most difficult questions to resolve, I guess. So regarding Topada, Lorenzo D'Alfonso has written a paper in 2019 suggesting that the date of Topada is earlier than what is usually believed. Actually, Lorenzo and I disagree on this point, because I still think that Topada is to be related to the age of Tiglat-Pileser III, because I tend to identify Wasusarma with the Wasurma that is mentioned in the inscriptions of Tiglat-Pileser III. That being said, we have here a gap of almost 50 years. I would not want to make a close argument that this gap of 50 years is actually, closely detectable in the script. So the script of Turkmen-Karayük has raised a long debate also in the articles that were written recently by Diego and Lucas and Whedon, and they consider the same feature in very different ways. One of the key arguments may be the form of the wa in line 3 of Turkmen-Karayük, which is a very peculiar one. It has the hook, which is a late feature, but it has the squares, which is an older feature. No?
Repeat the question if you want to.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Shame on me for having spent so much time on this. It starts in the origin, it was the rectangles, and then it goes from rectangles to squares, and that's correct. But slowly you introduce other forms. So when you find, I don't know, a triangle or a half moon sort of sign, you're sure that you're late. When you find a square, it can be a lot of things. Then you look if there is a hook or not. And if there is a hook, you're sure that you're down. But if there is not a hook, it's more tricky. And then for consistency, that's all. Sorry.
So yes, in general, what I wanted to say is that we have here a gap of 50 years. So I'm not trying to date Turkmen-Karayük to the early 9th century, which would be more problematic in this regard. So I think that we can work with the chronology of Turkmen-Karayük in the late 9th, early 8th century with the chronology that Lorenzo has suggested for the relief. So taking the relief, the enthroned king as an anchoring point for the rest of the inscriptions. As regards Burunkaya, I think that the two things are two different episodes. So I tend not to agree that Wasusarma and Hartapu were fighting against the same enemies. So okay, yes. I mean, they may have been enemies themselves, but I mean, not in my interpretation of this. So I wouldn't. I explained Burunkaya as I said. So I think that Burunkaya was placed in the border with Hartapu's enemies, but it was not Burunkaya. So it was looking northward, northeast to the northeast. Sorry?
To Vasusarma.
No, not necessarily to Vasusarma. I think it was, as I said, was looking to the Mushki with my reconstruction of the Mushki. So in this case, I wouldn't understand why Artaku should label Vasusarma as a Mushki. So this is, you know, so I wouldn't make this assumption. But in any case, I'm looking forward to reading your paper and to discuss it further later.
Very quickly, apologies if I told you before. So Anatolia defeats 30 kings in 1 year. The rest of the historical inscriptions we're still very far from having decipherable. Many people like me immediately think of Darius, the Byzantine inscription, where Darius repeatedly says, all my victories in 1 single year. Except that then you dig deeper and you find Madame Shea in the 3rd millennium saying, I defeated 3 kings in 9 battles, all in the same year. So I guess my question is, how much of the rhetoric of this inscription, of these inscriptions, is A, formally, and B, how deep are the roots? We see this in the Iron Age. How deep do the roots go?
Well, that's an interesting question. The rhetoric, I mean, the speed with which rulers do things. I mean, it is a very old topos. Now, on the top of my head, I cannot think actually of any like Hittite parallels, perhaps for this 1 year topos, but. If that's what you were wondering, actually, by asking how far back in time we can trace this, or the actual events he was referring to.
How old? How old is the tradition?
Is actually building on the Mesopotamian.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to make a judgment on this on the single case actually. So to this specific point, honestly, I wouldn't claim that there was any direct. That this Hartabu was tracing back his own royal rhetoric from very old Mesopotamian antecedents. So that the topos of the speed with which kings things is such a common one that may have just been his own. I mean, he may have just used it himself, not necessarily be connected to another tradition in Mesopotamia. So I wouldn't want to. Instead, the Hartabu retrieves things from Yalburt and the topic of the hunter that we find in Kizildafor in other description of Tutkalia IV. So there is a way to connect the Hittite and the Hartabu tradition in this respect. But as for the Mesopotamian tradition, I wouldn't make a claim on this.
Okay, we have enough time for one short question and one short answer, please.
But I don't know if it's short actually, but I'm asking.
Has to be.
So like you, when I heard about the sort of McCarthy inscription, the first thing that I thought of were these fortresses that were referenced on the border between Mushka and Cilicia, and these things that went back and forth somehow between Midas and Cilicians, and it's like maybe this inscription is somehow going to give us the key to understanding this relationship between Mushka and Phrygia. And I've been trying to work on it ever since, so I was glad to hear you talk about it. But I am curious about your comment that the Mushka knew that they were Mushka before the Phrygians knew that they were Phrygians. I gather you're not an archaeologist, but I don't.
No, you are right. I'm not an archaeologist.
That the Mushka, if they knew that they were Mushka and that they were this sort of coherent group moving from the east sort of gradually lessened, that we would have some kind of material culture associated with them if they were sort of well established as you're imagining. I wonder if you've thought about that problem, if there is anything you can identify as a material culture signature of these mushka.
Thank you for this question, which I was expecting in some way. No, I'm not an archaeologist, but still, so this, I think, reflects my understanding. So my position within the traditional studies about ethnicity and ethnic identity. So to define ethnicity and ethnic identity, material culture is not the first place where we look, because a given material culture should not necessarily correspond to a people who consider themselves as being part of a people. So the two things should not necessarily overlap. And the same, it is for language and other identity traits that can be considered a science of ethnicity when we have a discursive element that qualifies them as such. So when they are loaded with a meaning in terms of ethnic identity. So my argument regarding the mushki knew that they were mushki derives from the what we can gather from the sources. So we can identify, of course, we have only external sources, so in this case, but we are lucky enough to have external sources from two different perspectives. The Assyrians on the one hand, and the Hartop on the sense. We now talk about the Urartians and the biblical sources because this comes a little bit later and only complicates this. So I think that at that point, there was a Mushki people that was recognized, that recognized themselves as such, whatever material culture they may have adopted, and that their neighbors would recognize them as being part of a people. With the Phrygian, I argue that this process begins only with Midas. So Midas, in my interpretation, acted as the ruler who promoted a sense of Phrygianness for all the Phrygians. So for all people that may have spoken the Phrygian language, may have adopted certain religious custom or a certain material culture, that before that point would just consider themselves as the inhabitant of city X or city Y, but at that point they would consider themselves Phrygians, so part of a people. It did as a discursive approach.
I appreciate that. I actually are something very similar. But common, so it's not real culture. The only
Yeah, of course, I mean, all of them, they apply. The problem is that, I mean, under this regard, the evidence is lacking, in my opinion. And it's hard to tell. So it's hard to dismiss the Mushki as a people because we don't find them in their political record. And by converse, it would be just, a rash move to consider a set of material culture, a homogeneous set of material culture as shared by only one ethnic group, as the two things would coincide. So my approach tries to distinguish the sets of evidence that can answer given questions. And in this case, the material evidence is just simply lacking. We have people, as many others in ancient tradition, that are not clearly identifiable with a given material culture, but are still there because there was somebody who called them that way. I hope this answers.
So we have to save any more for. Yes, exactly. We have dinner, we have another day, and all kinds of quiet time to talk to the speakers. Please, a warm applause for the three speakers of this session.